Is that not the coolest intro ever? Come on. We started off today with JPL, and of course the first shot has to be Shibuya Crossing. It's Tokyo, Japan, and there's so much to do. We are live from there. As you can tell, this is where the Rect Studio exists and the entirety of our show. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Japan League Last Chance Qualifiers. And it's really, in the name, it is all about getting that final slot to make it to the Montreal Major and in phase one of the action to get through things. Hi, I'm Manic Monday. I have grown a bit of hair. In the meantime, with me are my wonderful buddies and my wonderful co-hosts. I want to say Hap and Fluke. Good morning, my friends. How are you today?
You're already too nice to be Manic.
Yeah. I'm glad you wanted to say that. If you're Manic, do we have to be Xenox and Guz?
No.
I think you would probably... I want to be Xenox. You can be Guz.
Why
Okay.
do you want to be Xenox?
Seems fun. You know, try something new.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, my friends, how are you today? How are you doing? I know it's early in the morning for us. There's a lot of action getting warmed up to it, but how are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. Yeah, excited to basically see all these teams go at it at their true last chance. Usually this is where, you know, the true make or breaks happen. Teams start to form and also make mistakes. So it is do or die for all of these, as it's their last chance this year to qualify to a major.
Yeah, I think that's sort of it, right? You're looking at maybe some of these results, you're like, yeah, I probably know how this is going to go, and you can piece that together. We've been surprised by runs before. We've had teams from this region get to majors from this pool where we're like, whoa, it's them, and usually it's not Kagasaka that have filled that spot recently. So is this going to be their time after not getting second place in the playoffs, but having some good split? There's a lot to potentially run into here.
Absolutely. There's a lot to look at here, but that also includes SI points pretty much, and that's a conversation to have on a regional basis. But I think we'll get mired in the details, and I'm sure I'm breaking my buddy's hearts here, Stein, as I say that. But we got some matches in store for you today. 3 best of ones and a best of 3, because the bracket is focused on survival. So of course you can lose twice and then you get knocked out. If you lose once, you go to lower bracket, just like we had for Korea, for example. And in that best of 3, in the lower bracket, you play for survival in there. However, at the top, until you get to the close to the end, you are locked in for BO1s. Now, Kinotrope will be playing against Blue Bees Nagoya. We'll get to talk about them in a bit, because there's at least a familiar face and name on there. And Crest will go up against Father's Back. These are our first 2 best of ones, and of course the 2 winners will advance and play against one another. And our 3rd best of 1, finally, the losing teams will go up against one another in a best of 3 in the lower bracket. Nice, right? There's a lot to cover.
Yeah.
There's a lot to cover in the next 3 days. We're going to have some fun with them.
Definitely gonna have some fun with these. Yeah, no, for sure. And again, there's a lot of matches that will be happening, and there is little time for these teams to truly change if things are starting to go wrong. So it will truly come down to who has the best form, but also who's the best at adapting on the fly. As, I mean, not this time round, but there's still that, you know, that one unknown team that hasn't been in the league all stage. You know, they might throw some curveballs.
Absolutely. That's the beauty of it here. And of course, all these teams are looking at scars and thinking we could also be there. Now, we can talk about these 2 squads just because Kinotrope, obviously coming from the regular league, dropping down from the playoffs and such. This is a team that we've seen quite a bit. Actually, we've held in high regard in 2024, I mean.
I think that they were so close, that they fought so well. They had that massive, you know, run. If you missed it earlier on, I don't know how much we talked about it before. 3 best of 3s in a single day, back to back, every single map, and they fall short just in the last map. Is huge, and they've been knocking on the precipice. You know, it's a team where 4 or 5 of them have been on a major stage before. They've tasted it under slightly different rosters in some cases, and then they were the second favorites. They were the second best team in the recent sort of playoffs. Here is that mark to sort of show that they've continued that momentum, and I would be amazed if they're not in the final. I, at this point, would be surprised if they don't beat Kagasaka in that match and make it all the way.
It is like they're so close. You just mentioned it, Emmy, and just coming in second as well, back to scars after winning that first map. Like it must have hurt. Like 7-5 on Nighthaven Labs as a loss to bring it back to 1-1, and 7-4 on Skyscraper afterwards, where they couldn't form up any of their attacks. They will be hungry. They will be looking for revenge. They'll be looking to get themselves to the major because they've been basically missing out on every single opportunity this year just by a round or two. And that's something they want to change.
I think everybody wants to have that opportunity to make it to international play, but actually 2 players on the Bluebies that you've never heard about before. Well, they're Mugi and Koki, and at least these 2 players you've seen in competition way in the past. There's a reason why we have photos, even though the squad came in from the open qualifiers. And, well, the other 3 teams that were in the open quals with them were, well, teams already from the league, so they made it in, and we'll get to see if they can prove their mettle here in the LCQs. Now, Koki, we've seen about before, but there's a lot to explore with a team like this to understand where to rate them, Hab.
Yeah, and at that point you're going to start looking at their actual performances and how they managed to get here. They did manage to come in from qualifier 1, where it is just the Wild West. It's such a long run they have to go through. And they went through a bunch of different teams, all relatively convincing victories. But the final, which was the 8-7 victory that landed them in the current seat they're in. Afterwards, they went towards the open to the closed qualifiers, though, that would qualify them for this. And the first match was a 7-1, 8-7 victory. And afterwards, they were 14-0'd in the semi-finals, which sent them to the 3rd place decider, which they've also lost. But considering the top 4 that themselves qualified, I mean, that 14-0 is definitely going to be hurting, and they'll be looking to make sure that doesn't repeat itself again, because they're definitely against a higher quality team right now.
Yeah, and in the best of 1, you don't want, especially when you're a newcomer, you don't want to overcomplicate your map picks. Skyscraper will be banned out by Kinotrope to send us to Consulate to kick things off for today with Blue Bees from Nagoya. Beautiful city, by the way. Starting on defense. Now, Consulate defense for a team that is new. Is that a start that can maybe help Blue Bees get a bit of that motivation and a bit of momentum early on, Fluke?
In some ways, I think we've seen it have a little bit of an attack favor to some teams, to some regions. They found attack has been better for it. You're looking at, I guess, some of it is sort of known. You can play with the space, but if you lose that opening 2 defenses, your confidence is probably going to be shot, and then you've got to play through the rest of the map. And that's the sort of worry here, is it's very tricky on a map like Consulate, on still a recent map, to piece together just why the attacks of your opponents are working in that short space of time than it is, say, on a map like Bank or Club or something that's had a lot more longevity in the map.
From what I see so far, Japan League itself is hovering, and that's both in open qualifiers, but as in the actual league itself, around a 60% defense in the defense rate on this map, which in theory should help them. However, Kinotrope is also the 2nd best team currently in the league, so it puts it in a bit of a different perspective here, and it kind of shows that they just need to be there together. They need to perform. They cannot just have like that single pop of player. We always say it. Everybody needs to be there if they want to beat Kinotrope today.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That is the only way. When Kinotrope, I mean, their performance throughout the league has been quite impressive, especially in Stage 2. So let's be honest. We expect them to go deep, but how deep is also that other question that could be on our minds. But yeah, we still have a moment to kind of get into it. Of course, we are the English side of the broadcast, so the Japanese end that is running everything. So we might potentially just take a little break and get back and straight into this matchup. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a sec. We made a promise and we intend to keep it, and here we are, starting off with our first matchup of the day here in Japan League, Kinotrope versus Bluebees. I cannot wait to see how things shape up on our first best of one series. A reminder, Kinotrope on attack, Bluebees on defense, and this is the upper bracket. We'll only be getting BO3s until we get much deeper in, and of course, the lower side of the bracket with the eliminations, 99% on Kinotrope,
My God.
the third rated team in Japan, and Bluebees, they're coming in from open qualifiers with a coach that had a bit of experience and, well, another player that played back when Fnatic swapped completely to a Japanese roster. That's how long ago we're talking about. Let's see how it shakes down. Of course, I got my best friends in here, Fluke and Hap, to take it over. Enjoy.
Thank you. I'm just gonna without any weight on this. Bluebees. 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 Okay. Now it's been said. Now it's been done.
Yeah.
We'll just try and put a bigger space in the middle.
I'll try my best to adhere to that. Yeah.
They are bees that are blue.
Oh, that's how we should say it.
And anyone else who is hearing anything else, get out of here. 5 in the morning here. Get out of here. We're gonna watch them buzz around Consulate, starting on their defense against Kinotrope. Now, I wish them the best luck. They, over 4 maps, pulled a total of 9 rounds against Tier 1 teams recently. To be in this position, they are the only team that isn't Tier 1 team in this fight. And they have found themselves up against, currently, statistically, off of recent form, the second best Tier 1 Japanese team. I wish them all the luck.
Yeah, I mean, they will need it. And that's by no means meant to be harsh towards them.
No,
it's
not
just
at all.
that
Not at all.
it is such a good team you're going up against, and there's a little bit of experience on Blue Bees. I don't know if the big space helps. Either way, they need to make sure that they play their best game and they play their own game, and that they try and disrupt. And talking about disruption and Boss G spawn peak, I mean, it's one way to start it off. Doesn't land anything, but at least it lets Kinotrope know we are out here. We will be hunting you.
Now, obviously, as I sort of said before the break, if you're on Consulate and things start to go wrong and you're not quite sure why, it's very hard to rebuild. The throw out into active gunfire on the windows is a choice. I'm not going to say it's a good choice. It's a choice. It gives them that opening kill. The dock is gone. Maybe they were hoping to catch them in the middle of a reload or something, but it hasn't quite netted them a result. That does, though. The Boss G gets rid of Yukiz, gets revenge against the Dockerbee. So they've been able to make something work there. The quick zip up towards the plant. There is a player that is behind the desk. They're just waiting and baiting, and they still lose it out, unfortunately. Bit too patient. Perfectly timed C4. Great cross from Tetyan. And now a 2 versus 2. You've got the Blitz that's trying to find its way around with the shield. The Thinker isn't too far away to support. Are they going to see if they can try and get the plant down? There it goes. The smoke's just getting the cover. There's the player underneath on the rotate. There's only one above, but Mao has the watch, leaving now just player inside the site against the Blitz. They have the vertical control. Where are they going to go? Are they just going to try and hunt the player above? Do they know where the player is? Now they do.
Both going to go out there for verticality. You know, from that hatch, it's going to be almost impossible for the defender to still try and get this counter defuse on. And if they do, well, that shield is just going to be dropping right on top of them, at least if they're aware. Yes, they are. The knife comes in and the kill is there as well. For a second there, I was kind of like worried about the LCQ because it went wrong on like several different areas. The nitro cell and the rappel in next to the break. But also, you know, the person who went in towards CEO got himself caught off as well after one of those kills. went away. 2v2 is a pretty close round, you can still say, to come in. But a lot of aggression here from Blue Beast. You know, the Vigil, Boss G, Spawn Peak looking to be out here. It was a great reaction, by the way. Well aware of where they were. The Doc jumping out instantly was surely meant to catch him on the reload. It was a DMR firing at a window. Usually you're kind of out of ammo as soon as that one opens up. Sadly, didn't work out that time. But okay, a pretty even close first round so far.
Yeah, we'll see how it grows, I think. Obviously, there was the Boss G kill outside. Zipping in, and the player behind the desk, I'm not sure what they expected, what they thought they knew. The reaction time there, I think, maybe play off the audio, potentially be a little bit more to contact in that sort of engagement, be ready for them to come in. They're at some larger point at a disadvantage. If you're sat watching, waiting for them on the fly in, the reaction, like they knew you were there, they pre-aimed the angle, but then it's you getting up into their hitting crosshair, and little moments like that, I think, are where we're going to see the skill difference between what is a very, very strong tier 1 team and a tier 2 team that's fighting its way up. It's done wonders to get here, but at this point, when you're playing for that position, and think how close Kenotrope were to getting themselves towards that major twice this year. They are not letting this, their final opportunity, slip through their fingers, slipped up to the top floor. Now, and obviously, they're going to see if they can try and shut down that loose roamer in admin.
Yeah, and Bluebeast should just be like a nuisance for them, right? Like, it's something they have to pass before they get towards that qualifying match. And that's probably how they'll have to go about it as well. Like, you just have to dispatch them as soon as possible so you can start focusing on the next matches. As here comes the collapse. The camera is there. They know he is going to be seen. A bit of a punch hole to come in from the Aruni. As 4 players are starting to collapse right around him. A little bit of damage done. No, nothing. That's the fuse shield that's going to be shepherding him away. Are they ready for the catch, though? No, someone else just suddenly popped up. There's going to be the Goyo that shows up and saves the day just slightly as we're in a 2-3 situation.
They can maybe get this player recovered now. That there's nothing they're going to risk for. In fact, they just sort of pulled off as soon as they got the kills. Fair enough. Keep it in the 2 versus 3. Play the time. It's a minute 30, and they've sort of slipped their way back down towards the site, towards where they're defending. Does get caught. 2 versus 2 now, and this is a lot more doable, a lot more winnable here for Kenotrope. Blue Beast did everything that they needed to do to sort of get themselves in to this fight engagement, but how much time there is left, that is a long, long wait now. Down inside the site, they have themselves the ability to smash open the hard breach. They're getting the control of the hatch. They're going to see if they can maybe try and isolate just a pocket of space, go for the plant as they did in the last round where it was another 2 versus 2. This is that time to cook, and when they get the reveal, at least for one of the players is Sat, who a bit too worried there. Pops that Goyo. It's really going to be able to offer them much right now. The changing of the hands of the kit. They're going to rotate around towards the breach. The breach even open.
I would hope so.
Yes,
yeah.
so that was done before they went to the top floor.
Especially because they had no exothermics left, so. And I have to expect it's open at that point, running for the actual plant. They do see with the Evil Eyes, but not enough time to actually cancel this. You could have stuck that. 15 seconds though, Evil Eye taken out, second attempt now being made, but that gave opportunity for them to move through. The first one gets injured, and now Tabarao on 19 HP is going to try and find the secure, gets the first. His teammate's still down, he spots the second, but he's unable to actually connect the shots as he has to reload once more.
Going for the pickup, you can see the Thermite was trying to get the kill, but he just pushes up. Yukiz able to clutch out the round here for Kenotrope. Was the first lost in the first round, and it's the last standing in the second. I mean, good ideas there. Going for the pickup's a very risky, dangerous thing. You know, you're in an active firefight as well. You know what they're trying to do, which is to kill that downed player to get the confirmation. They're going to be pushing up, and you sort of have to make a tough choice there of whether you stay locked up, you go for the fight, you're already engaged in it. Do you trust they're going to leave you alone for a few seconds and use this time to back up? And not really what they were planning on. These operators, they're, you know, they stick out more than you remember.
Still confused on how Mugi managed to escape there with his life on full HP with 4 attackers hunting him down. And how somehow Techen managed to, you know, come up the staircase and get him behind him and get like 2 or 3 kills from there. I'm like, how did that happen? How did they just suddenly manage to sneak up? And I think it's kind of telling of the playstyle that we've been seeing so far from Blue Bees. They've been very aggressive. They've been just, you know, taking gunfights wherever they can up until it's at that 2v2 point. That's, you know, when they slow it down, play the objective a little bit more. But this is 2 rounds here where it's been a 2-on-2 situation or a 1-on-2 situation. So, you know, they're just inches away from getting around on the board. The thing is, however, is that we're on a 60% consulate defense win rate over the entirety of Japan. So they are basically in need to hurry this up. They need to get these rounds in soon if they want to have a good opportunity on the second half.
I'd say after the first 2 rounds going away, that was when things were going to get a bit worrying in trying to rebuild real structure. But to be fair, I mean, it's 2-2 versus 2s. That one came down to a 2 versus 1 sort of post-plant situation where, you know, they made a decision. It didn't turn out to be the right decision, but they're still getting themselves close. They're knocking on the door, and there's a good bit of energy. It's a heavy presence in towards admin. They're just going to try and clear their way across towards that default plant spot. Maybe try and get the vertical control underneath it. You can see them, you know, Mugi keeping a bit of an arm's length hold onto the coffin here. But at this point, it's very clean takedown. Using the grenade to force out this fending position. There's a bit of damage done towards the Capital. You can't really lose those smokes. They're quite necessary in this approach. They're the one player. You need to survive the back end of this. They have the reveal on there. It's a pretty standard setup here from the defense. So you assume a firebolt's going to come through soon. You're concerned that somebody's going to swing onto him. There's the firebolt. There's the catch. And it's just so procedural here from Kinotrope. They know what they need to do. It's being very much set up for them. There's a bit of an explore, but they had it dropped. There is at least one that comes back to them. Iruni gets to take. With a minute, and now with both those power positions left, how are they going to stop them just getting in and getting this plant secured? Got to try and lean back in a little bit.
Still have that one Goya pocket on the door, which will be blown up any second now. But, you know, you see small rotate coming through. They realize where they're at. A little bit of work that has to be done on this castle barricade before they can use it. But just considering the fact that, you know, the fire is going to be stalling this out for about 20 more seconds. I'm not sure if they've popped it already. They kind of need to get a move on his mouth. Just gets himself sloppily caught off there. Just stepping back in and eventually being taken out. His Kama takes a lot of damage as well on 21 HP now. No means to actually stop that serial laser gate from going off. So this is all falling apart here for Kinotrope.
They put themselves right around the back of the site. Yukis again just tearing himself through. There's the player in the small cubby you didn't quite expect. 1 second left though. A 2 versus 1 and just on the slip of time. They're able to get themselves their first round. 2-1. And you know, it's on the top 4. They won't be able to return here for a while because it was a late adoption in towards their rotate. But again, it's not been a million miles away. And they get to add 1 more onto their tally of rounds they've taken from Tier 1 team.
I'm a bit confused on how Kinotrope approached that. The late rotate we saw from the Goyo having to also still punch through the castle barricade. He had the gridlock, which was low on HP, which could quite literally not move through the spiral doorway. There was a serial laser gate on there. They were 21 HP. They were not going to be able to do anything at that point. And considering they both knew, or everybody knew where the last player was in that cubby, and no one was in a position to actually deal with it, kind of felt like they just ran out of time. And then you start looking back at the previous round, like at the previous part of that round. They knew someone was right behind the soda machine. It took a very long time before the incendiary bolt came through. They had to speed that up in that instance there to buy themselves enough time for the remainder of the round. So slight mistakes coming out there from Kinotrope. and it's okay. They are not perfect, and this gives them opportunity to improve if they go and continue throughout these last chance qualifiers.
Is the perfect time to get those mistakes out of the way, right?
Yeah.
Is your early games, the one where you're going against theoretically weaker teams, regardless of who you're up against. That is just how competitive brackets work. You need to make sure that these are mistakes where, when all the teams are a little bit hardened, when you're in the quarters, semis, when you're in these best of threes, and people have had a chance to cut their teeth, everybody, then they're the ones that are going to be punishing those mistakes more consistently. They're the ones that are going to be able to shake the sort of tree and see what falls out in those situations. So they have themselves here set up for another quick zip above, but you know, last time they not rushed in. They had the blitz charge up. They were able to get some decent trades off the back of it. Ended up in the 2 versus 2. So I'm curious to see what Kinotrope change here in terms of their approach.
I must say it's a bit of pressure coming in from the top of yellow to keep them occupied, but it's also not really a safe drop-in. He's playing around there with the Warden, so flashbangs, even if you toss those in first, aren't really going to be key. I believe there they go. The Zippin is there as well. Oh, the shotgun swing for a double from Moogie as Cowboy dropped as well. And that's just a round falling apart within seconds here for Kinetro.
Yeah, I guess I wondered what was going to be different, and everything falling apart is apparently the answer. Great take onto one. There's the second. Yukis. You kill a man with a boss G in the first round, and he finds all of his attempts at revenge later on. He could tie things up body count-wise, but there is a second player not too far away on vending that is offering some support. Now, this one is trapped, but he doesn't get support from his own team as the read comes out. They're pushing flat across. They're just looking for this next engagement, the next step up, and oh, saw a glimpse, but they couldn't quite secure it. A 1 versus 3 Yukis. They have to ace clutch this round out at this point, and we might find ourselves tied up in just a second. There either side does get the revenge for the teammate. He's looking for what is a 1 versus 1, but the player is just trying to get out of there. They realize that is not a fight that they want to give them, not an engagement, and there from the vertical, the Blue Bees get themselves tied up 2-2.
It's an incredible round there. They realized they were probably going to go quick again. They set themselves up accordingly for it. And just a double swing with that shotgun to stop the initial push from the yellow stairs, which was meant to be like a support element, of course. A bit of a distraction, allowing the zip in. But that was shut down as well. From Kawa, playing around in that close area. Sorry, Kawa was shut down there, but like on the close area. And that round just quickly fell apart. Although Yukis is an absolute heater. He keeps finding these kills. He keeps putting up the numbers on the board. So you gotta make sure you don't give him too much freedom if you are Blue Bees. Because if you do, you know, it'll rip your team apart. Almost happened there.
I like the group. Ah.
Nice.
You know that reminded me of? Just that sound of all 5 of them doing that at the same time? It was like is it whatever the thing that plays in the cinema of audio, where it's like the phase up harmony thing.
I don't think we have that here.
You know what I'm referencing? You don't know a lot of references anyway.
No, but I don't think we have that here. I mean, I went to a lot of movies in the cinema. It's just we don't have like a
THX? Is that the thing?
I don't know. It's just I've never heard like any of that. Like,
I'll later on I'll show it to you, and
yeah.
it'll either be something that's or something that's just not in your country. But it is also a cultural reference because I think it's even been referenced in The Simpsons.
Okay, well,
so sort it out, Hap.
I'm sorry.
We go down to the basement. Now, obviously, this could have been a Blue Bees round as well. This was, a 2 versus 1 in the end, where they were trying to get their player back up, technically, and it was a post-plant, sure, and they made the decision to go for the pickup rather than continue the firefight, hoping that the player wouldn't push. The player pushed and got lucky. That happens in this game. Decisions that you have no bearing on can be made in ways you don't expect, but the decision here seems to be to try and approach from the back. There is some of the watch up towards the hatches itself. Moogie is playing in Visa. They haven't been forced out as of yet. Obviously, we've seen some decent Boss G usage, and it might be about to find a new friend, the Hibana. Wants to swing in. They'd need a bit of pressure, maybe from the back of the window, just behind the player.
Yeah, also like the impacts are going off. There you have it. Actually, the push has started to come through, and that is going to be the lock-off. However, also losing one of the verticals, so we're staying on like a 4-on-4, and this is kind of like the issue that Kinatrope has been having. They can just not, for the life of them, get a clean pick. Everything is being traded out as Koki just finds Yuki's out there. He found himself in the middle of the site. The Banshee giving away the game out there. Found himself the kill. Knows that there is a second one outside on that breach, and they're looking to maybe swing into him as well, just momentarily, and it's the elbow that's just ever sticking out ever so slightly. It gives the game away. You see right there, like the elbow shows up, but he's just not able to get the kill as Okamesh comes in.
3 versus 3 versus 2 there. Good bit of motion from the Oryx. Went up, shook things loose, saw what they could try and knock away, and look at the kit. And now look at Mao. Alone. In the middle of the site. The kit's above him. It's all being revealed on a bulletproof. And at this point, they're just sort of, you know, taking little bites, little pot shots, pulling themselves back in. And Blue Bees pull themselves into the lead. 3-2. As I said, it could be 4-1. At what point do we start to, you know, see how is this a game of two halves?
And as I said before, like, Lubies was supposed to be a nuisance that they would have to fight themselves through, but it's starting to become a bit of a worry instead. As they're just so disruptive, and you see it, they cannot get a clean opening kill. It's the instant trades that come through. And it's not just that, they're so disruptive. They're trying to do their jobs, and they're just getting interrupted the entire time by someone that just suddenly runs up. Someone that's suddenly in the corner that they're waiting at. And it just doesn't work for them. And it's the unpredictability that a team like Bluebees can bring. I said it before, like, you know, it's a bit of an unknown factor. Yes, they might have been 14-0'd in their qualifying game, but they're still here. And they still showed that they can be competitive against some of the tier 1 teams. And they're definitely bringing that up now.
All right. From this point onwards, I'm getting updates. Updates from production of how the results are going in other games. Exist versus E36.
Yeah.
7-1. Not to exist. Exist are the 1 in that engagement. Well, it's a surprise that that's the quick game today so far.
And to Forces on 1, yeah. That is
Exist is on 1.
Yeah.
Not in the opposite of what I just said.
Yeah, I know, but it's
You're in backwards land.
not the way I meant it, but, you know.
Yeah, you meant the opposite.
Like,
You meant the way that
Forces
I just said it.
on 1 of a game is what I meant.
Yeah.
Well. But, you know, the Bluebees are holding fast. They're staying along and making sure that they're actually in the lead now, even against Kinatrope. And again, like, just being so disruptive, and Kinatrope not able to find an answer to it as they find themselves back on that top 4 again. They ran out of time here last time, Kinatrope. They need to be quicker, and they have the blitz now to at least try and make something happen. Is that a quick barricade to come through? That is.
Well, I pointed out before that when we were in this exact sort of site and situation, but there was 2 rounds Kinatrope had, I said Newbies, they're still biting and fighting in, and now's the chance for Kinatrope to do the same, get themselves level here. Alkayo gets 1. There's Yukis driving through. He's on 1 HP though, so as the swing back comes round, they do find 1 more of the player, but the plant is being confirmed. A 3 versus 1, leaving just Yu left, and dropped round. Gets the easy final pickup. Kinatrope, they sort of threw off of any pretense of the slow game. As you said, they were struggling to get bodies clean, especially. Every single time there was another player from Bluebees popping up and making their presence known. And here, even half, 3 apiece. Now we get this test of Bluebees, how prominent they are going to be in the picture on attack, how much they can sort of keep pushing and pushing, and how they can set the pace now that that challenge is in their sort of hand.
This is what worries me though, because it's easier to be disruptive when you're on the defense than it is when you're attacking. Because when you're attacking, you're just bashing your head into the stronghold that's being set up by your opponents. So what kind of a game are we going to see? And if I look at this current lineup, wouldn't be surprised if this is like an admin take together with, you know, the breach itself. As the other alternative would have been a rush at one of the staircases with that blitz whilst having support from the various windows. You also look at this and you start thinking, what is the utility they have to clear out the shield position? Because that's one of those strong points. It's one of those hard cover areas that is such an annoyance if you cannot clear it out effectively. And they do have 4 grenades, so they do have the opportunity to bounce it onto the shield and destroy that. Maybe even get it behind it, forcing the player to rotate out. But they also have to waste those ADS or ADSs, of course, that have been placed out there. Will they realize that in time?
There was points where I talked about the defense having formulas that could be pieced apart here by Kenotrope, so it's obvious that, you know, Blue Bees know the decent fundamentals of this map. They've ended up here. They've got to have some confidence in this, and obviously it's, from our perspective, the first time we've been able to see them. Obviously there will be appearances of them out there, but on this broadcast in this manner, now a couple of the players do have history. Obviously one of them ex-Fnatic once upon a time when it was the pretty much full Japanese roster, and Cookie was the Vitae coach. Mugi was on Fnatic, and you know, it's sort of been maybe a little bit behind the past. Technically Mugi was the only ex-player from the tier 1 level, and they're currently furthest behind in the pack. Wing comes in, get themselves some control of admin. It hasn't been contested yet. I'm wondering when Kenotrope's going to step in.
They don't have to, really. I mean, they tried to open up the breach. They kind of failed. They hope to get a grenade in there from one of the side windows, and that means that now breach is closed. This is the only entry point they have, so all they need to do is hold on to Soda to just jump up the table and take out the head. Mao gets himself removed, and I was worried that they didn't have a way to deal with that situation, to deal with the Soda machine out there. Instead, such a clean removal. Kenotrope, no reply as of yet. Now the position can be retaken. It might even be retaken if they don't hold on to tight to this doorway out here. So that's going to be up to the sentry here, or to the striker. It's going to be trying to continue to make sure that no one is going to come in behind it. The grenade is going to be tossed in. The player is going aggressive in the meantime, though, as Okamesh will find one and doesn't get traded out.
40-odd seconds left here, and a lot of players still standing. It's about to cook around the front desk. Okamesh gets one, but there's a shield and a shoulder shake, and he's knocked right back out. 30 seconds. And as the Blitz sees somebody else go down in the blind and the flash, it's suddenly just those 2 players left that were on that front desk. They have themselves here prepped up, and Yukiz is in a great power position to strike round the back, but as they cover their motion, cover their movement round towards the top of the stair set, they have to try and get this kit secured down. They have to try and get it planted. They want to move in towards the cubby. They're hoping they can get one more kill before it, and now it is just that single cover, single angle, and stuck in a Fenrir mine. They're moving themselves closer enough, and oh, there's a perfect cover. There's one. There's 2. There's an LMG that does everything it needs to. Yukiz is blind, and he's knocked out of there. What a play from Blue Bees.
They just had to send it all the way through. So we're coming in, again, they're coming in from admin side of the building, and they've managed to go all the way to the other side to get that plant down. There was no challenge coming down on that blitz as soon as it started waltzing through the opposite side of that building. The post plant, perfect position set up with the LMG out there. I mean, it's probably like the best 2 operators you wanted to have in that current, like that exact situation. You wanted to have an LMG sitting out there, and you wanted to have a shield on the opposite side to cause some havoc as well. So, they take the lead. Very loud. very emotional about that one, and rightfully so, because that was a game or a round where they were on the back foot of things and managed to bring it back. So, you know, that must just feel amazing when you manage to pull off one of those plays.
They put themselves in the lead again. They take their first attack and, you know, massively missed moment there from Kenotrope. They sort of let them through. They made that decision. I talked about, you know, decisions, how it can be a flip of the coin earlier where they had the sort of reverse. They went out the round in the basement. They're sort of the same thing. They had the pings. The players were not being subtle. It's gridlock and blitz. Everything they do is loud and slow, generally compared to some of the other operators. And they said, right, we know what they're trying to do. They're going to go for this plant. They're going to go for the cover. What we will do is wait for the time, try and cut the plant across, and then, you know, we're in a 3 versus 1 technically. Easy. But they just stumbled the landing. And here, Bluebee's quick approach towards the break on towards the garage. Nothing to stop it. Nothing to slow it down, but also nothing to stop it. Nothing to slow it down. There's no mutes, no bandits, no Kaids, no Tubarals. I think they expected that wall to be played there.
I'm just more to wondering, like, why the mirror on there at that point? Because they couldn't have literally breached out the rushing in, I think, Emmy.
Yeah, they're stopped by a Kiba barricade. This will buy them some safety. The smoke come out, and there's a blitz right in the face of the Kiba deployer. Gone. There's the C4 getting one back. You can see Kenotrope is falling back, but this blitz just keeps on going, and this is the power of the shields. Oryx is out of there. There's a fight coming around the back end of it. They just keep pressing and pressing, and now it is just Mao left in a 1 versus 2. Has the first fight in front of him, but he's kind of curious where the pressure from behind is. A minute 30 for Mugi and Yu to try and piece this together. Again, another LMG. Not the most common. We're seeing some surprising picks, but also shields in this meta are shields in this meta, and that's a decent use of the blitz for 2 rounds in a row. But Mao, how can they try and find their way out of this? The time that has passed will get those 2 players linked up, working together sooner rather than later. Just needs to see if he can try and slink his way through onto one of these engagements. There's the verticality. Now watch. There's the kick hold. I thought it was closer towards the players on the back. Apparently wrong. Sprays through either side. Does put Habana so low.
Already was.
Yes.
It was actually the beam that caught the bullets out there as he runs by. Yu with the LMG waiting it out there. I was going to say, are we going to see resurgence in LMGs? Because they're definitely bringing a lot of them here in those attacks today, Emmy.
No. I think, look, it's working for them in these specific situations. I do not think the match between Bluebees and Kenotrope is the define of the new meta.
I mean, we did have
me
Korea
crazy.
back then.
Call me crazy. I don't think, surprisingly, no offense to Bluebees, there is only maybe 3 teams in the whole of the Siege comp scene that I would say are trendsetters right now for the new meta. I do not think Bluebees are one of them.
I mean, I remember when a certain Cloud9, it was called, was...
No, but you always say this. You always will quote these APAC games from like 5 years ago being like, I remember when they did this. No, because they just tried loads of different things.
Yeah.
There is a difference between trying things and them working and defining a meta. We are not back in an LMG meta.
No, I'm not saying that we're having an LMG meta again. It just might be, you know, do we get a resurgence in the LMG coming out?
No.
That's the question I had. Not if we go back into a meta.
Is the answer.
LMGs with shields, it's a hell of a combo to go up against. Can't swing either way. Either you get a shield in your face or it's an LMG that's still firing. 3-5. And suddenly, this looks very doable. And Kenotrope grows ever so more worried. As They have advantages in rounds, and they just cannot convert them into round victories. This is the team that was 2 rounds away from making it to the major.
I know.
And now they're 2 rounds away from being knocked out by Bluebies.
This. What a cruel fate that would be. I am so mature. And there goes Akazakura. It's the first time they haven't played Blitz so far that we've seen, I believe, and it's netted them a negative. We might see that change. The Boss G. I don't know, it wasn't even a Boss G. They got the kill. It was the Boss G holder that died in the engagement. From this point onwards, they're playing on the back foot. They don't have the Dockerby to try and maybe, you know, corral some of these loose players. They're not going for the rush. It's a slur instead. It's a full map clear that they've got to get themselves in for, because you're looking at that vertical control here of the site itself, and it's going to now be awkward to fight. You can't get the pre-aim, the preamble of calling them. Will you swing the corners?
Yeah. Bit of an unfortunate way to start off your round. But if you want to go to the major, you're going to have to prove that you can also come back from these. It's, you know, a skill or a trait that these teams need to have. That they're resilient. That just losing the opening pick doesn't mean it's the end of the round already. You reset and go next. As the reaches over the top come through, hoping to clear out, spot out one of those players. No damage done to either side, but at least they know where they are. Rotations are already starting to come through, though, as Mao... Kawa actually drops, so I was going to say Mao and Okamish are down below, not actually in the side at all.
A minute left here. The 4 versus 4. They've been able to find themselves that level take, and at this point, you don't need Keenan Trip to activate. If they find themselves staring down the barrel of map point after they're able to get a real early body lead here, I mean, what an upset that would be to the start. As I said, for everyone's money, it was a 99 to 1% vote on who people thought would win, and I think that is kind of fair. And here, Bluebies are shaking everything up. They're truly taking all of the expectations of this game. Yu gets one more, and at this point, you're just looking at Keenatrope wondering what is going on. Capcan stuck in a single room. The C4 will push them out, and they couldn't get the plant. It was taken from some danger elsewhere. It leaves just Alcayo, though, as they did confirm the kill. They can't quite find the player. They're looking for it from below, and they just missed out. 2 versus 1. 2 great guns on the side of the attackers now. And you've got to see if you can try and retake 2 stories. As I said, I'm wondering, you know, there's one player inside the room. The other, I think, is far off on this floor. There's the pickup. Where are they watching this from? Okay, from the seating area. They have the cross angle. They're not going to play this vertically. They're rotating round. They had an awareness! And Bluebies! They're sitting on map point.
I believe we're going to have a technical pause that comes through, as it just all seems to be slipping away from Kinatrope. 3 rounds now they need to win in a row. And Bluebies, again, from 14-0 in their semifinals of the close qualifiers, to having a bit of a closer game in their 3rd place decider, to finding themselves 3 rounds up, 3 map points up against the number 2 team in the region currently. That 1% on Twitch is gonna...
Imagine if you put points on this game.
they're gonna be so rich. You're gonna have unlimited points on the channel from now on. I wonder if it's also just a single person who's done it, and then, like, it's gonna get all of the other stuff.
I am so shocked. I think I might still be dreaming. So
what if this is just a collective fever dream?
I woke up at 3:30 in the morning, 3:45, to start my work day. Listen, I love the siege. I'm gonna be here for the siege. I love the siege. I think if you are drinking a energy drink before 5 a.m., then you're in a very specific circumstance. And that's the circumstance I'm in. And for the first game to be what arguably are the favorites of the tournament of this, and this isn't them done. There's the lower round. There's the lower run. They could do a lower bracket run. This isn't the end of Keen and Trope. Otherwise, I would be screaming my head off. Going down to a team called Bluebees. And I have been so good at refraining from saying stupid things. But at this point,
you gotta
my
commit
love
to
of
it.
Bluebees is off the charts.
I hope many people have caught on yet.
Oh, everybody. And for me, it was when Milos was saying it before the desk.
Yeah.
But it's just, that is the team's name. I don't know if they know it, but we know it. And it's not even like, there's something, because it's so silly as a concept and it's so early. That's just hilarious to me. And I am a mature
professional
woman in my 30s laughing at a team called Blue Bees. Even when I say it with a big pause.
It doesn't help. It makes it worse.
Help. Does not help.
Right, like it puts even more emphasis on it.
Again, all of the jokes that are running through my head.
I have the same thing. Don't worry. I'm
so professional. I wish
we
my
can use them. We can use them for the
my bosses
timeline.
know this. If any of them are watching this specific game, the English cast of this game, then they'll know and respect the hardship
That we have to go through this morning.
that we have to go through. And you know, if
this was a community cast, oh my.
you know what, I mean, if Blue Bees win this, I think they're then up against Enter Force 36.
Uh-huh.
And there's that fight that's gonna happen. And then from then on, obviously, you know, let's be realistic, but I mean, we've got some real unreal, you know, performance here from Bluebees. In the best possible way. They are so good, so prominent, so powerful. They're just taking over this map. And it's hard to sort of piece together why things are falling away, but I've got to play by expectations, everybody. You're looking at that lower half of the bracket. You're looking and probably favoring Crest against Father's Back. You're probably favoring Hag against Vitae. Then you're probably favoring Hag against Crest. Crest did some decent bit, but obviously it's a bit of a rematch, and you know, I'll still go with the favorite. Then it'll be Bluebees versus Hag.
Possibly. Could be indeed what we're heading towards. Who knows? And, I mean, we do have to mention, they did lose 14-0 against Enterforce before. They did. They did. So that's still on the table. But if they manage to take this victory away from Kinotrope, that would be a huge accomplishment to the team already. And to all the players involved as well.
Obviously, we could cut away, but I think if I lose this momentum of movement and mania, I'll wake up again and then I won't be living in this world. I like how they're cycling the operators though. It's almost like a slot machine.
Sadly, they cannot all choose the same operator.
They cannot all choose. So like a lot of gambling, rigged against you.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Kivera's in the ocean. Do you when
Swimming.
you buy? Oh, not buy. When you set your card background, do you do it specific to operators or do you?
Yes.
Okay.
So first, what I did is I had the backgrounds from every squad. So the first thing what I did was do that. Put the squad background card on.
Elevate for everybody. Don't know what that water one is.
I don't know either.
That Kawa has for everybody. Alkayu, that is the Elevate? Recent one? 2023?
Yeah, it is.
2024? I don't know. And then
With
Goyo
the
only
cursed
has the
skin.
Manchester Major one.
See, I like the Furia one because I saw it on Koki, but also when he was playing Mira. And it kind of looks like a Mira window. To some extent. So when I was playing Mira, it's like, oh.
It's like a lineup. It's like
Yeah.
been arrested. Ace has been arrested. Nordic Ace has been arrested. And Ash is in Scar's world.
I really like the wildcard one. Because it's like a trading card, but now I'm just sad that the operator portraits are so big that you cannot see most of it.
I can see you being sad about that.
Yeah. Hey, I'm just
Yeah,
collecting the trading cards in the
No,
game, you know?
I think the people that I like the Theorex Cat one
Yeah. I would understand why.
because they're like it's two little cats. B, they're over the shoulders of all the operators. You can combine them with operators. I think that's when the cards are at the best. It's like the cute version of the one that Mao has. Maybe that's why they're called Mao. Because it's like the sound a cat makes.
Maybe.
And that's why they have the two big cats from the
Those
Manchester
are lions,
Major.
yeah.
Yeah,
Both
lions
meow.
meow if you ask them nicely.
Why danger if friend-shaped?
The Rick and Morty dock skin. Obviously, now skins, you can have them on your player cards all you want, but there's a very specific set you can have in the game.
Hey, in my opinion, if someone wants to run the Rick and Morty skins in competitive, be my guest.
I think you should be allowed to run pay-to-lose skins.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not like it's gonna give you an exact advantage.
The reason, for those who don't know, there's actually two big arguments that are made about those skins. We're gonna go to a break. That's been caused by the OBS, and you can't argue with those. Right, we'll go to a quick break, and then we'll be back, hopefully soon. Welcome back. We find ourselves on the precipice of greatness. One of the biggest potential upsets I've seen in a while. The biggest upset that could be out of this bracket, bar none. This is Keenatrope. Second team, 2 rounds away from getting to the major against Scars. Lost it. Find themselves here, 3 rounds down against Bluebeef. The only team that's currently playing in the LCQs that isn't a tier 1 team has Keenatrope on the brink. Bluebees have them pressed, pushed to the side of Consulate. Can they finish them off? Get them thrown out of here. 1 round keeps in the upper bracket. It would not be the end of them though, would it?
No, they will still have the lower bracket to go through a second knife, as you may, which is best of 3. So maybe, that will sort out or, do better for Keenatrope. But, of course, still a game at hand that they need to try and win out here. And if this goes all the way to overtime and they secure the victory, I mean, that's still job done. You still, prevent yourself from playing extra games to some extent. But they are so close, and this is probably not what they expected. It's not what the people expected when we saw the 99 to 1% rate come in. It is an upset in the making, and I just want to see it through. Oh, fire? Okay. This could be a quick planned attempt to come through as soon as that fire runs out. There's no Goyo, though, to slow things down, so it will have to come through from the air jabs to stop them from going in, and someone else to be a little bit of a distracting force.
Here's the swing in. They've got all the cover they could want. There's the blinds, and there's the attempt on the plant. It'll just take a single C4 to stop this, but where is the pressure? The air jab pushes them off. The Echo drone saves the day, and there's the swing. They were close, but Keenatrope just had enough preparation in. They do at least kill off 1. However, with the Echo, with this controller now, the kit recollected and moved around, they've got to see if they can try and find a new way of approach. They've thrown a lot of utility in, thrown a lot to the gauntlet, and haven't netted up wards. At this point, with an air jabless Nomad, with no flashes in their pocket, 3 flashes in a Buck who's underneath, but currently a little bit alone, and a Thatcher who can only offer a couple of Claymores. Wondering what they can try and bring here to make this work against all that is still ahead of them.
Kind of mistiming there on some of that utility. You saw that the EMPs were being tossed in before the first person even hit the actual site itself, so the yokai, as you see right here, could still function pretty nicely without actually any challenge whatsoever. As in the meantime, Yuka's taking some small amounts of damage to Yuyu, playing down below with that skeleton key, hoping to open up. He's just trying to challenge the one doorway. It's going to open up even further now. Yuka's forced back, and again, the skeleton key is just haunting him down the road and trying to stop him from being able to impact this actual round as the plant again to be attempted. Again, the yokai with the stun to come through, but at some point, they'll just have to connect.
30 seconds, not being offered anything at this point. They're going to see if they can try and get this plant secured, and there's the catch. Swung too wide. They're still pre-firing on, and Yukis gets the vertical control, leaving just the single player now. 15 seconds, an unsecured plant. At this point, you're assuming this round is as good as done. They're not offering anything. Keenatrope played this cautiously, and Mao gets the final cutoff. First round back from the break, and it's theirs to take. There's still a distance of 2 if they want to avoid the lower bracket.
Of course, Keenatrope, shown resilience before, will be able to, maintain composure and get themselves into a situation where we will be headed towards overtime. But at the other side, all Bluebees has to do is just stick one of these attacks. Just stick one of these little pocket IDs they have, and suddenly they find themselves an extra round in. And again, mismatch of utility here. Too quick sending in those EMPs, so there was nothing left for when the actual yokai started to come through. Should have waited at least until the plant was started. Then you start throwing them in. So there's no opportunity there to stall it. So, some slight issues, but nothing that cannot be fixed. As we're headed towards the basement. Different sites, calls for different approaches. You can only think about, like, what are they going to do next? Now, you do see the bugs, so probably a lot of verticality. 2 heart breachers. Like, it might just depend on how many people are inside. If this is a low pressure on the site, who's to stop them from just directly hitting it? Because that's been successful so far to some extent.
I think that's it right now. Is obviously that there was a break in the momentum. It's only going to be something that works against Bluebees. It's always going to be something that plays more into the favor of the team that needs the break in momentum, whether, you know, things have pieced together or not. That's just how the chips fall. And at this point, Trope, they have to make sure that Bluebees don't taste or glimpse at that sort of scent of success once again, because as soon as a round starts to flitter into their favor, that's it. You're done. It's a best of one. Now, there will be maybe some fear about a C4 over the top this time round. There's a late deploy to the mirror window to watch the back. The breach comes out on the wall itself. They're doing bit by bit. They're not trying that mirror window this time round. It was on the break. Instead, it's, again, a little bit more hands-off. They're not leaving anything to chance.
Want to make use of the glass. They still haven't revealed that the glass is around here. And as the drone is getting some information, we might see Twitch coming in from yellow, as you see happening right now, as smoke will be used to cover the plant, and instantly afterwards the glass will be up for the cover, and Yuki is all the way up in near piano. I'm not sure if he can actually do anything about this when the push comes through. It's just a close left that they need to hold. They managed to actually run past.
Look at their health. They're going for the plant. It would take, I was going to say, a side of a C4, but that one lands pretty direct. Now, the Azami stepped up quite aggressively on the left-hand side. The Glaz might not be aware of the chance of a swing coming around. They kind of want to risk it, but you're going into a Glaz. There's an easy pickup for Yuki's round on the back of 5-2-3. The Glaz does kill keep a carrier. But at this point, you know, you're looking towards Mugi, you're looking towards Akizakura, who are still getting some work done above, and it's for the second time the first approach has failed. They've got to try and piece together everything that's left, see what they can try and make stick.
It's just 2 people basically being put out of play with their current positions as soon as they went for the execute there. Not aware of the fact that the Azami was playing close by, dealt a lot of damage to Nitrocell, just having to land anywhere nearby to actually land the kill. Long angles are being watched. They're trying to salvage whatever is left. They know yellow is clear. Now they have some top floor control. The Glass, of course, still trying to find an angle somewhere as well, but no one's really showing. As Kinatrub knows that sometimes the best thing to do is to do nothing. Oh, what a drop in. Actually opens it up.
20 seconds left now. They're trying to fight their way in towards the site. There's a rotate that's going around on the top, and Detchin's going to see if they can plant, but they are instantly locked out. There's the swing of a shotgun, and it's suddenly all fallen away. A fight inside. Akazura is able to piece 2 together, but with the timer and with the vertical, Okamesh is just not handing the fight. They wait for the call, for the rotate. They pre-fire. It's going to get stuck at this point, and with the C4 just missing, they somehow escape. Okamesh, have they given them a little bit too much here? Akizakura, 4-1 since the rehost, has a huge opportunity to try and drive the team in. They have the watch on the drone. The play is revealed. Swings the wrong way. Okamesh wins it out. Oh, the pressure was a bit too hot there for the new blood, but so close.
Oh, that's rough. Somehow managed to steal that round away, almost like a 1v3. The 2 downs confirmed, the plant somehow being able to be stuck. And you understand it from him. You don't want to run too far away. You don't want to get out of that garage completely, so you know why he's in those boxes. But he wasn't sure where the actual push was coming from. And so he changed, and so he lost the gunfight, sadly. Which means that we're now a round away from overtime. Tactical timeout will be called. 30 seconds. Is the first initial approach on both those rounds went wrong. It's only the salvage afterwards which has brought them close twice. If the first attempt sticks, the round should be in the bag. And that's kind of the way to go about this. So they have 10 seconds left to try and figure out a way to make that work.
I mean, you know, it was a divide, it was a gap that got bit apart. There was always the possibility of Unitrope remembering who they are, showing up and delivering upon it. Again, as close as it could be. This game, it could have already been over if we think about a different clutch round. We've had multiple throughout this. Really a more engaging series than I expected. But, you know, when you have the sort of lineup, when you look between this game and what was the other game, at the same time, the Exist Enter Force game, you're thinking, one of these is going to be max round, maybe OT. One of these is going to be a 7-1. You would have put a lot of money on it being the other way around.
10 seconds left.
Probably would have. But the Bluebies don't disappoint.
No,
As they,
never. I am
your new favorite team.
a huge fan.
Heading out to the
But as this final attack comes through before we hit overtime, they also know they just needed to make one stick. And they have that opportunity to still make a stick. This might become more of a default kind of take. A bit slower, a bit more methodical, rather than trying to get that plant off as soon as possible. Try and take some more control first, because that's what the difference was in the first round. You had the mismatch in EMPs being used at the wrong time, which caused the Echo to actually be successful. Together with the fact that two people were on the opposite side of the map, not really having any impact yet. They weren't challenging yet at that moment, which doesn't help. And in the second round, you have the same thing. Two people are upstairs, but they haven't opened up any verticality yet, which means that there was no pressure yet onto the side. And they just rush it through with, well, someone being quite close and a nitrocell to finish off the job. If you had those people with verticality ready, the Azami would have never been that close to breach.
Now, this first take, first body could be the defining factor here. The past 2 rounds, Bluebies have operated with sort of one short, and they were able to make things work before there was a great sort of duo pair clutch out, but as Yu goes down first, they have to try and find a quick response here. They're shuffling the kit along the console side towards the office itself. There's one out. Mao has gone down. The cap can. At least they're not an active gadget operator. At this point, you assume everything's still sort of deployed. Not able to find a second follow through here. They open up towards Baguette, but with the vertical starting to be in their favor, how can they try and stick the landing to lock this one out?
It's going to be the big question, because they do have vertical, but they don't really have ways to create a lot of verticality fast. They have Ash. It's basically all reliant on Tetyaman here, who's trying to open up as much and as quickly as possible, and maybe even use some of those, but just missed out the opportunity of catching one of them off guard as they rotated by. Goki standing by on top of the actual hatch, ready to go for a plant, but they need to have control of Yellow Corridor first. There is still a defender out there that's just holding tight as Yuki is stuck behind the desk. You go, and you're thrown at the wrong moment there, Mugi, as he gets himself dropped down.
What a rough moment. Coke's going to see if they can get this planted in. They've got the cover and drop from the top. Now, it's all on a bulletproof, so it can be picked apart. We're going to OT. You feel for Bluebies throughout this, obviously, that they were so close, such a roll. Technical problems. And since then, Kinotrope have just stepped back into this game entirely, whether it's the combination of being on this moment, 1 round away from beating them. How much momentum that would carry them through, I don't know, but that all gets reset, and I'm hoping we get to see the Bluebies that we had earlier on in the game, where they were confidently closing down these end rounds.
Luckily for them, they get to go back to attack to some extent. They can show that they've learned from their mistakes, even though defense was definitely favored to some extent. They've gone so close in some of those rounds, and, you know, maybe the tactical timeout was even like, you know, let's try and close it out now, but if we do, we go back to attack. And we know what we've done wrong in these past couple rounds. So let's make sure we improve on that. Let's make sure that the entire team is actually firing rather than just, you know, having two like divisions in it. Like half of them are on one side of the map, not really having an impact on the round. The other are trying to get the plant down at the same time. You gotta make sure that those two divisions are working in harmony, that they're working towards the same goal at the same time. You cannot have two people basically, I mean, it isn't staying in spawn because they aren't, but as a comparison, you cannot have two people staying in spawn, having three people try and rush your plant, and after they die, those two people get into gear and start actually working towards the goal. You need to make sure that once you pull that trigger, everybody's in the right position.
Now continuing their role here on the defense, Kenotrope. I guess in a lot of ways, finally showing the team we expected to see. You know, they started slow. Maybe they gave a little bit too much to themselves and didn't expect enough from Bluebees, who, let's be fair, you know, they've done fantastic to this position. As you said before, they were 7-0, 7-0'd in the route here by one of the two Tier 1 teams that they played. And it's a team that has been dispatched by Kenotrope before. It was Enforce, and from this sort of regard, you had expectations of Kenotrope getting themselves stepped up and being that potential major fighting team, and I think we've only really seen that on these last couple of rounds of them feeling like they're in control.
Yeah, and it might also be, you know, of course, be the unknown factor that Bluebees carries in here, which might have made the game a little bit more difficult for Kenotrope. You know, and once they go back to play against the regular teams that they face week in, week out, they'll have an easier time, I say, as Mugi will find the first. Kawa removed, doing some absolute great work with this DMR so far. Definitely want to pop that fire, but first check if someone's around, see if there's maybe some damage you can do with it. There's a minute 20 left on the clock.
Getting some work done once they can't pass because of the fire. There's just a little bit more space being closed, being taken away. It's early pops of the smoke canisters, and still two more in pocket, but the shield of Akizakura. This was a big part of the rounds that they won early on. They're trying to fight their way through. They just need to try and stop the planter. Yuki's gets the first, but Coke moves their way up, able to get the crossfire, gets one on towards Yuki's, removes the player that can try and watch and deny the plant itself. The blitz has to not overextend. There's a rotation coming from the top of yellow. There's Mugi getting on towards Okamesha. 4 versus 2 at this point, and as the pressure drops from them not being on map and series point, suddenly they're able to reignite themselves. The blitz gets in close, gets the beat down on towards the Goyo, and once again, Bluebees on top, finding themselves one round away from progressing in the upper bracket.
Or literally smacking down that final player there and taking their spot, potentially, in the next round, as there is 2 opportunities for them to still lock it off. And one of them is going to be on defense. And this is what I said, like, they took the tactical timeout 2 rounds ago. And it's like, you know, you want to try and lock it off in regulation, but if not, we will be starting on attack. We will have to make sure that we step up big. And that's what they did there. They went for a different approach and it worked out. It was everybody working together rather than 2 separate parts of the team doing separate individual things.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
And thus, does it go back towards defense? They quickly go to the replays there. Bash down there. It's so... Like, what do you do when the shield is that close in front of you? There's no more running at that point. You just have to hope that you get the knife off before they do. But even then, like, shields have knifing priority. So if they knife like anywhere close to your prompt, they're going to be winning that out every single time.
On towards the defense, on towards an opportunity here to again shake things up.
5 seconds to go.
You know, Bluebees there on what would be the biggest upset, regardless of the fact that we find ourselves in OT and it's been a bit of a weird pace. You know, and it hasn't really been scream about it round. Maybe that's because it's still 5 in the morning here. But it's also been just a strangely sort of set up and paced. It's always been a full control that sort of slips away, and You can see the mistakes that are being made by both teams. It's great that Bluebees have been able to punish that and sort of make their presence known here on the big stage. As I said early on, if these things happen for the side of Kenotrope, then against other opponents they'll be punished much quicker. Here, Bluebees have done excellent. And as some of this utility gets cleared out, being able to step in there, Mugi unpunished, getting rid of some of the gadgetry, and only one Selma charge left now.
That shouldn't be allowed. Like, someone should be there to stop it at least. Be able to be in a position where you can at least, provide some fire towards that doorway. You can see from multiple of those windows. How is he allowed to just step in there for such a prolonged time? It wasn't like it was just a second in and out, but it took a bit longer than that. I think it was like a solid 5-6 seconds out there and no one was there to punish him. Oh. I like these punch
Rolls
holes. Got a good kill from there earlier.
But they now know that obviously the players in that position, you can sort of pre-fire low and hope to get them. It's awkward to move out of the way in that situation. Think about when that wall is broken low, well then suddenly all of the wall becomes peekable because you'll always see the base of the player. A different swing here. Kenotrope, they are not leaving anything to chance. It's been a while since they've been on attack, and they lost most of their final sort of, the latter half of it. They got two, and then got the very last one. There's the big chunk in the middle that was taken away from them. And this was a site where Bluebees were able to, as I said before, sort of
Oh, look at that angle. That's disgusting. Honestly.
Disgusting. Filthy angle. Now, 40 seconds. Every player still standing. The start of the execute. The blinds on towards the default. The pressure of the bees behind there. Swinging around towards the top of Spiral. But the first kill comes out for that long, dirty angle. Kawa gets Yu in the meantime. And then it's traded out towards the top of the stairs. They might be able to pick them up. There's some pressure that wants to come underneath. But they're not quite sure where to throw themselves in. The Grimbees reveal the player. It's a similar sort of attack that netted results here for Bluebees before that position was called out. They waited for the teammate support, but now they've got to see if they can try and stick the plant itself, cover the fire behind them, go for the tucked plant. There's Mugi biting their way, gets the end of Okamesh there. Going for the mad dash, they couldn't quite make it. That was such a risk, such a gamble, such a trade in a 1 versus 1 here.
He got it!
Whoa, Kawa's down! Kawa's down, Akazakura just has to hold it out. A huge showing from Bluebees, and they find themselves on top. Massive game here for what is the upstart, making their presence known, pushing Kenotrope down to the lower bracket, and moving on the upper bracket themselves.
Amazing from the Bluebees out here. I loved seeing that reaction out there in the end. They didn't know Twitch was down. Like when the defuse was going down, you just saw like 5 concentrated faces, and as soon as they won it, it was just pure joy to come through. An 8-6 victory. Who would have thunk that was the result we were headed towards?
Well, we'll go to a break before we're back with Mila.
what a day. There's no two ways around it. It's an incredible showing here. Kinotrope unable, even as one of the top rated teams in Japan, unable to get across the huge hurdle that Blue Bees were. They just stood firm. They held onto the map the entire time. And even though we got to that overtime to close it out, Blue Bees had the opportunity to close it even earlier if it weren't for Kinotrope coming back on that second half and taking it to OT. What can I say? I don't think waking up to something like this, a surprise like this, I think that's really a good start to the day. Just Blue Bees right in your face, taking that first game, that first map, and I'm just happy to see it, Emmy.
I'm gonna leave.
No, you shouldn't.
I'll walk away from this.
No, you will never walk away.
They were, I mean, it was good. The thing about the performance here from the team is it's amazing that they won. Kinotrope underperformed. And there's no two ways about that. And yeah, we have expectations, but they just were not locked in, that they weren't closing things out. The amount of engagements that was scrappy, the amount of times that they kept on having Blue Bees surprise them and pull them apart. There was only about 3 rounds of that game where I felt that they were playing at a level that we should expect from them. And otherwise, you know, Blue Bees fantastic, but Kinotrope just have to do better. And now they have to do better or they'll lose. They're in the lower bracket.
My question to you is, what happened? Did Blue Bees play in a way that was just so unexpected? Did they use the fact that, hey, they're coming out of nowhere to outplay Kinotrope in some ways? What's your mind around that?
I think the first half was quite important as well, and that's mostly due to the fact that they were so disruptive. Kinotrope couldn't get a clean kill. Every single time they managed to find a kill, there was like 2 other Blue Bee players that were just popping up in their face and just shutting them down as a result of it. And you know, those rounds, those first 2 were very close. And afterwards, finding 3 of those rounds really set a certain tempo.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, you have the side swap, and you're like, okay, this is where things get difficult. But they actually managed to circumvent the actual defenses for a majority of them. Actually, just focus on the objective, find themselves ways around it, just go quick here and there, which worked wonders for them. Whereas after the rehost, we had a little bit of a mismatch, which is why they didn't close it out earlier. But I'm convinced this should have been a 7-4.
Absolutely. And even if you're looking at the scoreboard, you're thinking, wait a second, Kinotrope had even like more kills, better overall performance compared to Blue Bees. Yeah, they actually did incredibly well, but Blue Bees, there's a lot of rounds that turned into 1v1s off of Blue Bees, somehow bringing it back. There's one specific one with an IQ left alive down in the basement, winning it out. It's just incredible to see what we have. And of course, Akitakura, our MVP of this first match of the day, 133 FPS, pretty much 80% on the cost, 2 plants. You love to see it. A support player that somehow can actually do damage, or an attacking player that can somehow play the objective as well. This is great. I love surprises like this, especially so early in the morning, I mean.
I think the main thing that we got from them, though, was probably about 50% of that was when they were on Blitz. And 3 rounds, they sort of dictated the pace as Blitz. They were able to get themselves in, and then they opted to not bring it for a couple of times, and you know, things fell apart a bit. But hey, if it works, it works, you know?
Absolutely. And so an update, as you guys were saying during the game, Exist losing out to Enter for 7-1. A massive, how do I say upset, but like unexpected matchup scoreline. And of course, both the teams, including Vite, absolutely smashing Kinotrope absolutely smashing Blue Bees during the open qualifiers. So hey, who knows what we get? Blue Bees versus Enterforce, but that'll be for much later on. We'll just update you on our second game. CAG and Vite are going up against one another and continuing on our schedule. Of course, 3 best of 1s and 1 best of 3 to close out our day. That'll of course be in the lower bracket, but we're going to take a quick break. When we get back, it's CAG Osaka taking on Vite. See you in a bit.
in a twist. And I boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man here, think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. And I boss like communist.
This is what we've been training for.
There is no angle we can't cover. We are Rainbow.
Reporting for duty.
Tap tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it!
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, vise que la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres, La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire, fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire, fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We LARP as commentators. Today, we're trying to have some fun with our day, and actually a great start to it. Our first best of one knocked us out completely. Expectations thrown out the window, and I love to see it. But we have a second game on our hands, and now we can kind of turn around and see what is it like with CAG on the limit. Hey, Bluebies, 8-6 against Kenotrope. That was a wonderful game, even though we believe that Bluebies could have probably ended it even earlier. But now Vitae will go up against CAG. And the question is, can Vitae hold against CAG and upset the day? Or will it just be CAG moving on? Or will CAG it as usual, I mean?
They're cagging. And I think that's... I mean, they were so good in best of ones. They were struggling in the playoffs, and then they found themselves playing well in the best of 3 game. We talked about how Kenotrope should have handled their game. They should have. If CAG Osaka can't handle Vitae again, another team that's struggling, then you worry more for CAG, I think, at this point, because again, our expectations of them, they were great in best of ones. This is a best of one. Set it up.
They have to at this point, right? Like, I mean, they want to be the top 2 team. They always have been a top 2 team. Now, Kenotrope, they decided to put a little bit of a spanner in, but now find themselves in the lower bracket. This is a great opportunity for CAG Osaka to just try and breeze through this top bracket. Make sure that they are finding themselves in the grand final, where they'll face whoever for that final major spot. So, I mean, we said the last
it's
game,
fair
but
to say
everybody
that you
expects them to win.
expect CAG Osaka to be in the grand final, right?
Yeah. But, you know,
at
it's
this
CAG
point,
at the same time.
Yeah, that's what makes it fun. This squad can offer so much. We've been saying this for years, but then always falling short in games that we think they should have every advantage, and then they go and then defeat like one of the best teams in the world in one go. And you're like, okay, how is this happening? But that's just, I guess, the experience of being a CAG Osaka fan, Hap.
I remember all the flags we had at the majors where they were there. I think they're a pretty fun team as well to watch. It's just that they're their own worst enemy, and the fans notice as well. It's like they could be in complete control, and then suddenly it just all starts crumbling, and you know, they do some silly stuff, and it goes wrong even more so. they cannot show any of that today. They need to just have clean games through and through. They want to reach that grand final. They need to go to the major. Again, like 6 invitational points are gained at the major, not in this qualifier, which means that if they want to go to SI and not have to go through yet another open qualifier to get there, they got to make sure that they qualify to the major first.
Will be the opportunity here, but we have to take a look at their opponents for a sec. Vitae, that we know from the regular league, they've been actually quite fun to witness. However, they were definitely not at the top of the ratings. They went into LCQs by being in 7th place in the group stage, so not making it into the playoffs. Chance for redemption today.
Yeah, entirely that, right? This is the sort of split of this team, and this is why I'm saying that there's almost this same expectation of, in the format of best of ones, Vitae bottom of the board after what their first stage was. And in stage 1 they were second, and it was huge and it was monumental, and then it fell apart in the best of 3s, and then it fell apart following through. And here you're looking at CAG that's sort of done a little bit of the reverse. They struggled in stage 1, they've absolutely smashed it in stage 2, and then it got into the best of 3s and things fell off a little bit. But the fact that they lost one game throughout it all, and you know who that was to? Do you know? It was the first game, and it was against Vitae. CAG Saka's only loss in the best of 1 was to Vitae, a 3-7 on bank. So this is almost for them double down, retribution. Get your flawless run against all the current JPL teams from stage 2.
That attack win percentage for Vitae is just, it's heart crushing when you look at it. 26% means that there's a lot of issues to handle. But again, like you mentioned, that first win and the only loss that CAG has received in the regular stage was to Cyclops, or the only win was against Cyclops Athlete Gaming. Well, there's a lot on the line for both of these squads, and CAG definitely have to feel the pressure. For all intents and purposes, we should have probably seen them take the whole cake here, but Scars, of course, also considered, I guess, in that top 2, and they absolutely are when it comes to the ratings in JPL. But I'd like to take a look at our map for this series, for our bands all set and ready. Again, this is a best of 1 series. We still have 1 more to go after this, and a best of 3. Hap, can you take us through the picks and bands, please?
It is, I'm just waiting for the bank to be removed first, by the way, considering they've lost that one. So, to some extent, I'm expecting that one to be removed. They haven't. Kagasaka are going to be removing the bank ban eventually to come through, which leaves a couple left. Nighthaven Labs, for example, is still open. Wouldn't be surprised if we go there. Aha!
All right, we will. Let's go. Defense start for CAG. That's a situation we find ourselves in. Vitae were able to ban Border to take us here. Labs, we've been talking about this over the past few weeks of how it compares to Clubhouse, and that, yes, defense has a bit of an advantage on it, but if you play it properly and you understand how the attack works on it, play the vertical, play the hard breach, then you got a lot of options to pull through. And these 2 teams, they faced off on bank last time, as you mentioned. It's a completely different ball game here on Labs,
Yeah, well, statistically, you would just favor, I think, CAG on this. Obviously, it's been banned a lot by Vitae. They haven't really wanted to come here. They're second lowest. Currently, at the map pool, actually, it's their lowest preference map statistically is Nighthaven Labs. It's kind of drawn with Club, but a little bit of a preference to Labs, whereas 4th favorite for CAG, you're looking at, they've got 1 recent play, 1 recent win on it. They've had it as the decider, but it's been banned against them 5 times recently. They are more than happy to let Labs roll on through here. So Vitae opting for this over Border, over the aggressive gunfight, which in Border, they've lost it recently, but it's something they're usually more happy to go to. It makes me a bit curious of, I guess, what they're expecting from CAG, and if they want to play a slow game. Apparently that's where we're at.
And last time Vitae played Nighthaven Labs, that was day 2 of the group stage in JPL. That was just over a month ago in September, and well, they they lost 2-7 to exist. Absolutely got shreked. Only could collect 2 rounds on the fence, but that's when they didn't really know what to do with it. Maybe over time, things had developed. But if we're looking at a player comparison, we'll get Sharip and Jim, and at least on the baseline of it in terms of ops and statistics, they're looking pretty close to one another. Hap.
Statistics definitely quite close. Jin was actually the MVP the last time they faced off against Kag Osaka, which, I mean, you kind of will be looking at him again, right? Like, can you pop off once more? Can you make sure that your team is going to be the one that comes out on top? Because there is still that major spot on the line. Not all the aside points that they might have wanted to get, but the major definitely is there, and that experience is so desperately needed for a lot of these teams. For Sharip, it's just been a consistent, like, strong force on the side of Kag Osaka that's been carrying through some of these games.
Absolutely. And with that, our game is set. Our second best of 1 series on Nighthaven Labs this time. Kag starting off on defense, Vitae on attack. This is still in the upper bracket quarterfinal. If you lose this game, no worries. Well, a bit of worry. You're going to go through the lower bracket, but if you win, you're sitting pretty. You keep moving on through best of 1s. A close, tight setup here. 58% to Kag on the popular vote, 42 to Vitae. There's no two ways around it. We're going to have to head into the server itself to see it. Remember, last game was a 99% for Kinotrope, and look at where we got. So let's send it in. Hap Fluke, please have fun.
We'll try our best. You know, it's a surprisingly close vote that.
Yeah.
Usually you get a preference. Maybe it's weighted by the fact that at the last time these two teams hit heads, there was a kind of result that people wouldn't have expected. And hey, now's that test. Now's that moment. Good luck, Kag Osaka. Let's see what you can break apart here. It starts on a map that I'm curious to get the reasoning on why we've ended up here, but that's down to Vitae.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I would fully understand it from Kag Osaka bringing it here. It is the more fundamental map. It is the more, you know, like step-by-step kind of map. We compare it to Clubhouse quite often, and of course, Kag Osaka, pretty experienced team. They know what's up. They know what's ahead of them. They'll be able to play into this map better than maybe Bank, which is a lot of space. Leaves for a lot of surprises from the enemy roaming, and them not having to worry about it as much now might be a help to some extent. But, you know, we never know until we see how it plays out. So, as we get into it, just a quick mention of the bans. Tiburao gone, Bandit gone. It's going to make breaching a little bit easier, and then Ying and Montaigne to be removed as well.
Okay. How do we start this one going? And will it be the same sort of story as before, where I cannot predict anything, the world is upside down, who even knows what is going to happen next? Okay, we're not going to have another Bluebees result yet. They don't. This is 2 tier 1 teams. One of them has been underperforming recently. One of them performed very, very well and fell apart in the best of 3s, but this would be such a big confidence game for either of them to win. Obviously, Vitae being able to get the double down, beating Kag Osaka in best of 1s. Bank to here, different play space, bit slower, but there are still the sort of, you know, vast areas of space they can take control of out of the lobby. You get these quick cross cuts, which already being made. The pressure on towards Shuri. Tosun let themselves tucked around to a little pocket of safety. Try to introduce the pace very quickly, and there it is. Black Ray is the one that gets caught out. Eversung's able to find the first entry, pull themselves off. You can see the energy of an Ash that wants to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, quick take indeed to come through out there. Is also removing one of those nitros from the board. Could be huge later on in the round when they're about to start and try and get a plant on. Now, only a minute has passed, and you've already lost one of those players. It's going to be giving you so much opportunity to move, but as the attacking team, you have to make sure that you also utilize the space you're given with this. If they don't, then, well, you're kind of just wasting that time. So, without being too dangerous in your movements, you still want to be able to gain some control on the back of this kill.
We are protected.
Now with the clash, trying to get themselves maybe a little bit of a slow down position here. You find yourself in, fortunately, less guns head up, even in the pockets with Anaton. I think from the side, the Vitae's approach here is built ready. What is a pretty standard breach, although it seems like they want to go for a change of pace. Around the side, Chibisu gets one, gets traded out. There's the clash again, showing up, trying their best to slow down the approach, further back. That grenade rebuffed to protect the shield itself, though. Vitae, they pick up, they move on. They're trying to go for what seems to be their third route in towards it. Jin goes onto the pocket and towards the connector, caught by a proc. They're back here towards the original approach. They were able to obviously get one kill. The reach on towards the jungle wall. At this point, Vitae's sort of back to plan A situation. Has it bought Nagasaki a little bit too much time, the control to let that slip past. Shuri knew the job that needed to be done. Sironeko gets one more inside IP.
Hit.
And yeah, with the kit on the opposite end, Vitae, unfortunately, their quick rotations, their full team movement allowed a player to slip through the net, allow them to get an aggressive position, punish them for it. It started so strong, but unfortunately ended quite poor.
And this is what I meant. They managed to get an early kill early on, but they didn't take any ground off of it. They stayed outside of the building. They managed to, you know, did 4 rotations in that round with the majority of their team, which of course creates gaps, and gaps that Kagasaku will be more than happy to take and occupy. And I mean, honestly, it is some beautiful trick of discipline. We've seen great moments happen on the back of those where, you know, you see someone and you just don't take the shot because there isn't a lot of time left, and you have another opportunity to go for out there. And with that, he dropped the kit, and then suddenly you have that under control. You have a clash out there. The round's basically already won.
Nagasaki, they get there first. They, I think, were kind of surprised and shocked and awed, and it's an early lesson, a wake-up call that they might respond with here. Vitae were almost their own worst enemies. You think when you roll the dice and you keep trying to change things up, you're going to give them opportunities to punish. And the fact that it was full sends as well, right? We saw them fully go to the jungle side. We saw them then fully rotate round towards top blue and aqua, and then fully go back. And it just introduces blind spots that will, unfortunately, punish you in the end if they can just keep their cool. Kagasaka talking off. As I said, we might see a little bit more aggression, and there's a lean out all the way. The Thermite's going for the breach here on towards the wall. There's the second roll out as well. The claw won't be able to stop either of those. Now, the danger of getting both those walls open means that they can lean out of them, but actually, one of them, I think, might have been caught. There's a chance that the single wall is still stood.
Not fully sure. Also, we had the entry kill happen over the top near the warehouse area. We see Sironeko gone. Played a huge role. Yeah, I think the wall is indeed still stood.
Still stood.
That means it's just a breach wall, which, to be honest, is still enough to actually work with, especially if you do manage to get verticality under control. And with only a minute left, on the clock, it's still plenty of time to start working on the top floor and the middle floor control to maybe see what you can get from there on forward. So far, all good on the side of Vita. They still need to do some work, of course. There's still roamers around. Black Ray is more importantly one of them, together with Sharif. They're still out and about and looking to cause some trouble, and you know, you have to find them at some point. Oh, they know.
Oh, they know. They're not quite able to get the angle, and that actually gives Black Ray a bit of a heads up there. They just wanted to force the player down. They weren't going for the snap and the kill there, otherwise they wouldn't have just had the buck break over the top. They got it great, but what they've been able to do is clear the space. You can see the Goyo on the far end of Shuri is trying to investigate what they can do towards the top of cargo. Slow down their approach, make them second guess things, look for openings is always something Kagasaka have been very, very good at. C4 is ripped and ready to go, but they're waiting for, obviously, the attempt on the plant is possible as well. That won't catch anybody. Step too late and a little bit out of pace. with what was being applied, but still, again, the flirting of danger at the top of cargo. They've dropped now down in towards EXO and back towards the site from the opposite side. They've given up that territory, but 30 seconds, and you have to start thinking, okay, where is the plant going to be put together?
This is going to be a hatch drop. It's huge for Sharif. He is so close to be able to come into the flanks of 4 of these attackers. 20 seconds left, Emmy. They need to execute now. They need to get into the site, as I believe the first one's about to be caught.
10 seconds to
Well,
go.
with the breach open, with the tuck on the door with 9 seconds, Black Ray gets one, Shibasu gets the second, and once again, failure to land. There's pressure around the back of EXO. They're looking either side, but with Kit outside the breach, they can't even make it in time. As I said, just still this lack of focus on the landing. You can see that they're doing the first bits well. They obviously got the entry twice. Now they've got themselves this lead in, and then the actual execute onto site. Just struggling with the concept here. Vita is struggling with the time management. Maybe when they get onto this, get onto the tertiary, or even get onto the second swing at these sites, they'll get a bit of a better hope.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
But now, unfortunately, time is that cruel mistress playing into Kagasaki's favor.
Important kill there for Chibisu. You mentioned it. The fuser dropped outside because he swung that wide. It was an unexpected angle that they were actually in at that moment in time, which caused the kill to come through. And after that, you know, there's still all that fire. And again, like, such an early kill, but the lack of initiative on clearing out the rest of the roamers really hurts them there, because, you know, as that happens, they also start running out of time and actually clearing out the site itself, as you saw, with all the fire still around. So, these mistakes, they all add up. Eventually, Nagasaki, all they have to do is just sit still and wait.
Defuse a bomb.
Just send 1 or 2 out to cause some trouble. The rest just waits until the site. Puts all that utility down there. They never really get to fully clearing it.
I have an update. On the other game, playing on the other stream, between Father's Back and Crest Gaming, the upset, they just do not stop rolling. Father's Back, 7-4 Crest Gaming. What is going on today?
Attackers dropped the
I don't understand.
It's opposite day.
Best of ones, sure, aren't always the best judge of it. That is where you get the most surprising results always. Because you can just have one great map and then, bam, that happens, right? But that is 3 for 3 on, let's be honest, underdogs winning out. Crest losing, Exist losing, Kinotrope losing. Across those opening 3 games. Siren Echo makes sure that that isn't happening yet in this game. As Vito watch another round or another body drift away from them. 2 lost, they lose the entrance, they lose another, and this has been the worst landing they've had so far as they try to smash their way on top of the blue. Fortunately, it just leaves Duo left. And he's got to get 2 duos if he wants to win this round.
I'm afraid it didn't even take off in this round, I mean. I don't even think we can talk about a landing at this point.
attackers have recovered.
The fuse will be recovered. I mean, at 15 left on the clock. There's plenty of time for him to work some angles. However, Nagasaki are a quite experienced team, I think you can say, and they will also know that right now is probably the best thing to do nothing. Just send some shots out, keep him busy, but don't actually go for active swings in this moment in time. And a little bit of damage is being done. This duo looking to clear out, hits him just over the billiards, but not enough to actually get the kill through. On the second attempt will be deagled back in the face. And that is going to be launching that round as well towards Kag Osaka, who are now getting quite a definitive lead.
It's cool, calm, and collected. And obviously, it's a game of 2 halves. And as I said, the big shortcoming, the big falling, quite obviously, from the side of Vitae has been the execute on towards the site, the plant itself. That was the first time where everything fell apart outside of that. But otherwise, they're
Defenders
doing
protect your
all
bomb
the
from being
sort of right setup jobs, control jobs that they need to, and then the first bit of pressure fails. But here, Shirip stepping in, getting the double whilst blinded. Huge on towards their side, the end of the deagle. The worry is Kagasaki are just going to get, hotter and hotter and hotter, get themselves closer towards that halfway line, and find themselves suddenly, what, 5-1 up, 6-0 up, maybe. And then with all the energies, just push this over the edge.
And so far, Kagasaka not really looking too stressed. You know, again, the early losses there, but those happen. Might be sacrifices to the gods.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
But they managed to hold them strong. And it's just because of the fact that their opponents are kind of struggling with putting up the pace as soon as they have the advantage. They get it, they get the kill, and then they start thinking, and then they rotate, and then they rotate again, and then they rotate again, and then they go back to where they just started and decide to execute from there. But at that point, Yagasaka have already been able to completely reposition themselves and just pick him off guard as soon as the pushing comes through. For a second there, I thought that Smiling Cat was going to do like a sick parkour, but
Just jumped onto a car and jumped off.
yeah, I thought he had some like trick or something he was going to do, but no.
It's just cats. Cats
Yeah.
and cars.
Living up to the name.
Wanting to climb on and, it's theirs.
Next thing he starts smashing things off the desk, you know?
Yep. Smashing players off. So the last time we were here, we had Toasung on the Ash. Got in, got their entry kill and their only kill so far across the 3 rounds. This time they're playing a bit slower. I think they're going to try and focus, hopefully with a bit more direction, on towards a single take. Great smash of the mirror. The destruction underneath the wall has slightly fell. There is a reinforcement in pocket if they wanted to try and get this done, but depends how long. With Shuri playing in the lobby, not too far away. I think they're hoping that they can maybe try and draw some attention, and attention has been drawn. What? Whoa! What are you doing? No. No. There's the take onto the second smash, Anderton.
Not the third! Surely not! Is it going to reinforce now?
I mean, what a moment.
Third,
Anderton
man.
looks down, gets the next. Shurip drew the attention there of that player. Shurip does find Jinum, and this is going to be a timeout after this.
Yeah.
But that was just... Oh, that was bad. That's my expert analysis there. I mean, there's a lot to go into it. The fact neither player knew how close they were to the wall, not being able to catch the reinforcing player. The Vector is a great, great gun. But so is Ash's an entry. And I
What about
mean,
the other 2 players? I mean, I guess why Anderton thought it was clear. He tossed a C4, no one died, so he thought, okay, it's safe to go for a reinforce. He just didn't know that he was already up next to the wall at that point. It's a miracle he survived. It's a miracle he got 3 kills from the same position afterwards playing on the soft wall.
15 seconds to go.
He's throwing hearts. Oh, he's breaking them.
10 seconds left.
Okay. He's making broken hearts.
aww. He's being shot.
Operators, you are out of time.
He's very far outside the map at that point. But the pseudo-tactical timeout was necessary there. Things have just not been connecting, and that last round was, yeah, the definition of not connecting the shots in the end there. 4-0. It's a rough scoreline to start off with. And Kagasaka so far, showing why they've chosen this map. Even when they're a man down, they've been able to consistently pull it back, get themselves in the controlling factor of the actual map and round. Is this... Yeah. See, if I was the Ash at that point, I would alt forward. Like, I don't rage quit. I've never ever done it, but that would have been getting me very close. It's just painful.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough, right? That's rough, buddy. Yeah. My girlfriend turned into the moon.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
What?
Have you seen? You haven't watched Avatar?
I have watched
Again.
Avatar. Yeah. Oh no, now I know which one you mean. Yeah. It's Sokka? Is that his name in English
Yeah.
as well?
Oh my god, a cultural reference. Someone alert the
Yes!
press.
I got it.
That's rough, buddy. We're looking for I guess, the single breach being done. Are they going to move quick here? They're stacked up. They're getting themselves droned around. They're investigating the options. There's 2 players top cargo. I think the rest are in. They're pushing around. Shurip gets 1. They're inside the site on the back. There's at least trade back and forth, but as Shurip cuts them down, it is all fallen apart. Anaton gets the kill on towards the door itself. And, I mean, Kag, I don't know if they just expected it or reacted very well to it, but losing the 2 bodies top of cargo, the 3 that entered into the single breach, the pinch rush did not work. I said it would be 5-1 or 6-0. There's a good chance it'll be 7-0 at this rate.
It's not looking great. It is if you're a Kagasaka fan, by the way, but it's not looking great. If you're supporting Vitae.
Attackers need to locate and
Haven't been able to get any of that like sharpness that they had against the game they won against Kagasaka earlier in the season. And this was obviously supposed to be a rush, but 2 people just halt it. They just stop it. And even the LMG wasn't able to shut down. I believe it was Anaton who was playing close around the corner. Even the LMG, which might have been on a resurgence earlier today.
It might have been meta defining earlier today.
Yeah, definitely not now.
5-0. This, I mean, okay, all the other games had results you didn't expect. This one, you kind of expected this. And it's funny how the audience, obviously, you guys thought it was a bit back and forth. And yeah, there's a lot that swings into it, but the best of one where Vitae beat Kag was a long time ago. Kag now has something to... Both teams have something to press and prove and improve, but Kag more so because they had such a good run. They fell out of contention. They found themselves overall the 3rd team based on the playoffs, and they want to make sure that they come out still as the 2nd best team so they can get to that major and have the hopes of getting towards Invitational, obviously.
drop the bomb diffuser.
Anaton gets the opener here. There
Mirror
goes
spawn
your hard
peek.
breach.
Why not? A mirror spawn peek? Was that it? Was that what happened? Or did he just shoot him through the mirror window that he placed on the IT wall? Yeah. No, okay. That's rough, buddy. Moment.
Yeah. The
Did he
Kag
just
as
drop-
well. If you're looking towards SI points, they're what, 2, 3, 5-ish. The 400 is the cutoff. If you get above 400 currently, you'll get yourself entirely confirmed based on the numbers. Kag sitting 17th, 235. They get to Montreal, and they get themselves, I think, guaranteed at
55.
45?
Or 45, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, because it'll be phase 1. 55 is if you get to phase 2, you're guaranteed that. I think it's 45 for phase 1, which puts them close to around, what, the 300 mark. But they need to be able to get there over their opponents, because obviously you're looking at, what, Keenantrope is maybe their upstarts. If Keenantrope get through, they're on 200-ish, 190-ish. We lose the Ash as well. It's the importance of getting to Montreal is you get to SI for potentially Kang. Stars, you're pretty confident they'll make it at this point, but who knows?
All very stacked up here. 3 remaining members to make sure that this doesn't become a flawless half. And they kind of have to, I guess, considering they still know there's people up on the top floor. A little bit of damage done. Black Race trying to rotate out. Has time to rip off the barricade. Turns around, quick goo mine, and falls back towards the aquarium side, towards the blue side of the map. Now, mind you, the diffuser is outside of IT wall. That hasn't been breached. So as long as everybody's in the building, they're not going to get that back. There you go, Tosung has it. Now there are 30 seconds left to clear out all utility and get a plan down. Now, I don't want to be pessimistic, but especially if Black Ray's still up here, it's just not going to happen, Emmy.
Well, probably not. No, the 5-2. Black Race pulled himself back. Look at the timer. They would need to get in, get planted, get covered at this point. Kag, they're just playing this game out, really. This is the point where you go, oh, we're playing silly. It's like, nah, let's just win the round. Let's just move on to the flawless half. They ended up getting the last 2 kills anyway, but I think it had already long been decided that round itself. 6-0, the flawless half. Nagasaki are 1 round away from continuing the upper bracket run. And they would be looking at farthest back as their showdown if they can get this one locked away.
Lotus Baku also, you mentioned it before, kind of caused a bit of an upset, winning 7-4 against Crest.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
Them having to go up against Kagasaka, who right now are in terrific form in this matchup so far. It just doesn't really matter. They're just gunning around, having fun, but also at the same time doing nothing when they're required to. It's going to be terrible for them to go up against them, I'm afraid. And Kagasaka looking to clean this up in a nice 7-0 sweep. As you mentioned, a bit of payback from the one loss that they've suffered throughout the regulation.
Hey, this is the best kind of payback you can get, right? Was, hey, remember when we would have had a flawless run this split if it wasn't for you? Yeah, here's a 7-0. Take this to the bank that you took us to last time. All right, Kagasaka, will this be wrapped up now? They've got the hard breach, the chance to drive right on towards the plant itself or the walls. They're, played against the Thatcher. There's no electrics to try and stop it at all. So it's, you can't trick onto this wall itself. More just precautionary. But as it gets opened up, they then move off. They've done the work there. The wall is open. It's now a threat. They can try and force people down.
And they're just looking for now where they're going to be going to. Of course, a lot of it has been reinforced. A lot of it has been taken care of. Not everything is as important to take. And it's kind of like the decision they need to make now. What do we want? A free kill! Smiling Cat no longer smiling out there as he gets himself taken down from above. The ping followed up with the skeleton key. Quick swap to the C8. Just a nice combi that the Buck can put up. Chibisu just missing the mark there on one of the players. Rotating back downstairs. Duo still holding on tight. Still playing around there. Has the opportunity to potentially lean back into it. But he has been droned out. So they know he's there. And as he just fired upon Chibisu as well, he's got to be quite careful with his next move as well.
Ooh, a bold
There's a guy there.
motion, but a shoot gets one more and they don't. Get the confirmation on the kill, Chibisu. Gets it locked in. Two players standing here. They have a kill each across the 6 rounds that we have played. And it's something that I haven't actually mentioned, but the team has as many kills as rounds. Will that end the same? Or can Mayra be the star, be the player, be the light here? At this point, 50 seconds. You're just kind of waiting. For the end of this to come together. It's an easy sort of setup. They've got themselves eyes towards either of the plant spots. They're droning out the location of the player. They know exactly where he is. They can force him further back and play the objective if they want. There's the first fight offered to him. There's a bit of a vertical challenge that's coming in. They're on the default plant spot. They can ping it as much as they want. But that is all that they've done. Kagasaka, cool as you like.
I liked how Kagasaka in that last round didn't just flood the site because it was a 1v4. They realized, okay, this person's still moving, has a way back. Let's take this calm, slow it down, let's drone him out properly and make sure that we get this as cleanly as possible rather than just flood the site and hope for the best. You mentioned it, no sanctioned troll times coming in from Kagasaka out there. They continued playing it as if it could just still switch at every single given second.
Well, let's go to a quick break.
It was done as quickly as it started. The, I guess, top 2 rated team here in Japan, Kagosaka, take it back and make it 7-0. That's revenge if I've ever seen any, and it is best served in the LCQ bracket. What can I say? This is just, the EPS alone is almost 3 times the complete, the average of Vite Hap. This is the way to bring it back. 94% of the cost, also average for CAG.
I'm surprised the EPS is still that high on Vita. Like, it had, said it had 7 kills in 7 rounds. Like,
I'm surprised, like, that Vita's APS is almost as high as my IQ, which is very surprising. Like, that high numbers, despite that game, that's impressive.
Kagosaka just had their number. Like, even if Vita managed to get, like, the early frag, they took so long to get anything done, and then they changed their minds 5 times before they finally committed to a plan. If your Ashe rushes in and gets a kill, hey, that's a gap. Maybe you should use that rather than give it back to the defenders and be like, thank you for, like, borrowing this to us. Now you can have it back. I don't know. It was a weird game for Vita. Like, they didn't struggle that much on the entries initially. And initially, I mean the first 2 rounds, because afterwards it's been Kagosaka every single time. It felt like the game was already over after, like, round 3.
Anderson didn't die.
Really?
Oh my. Yeah.
7-0.
God damn.
Yeah, Shurut went 10 to do the 3 players on 100% cost, the other 2 on 86%. This was a slaughter in picture form, and Vite probably be like, oh, okay, let's not do that again, and you hope that they carry it on. Maybe they'll probably not come back to this map for a long time again. In the meantime, Kagosaka, what a statement of saying, look, one of those spots in the finals is ours. Whoever else gets it, we'll just beat you there as well.
Well, that's a way to end our second of 3 best of ones for the day. We still have 1 BO1 to go before we turn to BO3s and eliminations in the lower bracket. Father's Back will be playing Kagosaka later on, as Bluebees and Enterforce is our next turn of attention. We'll see then what happens with our final matchup, best of 3. That'll be later on for today. Let's put up that schedule one more time before we send it to break, just to refresh everybody's minds. First up, Bluebees 8-6 versus Kinotrope, 7-0 for Kagosaka versus Vite, and now it's Bluebees versus Enterforce. So let's take a quick break. When we get back, we'll get into our third BO1 of the day.
And I boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. And I boss like communist.
This is what we've been training for.
There is no angle we can't cover. We are Rainbow.
Reporting for duty.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Hey, tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Hey, tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder wave! And I think he might just find it! Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, disque la place du premier, fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres, la somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais je me sens en feu, je suis
Welcome back, everybody, to Japan League, and our LCQs continue on with our third and final best of one of the day before we move on to BO3 eliminations in the lower bracket. And Bluebies are back at it again after their narrow victory in overtime, 8-6 earlier on today with a huge upset. But at the same time, their opponents, Enterforce, they made it happen. They actually smashed their opponents 7-1 unexpectedly. So let's take a look at our two rosters. Whoever our wonderful producer would like to go through first and have a chat about them. Welcome back. Hey, I'm Milos with Mir Hap and Fluke, my co-hosts, and Bluebies are in first. Emmy, what a big surprise today.
Oh yeah, I mean, we were there. Where were you when Bluebies fell Kenotrope? It was just a surprising game. They pushed themselves to it. Kenotrope underperformed, Bluebies overperformed, and now they've got to see if they can try and continue that run, because regardless of whoever they play, they are always going to be the underdog in this story. It's, one ex-Fnatic player in Mugi on the far left, Vitae's ex-coach, and then 3 new upcomers against the Tier 1 world. They're making things happen.
It's not just that. It's also if they even would make it to the major, they stay an underdog. Until they have some solid performances on that either in the Tier 1 league if they manage to reach at some point, or at the international stage. Everybody's just gonna be looking at them and be like, okay, yeah, no. They aren't even in the main league, so shouldn't be too worried. That's exactly what Kenotrope might have thought when they were being shut down. So yeah,
that's exactly when you should be worried, let's be honest.
Yeah, it is. When you don't know the opponent, you should be more worried.
Well, there's Enterforce on the other side, one of the lower rated teams in Japan League. Of course, you can see it with their overall results and how they perform on individual sides here, but they already made a pretty big start in the LCQs. Can they continue it in the upper bracket, Emmy?
You never really know with Enterforce. I think that's the sort of idea of them as a modern team. They surprised us. They were at the base sort of level in Phase 1. Phase 2, they surprised us. Came into the playoffs, bit of surprise, and then fell. And now it's back in that opportunity. This game should be in hand for them. Then they're looking at potentially and probably, if things keep going the way they are, Kagasaka as the final sort of hurdle into a final. They're not a million miles away from it, and that's good energy for a team like
that. I'm also just looking back at the game now they had against Bluebies, and it was a 14-0 in the semifinals of the qualifier and playoffs, right? It's by any means, again, they should be the preferred party to go with, to side with, to think that, they'll be able to get on top of this game, because again, not a single round was won back then. And while Enterforce has improved, it seems like, in their form ever since, the regulation ended, it is still that unknown factor of Bluebies they're up against.
And that's what we love to see here. This is why the LCQs are always so much fun, no matter the region, because you never know who's going to make it from open quals and if they're going to cause any sort of damage. And clearly that has been the case here for Bluebies, but you're expecting Enterforce to at least show up, especially after that 7-1 victory that they had a bit earlier on. But our maps are set. Emmy, can you please guide us through the map picks?
Yes. Clubhouse, banned. Chalet, banned. Consulate, banned. Bank, banned. Labs, banned. And Lair has been banned, Milos. Thank you very much.
Don't tell me what the next one is. It's Border and Cafe, and they've been?
Skyscraper, not banned.
No, not banned.
Other two have been banned. Yes, you're right, Milos.
Oh, okay,
Border
thank
and
you.
Cafe have been banned.
Goddamn. I was holding my breath there.
Yeah, well, good. It's hard to pull in map. To be honest, I'm doing a meme there, but
I know
we have no data on Bluebies outside of the one map we've seen them play. We don't have any data for LCQs. Don't have any officially tracked stats. I couldn't tell you what their map preferences is. All I can tell you, baby, they're Bluebees. They're here to play.
I mean, look, let's at least compare two players off their performance so far here. And obviously, Mugi only has the one game of stats to work with. That's what Emmy is mentioning. Whereas Akusu has 108 kills and deaths to work with. But
They're pretty good.
Yeah, there's a slight difference in the sort of stats that we get here. But is there anything in any way that we can extrapolate, Hap, from the endless amount of games that you have seen over your career?
I mean, it's still going to be difficult, right? Like, we've seen the one game from Bluebees, and we don't know how much that was them overperforming and how much that was Kinotrope underperforming, because Kinotrope was definitely underperforming to what we've seen in terms of the level they played against Scars. Whereas Enterforce, of course, I mean, they were the best team when they were, playing the regulation, when they were playing the playoffs. However, they've been doing pretty well in those qualifier playoffs. Where they won the entire thing and didn't drop a single map. I'm just going to check. They lost 4 rounds in the first game, and they've lost 8 rounds in the second. So only lost 12 rounds over 6 maps. So back there they did quite well, and this is one of the teams they met. So that's the only thing I'm going off.
I think one of the things to take away from the fact that it's Skyscraper from the side of, obviously, Enterforce is it's not been a great map for them. At this sort of idea, they lost it in the quarterfinals that knocked them down against Kinotrope, where that went pretty much the distance. Remember, Enterforce won the first map, and then they sort of got brushed aside. It's a common map in this region. It was played quite continually. I think it was 9 times over the split of 49, and it's a well-known thing. So Bluebees might have a good game there against the fact that it's not a great game for Enterforce.
This is one of those moments where I wish I was really part of the Japan region and spoke Japanese, because I'd love to see what scrims are like between T1 and T2 within Japan. Does it happen? Are Bluebees part of it? Just because we get to talk about it, for example, in EU, we get to maybe talk about it in NA, but not really in other regions, because we it's kind of a language barrier and a bunch of other stuff that we have to work with here. But getting this info would be so cool. And looking at it just one more time, Bluebees have come in from the open qualifiers, whereas on the other side for Enterforce, they're in from the usual league at 6th place. They made it into the actual playoffs for the region in the stage, and yet we're not able to make much of a dent. Still in the upper bracket here, as you say, a big surprise, but I'm sure a very welcome one for the other side here of Enterforce, especially for Bluebees, given the current situation. Though the question is, how do things head into that server, and how do they look into the server? We're going to have to take a quick break before we find that out, so we'll be back to get right into game in just a few minutes. And here we are back again, ladies and gentlemen, MBs, into our third best of one of the day. Bluebees, we get to see them one more time, and we'll see if they can continue the streak of taking out pro league teams or teams in our professional circuit. To go up against Enterforce, it is tied 50-50 with our public vote. Let's get into our matchup. Fluke, Hap, please take it away.
Wow. 50-50. Come a long way since that 1% Bluebees, let me tell you. And you cause one upset, and who knows where you can go here. Interforce will be the attempted match made in Heck. And by that I mean Skyscraper.
It's going to be a rough fight for both these teams. And especially Bluebees managed to get quite a lot of fans, I guess, over just that one upset they've caused on Kinotrope instantly to the 50 you just mentioned. And then to Force. You're 14-0 up on these guys. Is it going to be 21-0? Or will we see at least a couple of rounds this time?
Time will tell. as we find ourselves entering in here. They're able to start on their defense. They get themselves rolling through here. Now, on this situation where they could get themselves technically 2 games away from a major. Either of these teams have everything to play for here. The expectation, we said it before, if you're unaware of Blue Bees, welcome to the room. You are one of the 99%. They are the sort of tier 2, tier 3 team. They have one ex-tier 1 player and an ex-tier 1 coach, and otherwise doing their best to smash it through. But yeah, they can get themselves rolling on as we start here with what seems like a pretty team-concerted effort. Control over on towards the statue side and then push your way across. That is the MO of this site's hold.
Oogie instantly in an aggressive position out here. We'll be reinforcing off. That should get it. Oh, what?
Wow.
Interesting. Was that under his feet? Or do explosives actually go through and bullets don't as soon as you start reinforcing?
I don't know. Vetus meus. But we'll see if we can go on from this now as we get ourselves with this little bit of progression. A single body gone, the Goyo gone. Think about, though, what they're putting the pressure onto here. The Blitz is looking for the pressure. The army's doing everything to keep themselves alive, building around the minibar here. They're going to see if they can try and maybe get out of there, but there's that Blitz, and there's that runaway with a cross-cut from Akuzu. They get that rocked in. There's suddenly a cocked player behind them. They weren't quite aware of Coke, who's able to get themselves one bite back. Now the pin's coming out towards the minibar with a 4 versus 3 with the knowledge that there's a player isolated. Missed shots here from the smoke, but there is cover. Comes through. Izakura is able to get one of those trades out. Grimbees are pushing the players off. They've done a great job at escaping here. Somehow, Blue Bees have been able to get themselves leveled up, get themselves the 3 versus 3, and get themselves back to site safely.
It is insane how they managed to salvage this round and get it back into a 3-on-3 because it seemed like they were just completely being overrun, but unaware of the fact. Are they just rushing in the side? Akusa style, I believe, was. Yeah, with the pistol. Read that the reinforcement was coming through. You instantly see them trying to respond with 2 others as well. As it turns into another trade. Sending in the drones, trying to get some information. They need to figure out where the player is. You gotta check in your back. As the Capcan is now spotted as well.
30 seconds here, a 2 versus 2, and Blue Bees continuing everything they did so well in the first map. They get the cover of the planter off. They just need to swing on. It's a 2 versus 1 situation post-plant. But they have to try and hit Akuzu together. They have a great gun, good awareness on where the players are. Huge take on towards the first. There's the second Akuzu. It's almost a similar story to how it went out last time. So close for Blue Bees at the start of the game, but unfortunately a little bit too far.
It became way closer. Like, I mean, it was such an early entry, and whether or not, you know, like, it was an odd situation where the reinforcement was basically 90% up, and the grenade managed to get the kill in the end there. But that's a clean kill. There was no trade to come through. That's what's out there. However, unaware of the fact that there was 2 more roamers around the exhibition site. And then you have a bit of a repeat of what we saw through the first map that we saw from Blue Bees. They're just being disruptive. You cannot get clean kills because they keep leaning back in. So luckily Akusu was there to get 4 kills in the round with that Famos. It is a hard gun to control. Picking up 4, that is... like, you barely see it anymore.
Into Force 36. They get their first round, and, you know, in fairness, they did open very strong. They obviously got that grenade kill, however that one came to pass. They then put the pressure on, followed it through. Then things started to peel away from them a little bit. As I said, the rotate wasn't quite caught. The 3 players, the defenders were able to escape themselves back towards Geisha, and then isolating, going for the plant, going for the retake. Again, same thing. I know it's sort of the repeated moments of what I said about Blue Bees before, but they are doing good things. You can see the decision making. You can see that pulling off that for the 2 versus 1, but also at the same time, would a more experienced team and a more experienced player swing round, go for the fight onto the planter, try and get that locked out. Don't give them the moment to get themselves tucked in, get their head up, and go from that situation. It's just here leading on. One bad shaky first foot. They lost the opening 2 rounds and then absolutely teared back in the last showdown to get themselves in.
Need to come through. Will be successful in the trick, especially if they use a second. It's going to be Tubarao out there, so trying to get an opportunity to get it back on. Second EMP used, but that won't do anything until that Tubarao is disabled. I don't think he has time to actually trick it once more, unless he does it. Yeah, there you go. Activates it before the previous one runs out, as they're trying to push in with an E1D and a Blitz again to make some ground.
There's the Blitz. Yamada's trying to drive it through immediately on towards Drum and knocking on the door. They're stuck on the wrong side of a shield, and that'll allow defenders to actually just smoke it out, buy themselves some time. It's Sylvia, though. Catches off Yu, catches off the Warden. And some of the cover on the opposite side. Here. Now with Izura getting one back. Izakura even. He's getting one back outside the window, as shown on the picture-in-picture, just on towards the shrine side. You can see the Blitz is eagerly anticipating a step through, but nobody to directly support them as of yet. They've got control of Drum. They're putting pressure onto shrines. Nobody underneath trying to loop their way back up house stairs. There's nobody putting pressure onto the breach. They've got to widen here, and that's where Vanish is going to get themselves onto. Exactly as I called it. They'll go underneath. Nope, towards the breach, towards the pressure that they can apply here. The wall is slightly open, but it means that they can just put some pressure through. Open up the minibar.
A lot of damage on the Blitz there is not going to be helpful in those last few seconds. We're about to enter with 35 seconds. They got an opening. They got the kill to go in and trade with as well. They do need to get more, and the Blitz being so low gets shot in the side of the head, leaving only Take left. In a 1v3 in 20 seconds. The Fuser is down. There are shotguns around multiple corners that he has to fend off. It's very likely that this is the equalizer. There you go.
Wow. Just too much to be done in that final hurdle there. The sort of busy work that had been done, the time and utility and players that have been wasted inside the take onto Shrine, inside the take onto Drum, was unfortunately just too thin by the end. They didn't have the breach work done. They didn't have the support. They didn't have any pressure on towards Samurai Window. They'd sort of thrown themselves in quite direct. And unfortunately, on a map like this, it leaves you a little bit stuck as they found themselves one apiece here. So where do we go next?
Oh, the lineup. Go quickly out there. Love it, like the most common word I hear is just nice in all these comms. Either way. 1-1. That means there's already direct improvement from the Blue Bees, considering the last time they played it was a 14-0. And they, of course, are on a bit of a... I guess it is like a mental boost as well, considering you took down Kinotrope.
Oh, yeah.
The number 2 team, you feel invincible right now.
Yeah, and exactly it, right? That's the sort of idea of this team is every single win they get, regardless of who it's against, is huge to them. They haven't had experience at this sort of high level. They've not really been able to be anything other than underdogs in their entire history. They're 3 unknown sort of players, unknown entities coming into this. And then what you're looking at is not just going against teams that have maybe handed them bad results. As you said, they have already improved. With 1 round, they have improved upon their performance in a best of 3 against Enterforce the other day on Club and Labs, which, you know, to be honest, Labs especially handles in that similar sort of way. Club at least is known, but they're both quite boxy maps. They're both sort of quite driven takes, and for this to go away, for them to start to go into a skyscraper, great. There's the swing round. They've once again lost this opening body. Hasn't been a statistic that has favored or played nicely with Blue Bees as of yet. That was on a charge up for a hold around top of the house stairs.
They're also a bit less aggressive compared to what we've seen in their previous matchup. In their previous matchup, they were just continuously trying to lean back into fights, I say, as we do see one actually happening from the drum side of things. Fire has been deployed. It's just there to slow down the attack ever so slightly. It's going to be removing 20 seconds of the board from both these approaches, forcing them to just play some of that long distance utility, sending those breaching charges to get rid of bulletproof chems or anything like that. And as they're now starting to push through on Shrine, also small rotation is coming in from Enta-Force, realizing we cannot just rely on getting Shrine. They might go for a bit of a flank in the meantime as well, so maybe we should put someone in a position where we can make sure no one from Drum is trying to come in our rear.
They have to, right? The lack of adaptation is something that cost them before, and there's Mugi stepping out, getting themselves the favor here. They've lost the Ash, lost the Thermite, lost kind of half and half of the push. It's now a little bit of a mix and match, an amalgamation of who's left to see if they can piece things together, but pretty much operating on trying to get into these engagements, driving through, and Mugi just steps right in onto one. Ooh. There's great takes back from the Twitch. Akuzu obviously clutched out the very first round here, got them the 1 versus 2 post plant. The second time, Bluebees have suffered on the wrong side of one of those today. There's another that drives onto Take, and it puts a Vigil out pretty quickly. They keep themselves in the lead, or at least push themselves back into it here. 2-1.
That's another round that just falls away from them, and Akusu being the main reason why. Just jumps in, gets 2 kills in quick succession with that FAMAS, and the Bluebees unable to respond to that. They had the round in their grasp. They were controlling it. They had everything they needed, but yet it kind of fell apart in the end there. And that's great for Makusa, because he really made sure that, you know, that round is going their way to that extent. And especially Take coming in as well in the end with those final 2 kills. The point we're about to see, that first one, instantly the second one to come through as well. It is just well played by that Twitch. And I will say it, and I always say it, you cannot rely on a single player to make hero plays every single time.
No.
However, if they happen, just embrace them. It's like, don't argue against it. Just do what you can with the gift you've been given at that moment in time. And, you know, that's twice now where they managed to get a round win on the back of it.
Be happy for success, but don't expect it other than let's try and get some movement behind. And that's sort of it, right? And, you know, when you're looking at the spread of things, when you have a player who's gone 6-1 over the opening 3 rounds, averaging 2 kills a round, they've also been able to get your plants down. Amazing. This is a player that wants to win. This is a player that's going to do their best to win, but you need the rest of the team to go in, because you look at the other side and there's a 5-2 player. That's the split of a 1 versus 1 being the difference of being ahead and not. And that's how thin the margin is. If that fight between these 2 potential players goes one way or the other, then the team. And you need to have the rest of the team try and step in. And on that regard, technically, Bluebees are the foot up right now. Mugi's not a million miles away. And that is just that sort of combination of players that needs to try and get going. A quick steal of gadgetry as we focus on towards the barbecue site. They're gonna get the control of vertical. They have the pings of the players at the bottom of black, but otherwise it's mainly just stealing all this insight intel. Make sure that this hands-off approach, which you can see they've got, obviously nobody inside the kitchen itself, only 1 player close by. They've now lost those cameras. They now have to look down a lot more, or they look through the first. Sylvia gets the single body back in. It's back and forth around the bottom of black stairs. He's just going to peel away, not step in. Sylvia's going to step close towards the castle barricade and the trust that no one's going to swing onto them. But as they get the player at the top of the stairs, Yamada was waiting for the pinch. Body balance falls away from Bluebees and even further. Yamada gets 1 more. There's a scrappy engagement against an Ossa. You won't take any bullets just deploying that close in the corner.
So far, this is the most controlling we've seen Enter Force in the rounds so far. Finding themselves 2-4 up. Now, there is still some of that verticality in the hands of Bluebees. They will be able to use it to stop some of these plans from going through. However, it is that 4v2. There is still a minute left. There's so much time for these attackers to realize what's going on, start taking the top floor under control with at least 1 or 2 players, and eliminate that threat. The other issue is the Boss G that's waiting on the long angles. Actually, the only issue that's left right now, trying to rotate back through, actually retaking the top floor as well, getting shut down as he does, and that means Enter Force will find themselves with a 3rd round. So far, on the scoreboard at least, dominating. But if you look at the actual game, like that's, you know, a little bit less so. That was the most dominant round we've had from them.
3-1. And as you said, the most dominant round, the best they've looked. They're on their attack on Skyscraper. This is the rounds that obviously Bluebees want to be more set in. But the map isn't an entirely unknown entity in the region as a whole. It's got a pretty common play amount. Some other regions like NA, I think it's quite low in last time I checked. And this gives them a good base understanding based on scrims, based on the data we unfortunately cannot harvest.
Sadly.
But how things have gone with how close one of those rounds are, again, it could have been 2-2, and again, it was a 3-3 half for Bluebees at first, and then they were able to swing it around in the latter half of it. Try and find a little bit more to play with here. The same kind of setup. Got the castle barricades to get the extension underneath, buy them a little bit of safety, buy them a little bit more time. There's no more blitz coming out from the attack as well. They sort of dabbled with that shield in the first 2 rounds and have since opted away from it. Did not think it was as successful as they hoped.
I mean, sometimes teams rely a little bit too much on bringing the shields, and it either works for you or it doesn't really. And it could also depend on your opponent and the map and the sites, and it doesn't always work as you intend it to work. Sometimes just bringing an extra gun is actually more worth it, especially if you should be the stronger team. You want to make sure you take every advantage you can get. You don't want to give anything or leave anything up for chance. That's an opening inside of Geisha that has been made. Not sure who made that. I believe it was one of the defenders that must have done that. Or am I just missing something here? Reach charge maybe? I don't know. Either way, as the Maverick is opening up, you know, some slight angles are created into the drum area that could be challenged by defenders, but most likely will be reason for them to actually stay out of that. Don't swing that door anymore, you will lose your head. And thus they will shift over towards Shrine, towards Dragon, and see if they can hold off the divider through that area.
At this point, seeing where this first point of ingress can be, where they can step their toe in and try and boot open the rest of the door. They have the cover onto this wall so they can get some explosives onto it without it being removed potentially. They're eyeing up with the Selmas, getting the rotate round, prepping themselves for it, and that's the full idea behind this approach and this play. It means they don't have to jump in, means that they can put the pressure onto the player around Shrine, around Dragon. They'll have to fall out here. If Yu gets an idea that the wall's being opened behind him, which it now is, he's got to make a choice. Fight out which way. Unfortunately, that's the wrong way. Great pinch by Enter Force. A little bit longer than before, but think about now the control that they've got, the cut across, they can get themselves internal. The problem was last time they weren't wide enough at this point. Now they've kind of made sure they have a bit more to work with, but it's still coming down currently to what is essentially and ostensibly 2 doorways. There's the fight. Not quite one out. Dancing round the corner here with a tricky gun to control. Obviously half health across the Ace and the Kaid. It's a slightly wounded gunshot, but it's Vanish that is the next to fall off the board there. Brings the body balance back even, gets the take from underneath, gets them that security on towards house stairs, on towards that area. There's another one. Bluebees able to get a little bit more control. Sylvia's gone, Take's gone, leaving once again Akuzu trying to pick up the pieces, finds one, but cannot surmount that challenge there, and Bluebees keep themselves fighting.
Yeah, putting themselves up to 2-3, very important here. One more to play before the side swap comes through. I do, however, worry a little bit more about their attacks that come through, because Skyscraper is, I mean, the map isn't as wide. It revolves a lot about, like, getting a little bit of space very early on in the round and try and manipulate that into as much as you possibly can. Whereas unlike other maps, you think of Bank, you think of Club, there's often, like, a very big, like, direct room adjacent to the actual sites you can take. Isn't really the case here. And we've seen them really rely on, like, some quick plays, which have landed them their first initial rounds in that previous game. And that might just not work in a map that's a little bit more compact, like Skyscraper. Especially if you're playing against a team that is not as heavy on the roam. Of course, we don't know that yet, and we still first have another round to go through. And it will be up to Blue Bees to try and get this to 3-3, to try and equalize the score. To buy themselves the best possible position they can to head into that second half and see if they can make another upset happen. This one might be slightly less considered an upset, considering Interforce wasn't, you know, the number 2 team in the league. But still, it's a tier 1 team that you take down from Japan if you would be.
The final chance here for Interforce to get themselves set up for their attack. Pretty solid ground to work with to, you know, try a couple of things, and too many people swinging on the same rope. Catches them a bit, break on towards the top of the stairs, VIP, and ooh, there goes Akuzu, the man of the moment, gone off the board. And it was actually this site, very beginning, where they were able to clutch out the 1-2. I said the importance of a player, a talisman moment, and the chance at clutching it out, and that is now gone. So, enter time to prove your worth when you no longer have that X factor. Sylvia cuts all the way onto Shrine, droned ahead, hoping to take some players by surprise. It was a big hold on the drum door that led them into a lot of success last time, got them a couple of bodies. I don't think there's a player in that position currently. They always try and rotate back. In fact, they've been given a surprising amount of ground here to work with. Not entirely sure what the Blue Bees are trying to put together, but you can see that obviously Interforce are more than happy to swan their way in, looking over the top of the rafters. Yu is unfortunately not yet off the kill board, can't quite see the angle from the bar underneath. They're aware of it and paying a lot of caution towards it. A minute 30, the breach onto the wall, the pressure onto the top of the black stairs. They're just trying to, you know, muscle the players out, but there's a lot of time. Catches the fleeing player, gets caught. The kick goes cold on goal, but Take gets one more. A C4 to nobody. As the player rotates out, Sylvia trying to find their way back through. They just need to try and, you know, tuck in on towards that half wall. They know where they need to be, know where they want to be. The break on towards Geisha will come across. A little bit late, but with a minute, they can still work with it, and that allows a rotate round to the side of the castle barricade, and now a 2 versus 3 situation. They're close towards the kid itself. The Blue Bees in a position to just hold them off from the long arm as the Nomad, it picks it up and tries to sneak a plant in. I pray that they react. It's always been this spot they've been missing, and there it is. Cuts across, gets the player, can't get the cover, but it's there instead, and Blue Bees tie us up again, 3-3.
Well done by them and making sure that they were able to capitalize of all this. And for a second I was also afraid. They gave so much space, and it's like, what is the plan here? What are they trying to do? Because it is just scary when they just are right next to the site and they're not doing anything about it. I thought for a second maybe it was the C4 bait, but that was also not the case. Still working out though. But now the swap. And I just quickly highlighted this at the start of the previous round. This is what scares me the most. Again, like, I think Skyscraper is less prone to quick kind of pocket plays. Which means that we need to see them do more of how they actually closed out their previous game, rather than how they started it. Just that more calm approach, systematical clear of the entire building before they start hitting the site itself.
At this point, with the Glass, with the Ying, with the Blitz, you get a pretty good idea of what they want to do here, although a little bit of a swap off and a full swap off. I'm hoping, please, give that kit to that quick zip up the hatch inside the site. Let's play with some silliness as we get the anticipation. I mean, they played a couple of quick rounds before. They were able to get some things cooking. It wasn't always par for their best, of course, on Consulate. But otherwise, you know, you're looking at a team that is open to trying things, open to putting the pressure on. The Ash is the one that steps in. You've again, when I cited it earlier on in terms of who's getting involved in the kill game, it's a bit more balanced across the board. But Mugi has now stepped in that position at the top, and Izakura, they generally had a pretty good run, a pretty good success as the blitz last time. The focus close towards the breach. The players already immediately running out. They smash whatever gadgetry was on the back end, maybe just the wall itself. The blitz is the cover in case somebody goes for the swing. They've got the hard wall they want to try and smash open. There it is. The blitz travels right on past, goes in behind the bar and gets entirely executed. The pre-placed smoke, they caught the player, they knew the trap, they smelled it out, and here, inside the site, there's at least a sneak back round, and suddenly, they've been able to get themselves down to the 3 versus 2. Now, the kit is in such an awkward position. It's hopped up on the table behind the bomb chassis, and if they go for it, they'll get executed. That smoke canister will force the player further back. The bandit running out, causing distraction. You're waiting for the line, you're waiting for the Azami. Where are they holed up? What are they trying to do? The Azami even, but as Mugi gets one across, there's the cut, and there it is. Blue Bees strike fast and strike true somehow.
And here I am saying that this map is a little bit less prone to the effectiveness of quick plays. Yeah, they kind of pull one off again. It wasn't as flawless as they would have hoped, considering the blitz died quite early on, and I think that was supposed to be a big driving factor of the push. But they managed to clear it out. Samurai window gone unchecked, allowing for the player to dig into the middle of the site, find himself with the kill, and see what he could leverage from there on forward. That's 4-3.
I think
the current score.
The pre-play smoke as well was a great play onto minibar. It obviously stopped the blitz coming through. They read what the push was. They knew that they were swinging out, so they had it open. And as soon as they probably heard the blitz coming, they heard the pressure, just smoking themselves, cutting that idea off. Great idea, but unfortunately, not paying attention to Samurai, not paying attention to the cut before, and the player inside the site being allowed to survive as long as possible. They also did deny the planter up top, whoever that was, assuming the Ash hit the breach, swung up, jumped into the table. Because they were the other one that was dead at that point, and we saw where the blitz died. But reactions, everything. Blue Bees 4-3 in the lead for the first time in this showdown. Can they try and keep pressing this advantage on, let's be honest, a surprising second site here as we go after Bob?
Yeah, I wanted to go to Karaoke Tea, which is usually the primary side for a lot of these teams, but they do what they do and decided to go for barbecue.
Great breakdown. It is. I mean, what they do. I mean, the side itself has ways that they can press against it as the pressure starts to come on towards the small cubby. There's the castle that'll buy them an escape route that quickly gets smashed out, so the Legion's just going to give themselves that stretch, not get caught. They could feel the attackers encircling them on towards bedroom, and they're not ready to be put to bed just as of yet. The Legion wants to take a bit longer. The attention's being paid towards verticality. This shouldn't be the problem. Obviously, it's actually the wall in the core of Geisha. It'll be the tougher thing to get cracked open. They've got the ace, and they can play with the smoke as we've seen before. And there's the removal. There isn't really, though, for this site, a lot of vertical players stopping it. The extension seems to be more laterally across the ground floor.
In the meantime, they also need to make sure that they have this top floor under control. And this is often the case in near Geisha, especially when you're barbecue. You need to have this opened up. Okay, yeah. Your floor drone doesn't actually stick to this if it's still electrified. However, if you jump and activate it before you reach it, it should still pop off. But it's maybe a little bit difficult with like the angle they have out there, considering the fact that you don't really have like a direct approach, but you're coming in like diagonally. Either way. The slide opening to work with, and they're going to get themselves ready to put in the pressure horizontally now, as you just mentioned as well, towards the kitchen side. Now they have the opportunity to take Geisha, but Take is still out there trying to hold strong. Mugi has been in a fight with this person since the start of the game. Find himself in bathroom now. Is he going to be aware though? That's the big question.
50 seconds, the perfect time for either of these players to strike, and they seem to have a close idea, but not entirely locked. So, Moogie is Throogie, ready to boogie. Just gonna hold off. Sylvia's watching on towards the door. It's a single point of approach. It's something they pay attention to, but 30 seconds and nobody really inside the site or above it. They've got to start trying to make something happen here on the plant, on the kit. The break that will roll over, be able to get rid of the hatch itself. Take is swing around the corner. Are they aware? No, not at all. The ace gets caught out. They lose vertical. They have 10 seconds to try and get it cemented. 2 quick kills, but with the plant just being tucked inside, it's very easy to deny. The Nook is the important part. Can he get them before the C4 goes? No!
No!
The kit will be held again. Then it's cut off by the second C4. 2 steps was the difference there with the Nook being able to prevent that first C4. The second would have probably still confirmed it, but still the timing.
That is unfortunate to lose a round like that because it almost started to go their way. Just a Nook. A little bit too slow. The verticality not in control. And this is the thing. If you want to plant there, you need to have vertical control. We say it every single time. In 90% of the time, that's how it falls. That's how it just dies. Just by some person that's still on top. That spray there, by the way, was the reason why Nook has spent up to 2 minutes in the front door, not moving in. That first initial spray, so like afraid that they might have been seen or that, you know, a fight might come through. That could have quite literally been the difference maker there. Just that spray, forcing the decision or forcing the doubt whether or not they could move through. Otherwise, probably would have gone up the stairs way earlier already.
Attackers have located a bomb.
These thin margins are once again coming through to curse Bluebees as quite get any control. We're back towards that lineup I tied up at the start of round 1 where they went for the rush. There's a drone singing a song. Is it a sad song? Down to if they can win this round or not. It's another potential full send. When you see Ying Glaz blitz, you can kind of expect pace to be applied, but pace can lead to mistakes. They're hoping they can find that hole in the defense, and they're going as slow as possible to not give the game away on their audio.
It's just a sneaky blitz. Trying to not make any noise on the way there. Pinellas are being tossed in. Is this going to be followed up with a repel through as well? Big question mark to come in there. Glass is starting to fire through as well, but doesn't quite reach anything. And just tons of smokes everywhere coming through. So it feels like executes are happening all over the place as the Blitz is just storming through the barricades.
I mean, smashing on, putting the pressure, drops towards the pistol, tries to take care of the player inside Geisha, but now they're inside the site and they're not quite able to find a body. The longer this goes on, the more likely someone's going to come behind them. There's still not a confirm onto that, but the bodies are confirmed elsewhere. Blue Bees break through any defense that was otherwise put up there. That's twice they've been able to make that smash and grab work for them.
Maybe they should just stick to it because they're finding quite a high success rate with just going quickly. It's like the roamers don't have the time to come back to the site. And they're just completely overwhelmed. And of course it's chaos. But it seems to be working out for them. Up until when is a big question though. Like when do the teams figure out how to counter this? How to play against them?
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Again, and towards the lead they go. Not too far away. Will they find themselves in another overtime? Will they be? Or every single round fighting team, every single map there. Been able to get themselves into the lead here on Skyscraper. The attacker rated statistics of these two teams and the sort of statistics of success, it's a surprise, again, to have us at this point, but they are the team full of surprises today. The Jibby's gonna fly away.
Those little fly-throughs we have.
That sign said a brutal fight. Is that a game?
Oh, don't know.
No.
Maybe another fly-through in the meantime.
It was like on one of the adverts in the building in the back was in. in the background. Just a brutal fight.
Ah.
It looked like a game font. Ooh! That's a game to them, though. Trying to smash open got a cubby door, and Kuzu, player that just keeps fighting inside of Entry Force, is able to get the kill.
Taking out Akazakura as well. Removing that buck. Of course, could have done a lot of damage vertically, especially from below, making sure that strong points in the actual site were no longer playable. Yugi will now have to do that. Where he finds himself in the bathrooms, just checking around if there's anybody else out there. And I believe there's actually 2 roamers in and around the restaurant area of the map. Now, if this is a direct take, they have literally no effect on how this round is going to be playing out. And you see them already starting to come back as well. At least they're all on the same level as the site itself, as nitro cells are being prepped and doorways are being closed. They realize what's going to happen, and they're trying to get themselves ready for it.
There's the C4 just over the top of Samurai. It's a deterrent, the beeping just underneath. It's dedication of utility, but as they move in, there's the swing round. Akuzu's still doing everything to keep their team fighting. Just Koki left and does get the drop onto 1. It's technically a 2 versus 2, but, well, with one of your players down on the ground, it makes it very tricky. Vanish and Sylvia still standing. They're able to get round and get the rotate and get the pick up. They're concerned they're going to get caught out from this. And they are. There's Vanish. Oh, just holds on to left click. Gets the fadeaway onto the last player. And, well, as it gets confirmed, we still find ourselves trading rounds and blows here.
And this is probably going to be one of those overtime games that we're going to be heading into as well. 5-5. And the Bluebees refusing to give up. They go rush, a bit slower. Rush, a little bit slower. Which would mean we're back on a rush round. Good first kill there.
Just still scrappy. And this is the game that's maybe working to their favor at some points right now, but here, if the end, in scrappy games, it sort of becomes a flick of the coin. If you are the one that comes out better or not. Everybody comes out a bit messy. Everybody comes out a little bit worse for wear, and that time was just not one that worked in towards their favor. 5 apiece, and as you said, statistically, pattern-wise, in our brains that love to seek pattern, it would be a rush round, but that lineup was changed away from and then back to the Blitz is in the hands of Akizakura. There's the Ying, there's the Lion, there's the Glaz. Will it work twice on this site?
Time will tell. But just look at things. Every single time they've rushed, oh, that's a drone on site. There's a lot of information they can get out of that one. That might have been actually a call for it.
I mean, there's a lot of denial for the terms of the rush, obviously, but
Doesn't help.
There goes Warden. Kuzu is out. The Blitz wants to charge up back stairs. They're caught in a Fenrir. And as I said, that's one of the catches. And down low, there's also obviously the Goyos and the Malusis. They've done everything to try and slow down this quick breakthrough rush here. And there's the fire canister. Buys them some time. Buys them the chance to reevaluate where the pressure's coming through. Takes them a little bit by surprise, maybe on new locations. If there are still drones calling out intel towards the locations of the players, that could be the big risk. They're ready to watch on the motion in. There's the Candelas. The Glaz wants to move up. The wall itself is soft. And again, another slow, another bit of utility just to cut them off a little bit. That bulletproof is giving the read-through, and it gets broken open. They now have a read-through on towards the site. They're still trying to weigh things up. You can see the hot pings on the players. The reverse shield will just give them some cover. A C4 does stop one, but they need to try and move up, bite up, and bite that player out. Because now we're in a secured plant situation, even though it's a 3 versus 4, 2 versus 1 versus 4. Everybody suddenly died. And now with the last fight coming up the stairs, they're going to try and watch it from underneath. They do. They pre-fire the angle, but they just push down the stairs itself. It was a good retake there. Mentor Force 36, as I said, the operator lineup was everything to slow down that push, and then from then on, they just pushed it over the edge.
Might have lacked a little bit of a lack of aggression out there. As Blue Bees managed to find themselves with an entry. They got themselves planting, but I think it might have been more effective if they would have used anybody else to plant and just send the blitz out to play. You know, to just try and find some people, try and be aggressive, try and cause some upset. Because instead, like, you've basically lost the oppression you had as soon as that one started planting. That's the momentum suddenly gone in that round as everybody stops moving.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
And that puts it 5-6. Map point to enter force. And so back was Barbecue Kitchen. Preparing ourselves. Again, Geisha will be very important. Especially if they want to go for one of those kitchen window plans. You gotta make sure you have Geisha under control. And then also a little bit more because you need to be extending into the actual barbecue area as well to make sure no nitro cells are flying in from that direction. So it asks for a lot. And I'm not sure if that's exactly what Blue Bees is going to go for.
10 seconds to go.
But it does look like another quick kind of play with the Blitz and the Amaru on the board.
I mean, last chance now for them to keep themselves out of the best of threes, and to be honest, that is the territory where they're going to suffer the most. Blue Bees, when it's these extended games, when their opponents have time to catch up to what Blue Bees are delivering, and best of ones, as I always said, is the surprise, is the factor that you can get yourself in, the less you can sort of be tested and stressed, and the more you can take people by surprise, the longer a game and a series goes on, usually the more experienced team and the more experienced players will get themselves level-headed and locked in. But here, they're one round short of getting it to OT, and I think from this point onwards, Cinderella Run is a little bit in jeopardy, but it starts off with a sprint inside the room, looking for nobody, not being offered anything to sort of cling on to there. They get a quick bit of control over this terrain. Remember last time it was a bit of a long extension. They keep charging, keep trying to find somebody, but legitimately nobody is home. They've entirely run off. I think they read it. They've been able to get a lot of control here, and at this point you're thinking, okay, what's the plan here, Entry Force? You've given them this ground, you've given them everything. They have the vertical attention now with 2 minutes. They can do a lot with this.
Definitely a bit questionable that everything has been given off for free. That's a head! That's a head! Under the bar! Vanishes at that point. He was unaware of the fact that someone was on the main stairs already, just putting up that pressure. Now Koki, ready and waiting. He's waiting for that wall to be opened up. He is, of course, using that blitz shield. Has the diffuser again. I kind of just wanted to see, like, just continue pushing. Have someone else plant. Because it's such a big oppression factor. Of course, you're protected when you're using the shield, but sometimes the best defense is a good offense. And with defense, I mean, like, getting the diffuser down. Defense. As it swaps the roles. Didn't really work that well, as I thought it would. Either way. A minute left, and the wall's being opened up now. That is fire on the ground, but that's just going to last for 20 seconds.
Will it be enough? Is that point? Obviously, they've got that first kill, they've got that first take, and they've got 40 seconds to try and land it to Kuzu. The consistent thorn in the side of the approach of the Blue Bees has been a nightmare, but there's the bite and the trade immediately back and forth. Sylvia finds Yu after they find Take. 30 seconds, still slim amount of time. They're trying to knock themselves in. There's the chance of a C4 over the top. They're looking for that single denial, but it doesn't quite get the blitz. 4 HP, 20 on the ace. They're so low, a scratch would be the end. There's a Kuzu being the end of one of them. And now, leaving just an ace, not for very long, the Blue Bees fall down towards the lower bracket. They're in best of 3 territories, and at the same time, Enter Force 36, they keep themselves going here across the upper.
Yeah, and to Force, they continue onwards as they are still keeping their dream for a major qualification alive. However, there is still another best of 1 they have to go through, and then a best of 3 to find themselves qualified. And who will they face? That is, of course, going to be that big question we'll have to wait to see answered. We will be headed to a quick break before we will be back with the next matchup.
Welcome back, friends. We are not done just yet, as of course we just saw an opportunity squandered in some ways. It could have been a wrap up. Unfortunately, it was not. The more experienced team of Enterforce take it, but it is not over for those who are fans of the bees, the blue bees. They'll be back later on in the lower bracket, but for now, Enterforce, beautifully done. Now, it did take quite a bit of effort to drive it across the line. The question is, how did we get to that position? Enterforce to feel that they showed up in a certain way half today.
They definitely did. They were more capable of dealing with the disruptiveness that we've seen from Bluebees, and also if you look at those last couple of rush rounds, didn't really lose their cool. They understood what was going to be happening. They understood what the win condition was for themselves and managed to continue holding that in their hands. Whereas on the other hand, in the first couple of rounds, we did have two hero and defining moments from Akusu. Of course, coming in with that FAMAS, basically clutching out two of those rounds for them, which, if you now look at the scoreline, were eventually deciding.
Yeah, as you can see, Hap is red with rage about those.
I don't know what happened here. Like, it was so well at the start of the day, which was at 5 a.m., and now it doesn't
It's
even
crap,
look red
Hap.
in here. I don't know why.
Did you sit in boiling water?
Anger because those sort of misplacements. But these are the things that we're going to see happen more and more with Bluebees. Is I said it at the early start, those games get picked up on. Those mistakes get worse. The more tired in a day you get as well, the harder things get. And for them, that, you know, having those happen multiple times across this game and the last game, that's going to happen with a less experienced team. And unfortunately, this time they couldn't quite carry themselves over to the end.
Absolutely. Now, as I said, Bluebees, their entire situation here is not over yet. So the fans that they've gained over those couple of games, well, you won't be disappointed in knowing that they'll be back in that lower bracket. But they'll play against the winners of Crest Gaming versus Vitae. We'll see who it will be later on in our day, but currently Father's Back and Kag Osaka are in with their matchup. These are, of course, at the upper side of the bracket. Those are all best of ones. At the bottom for survival, all best of threes. And until we hit that grand final, things would change up. I don't want to show you the graphic. I think it'll confuse you more than anything else. But let's bring up that schedule one more time just to refresh everybody's minds and just everybody's schedule set and ready for the day. There it is. 3 matches have already gone through, but we got Kinotrope and Exist to come in. The two teams from our regular Japan League. They find their way down in the lower bracket with only one of them able to survive and continue that run up until the grand final qualification in Montreal. Maybe is the question. So let's take a quick break. We're going to get back our final best of 3 of the day.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back? Can you run that back? I'm trying to play that back. I want that. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel it? Let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, real smooth. Can you play that back? Can you run that back? I'm trying to play that back. I want that. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it! Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils me disent, j'arrête que pour rappeler la mise, petit pas sur la piste et le succès je l'ai pisté, disque la place du premier, fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, switch que je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché. tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like This is what we've been training for.
There is no angle we can't cover. We are Rainbow.
Reporting for duty.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Friends, we are back, and we still have one more game to go through. A best of three to close out our day. Kinotrope versus Exist, two teams that we've seen many times over this year, especially in Japan League. Hi, I'm Milosh, with me are Hap and Fluke, and we got to talk about these two squads. Kinotrope now in survival as well as Exist. Best of three, you lose it, you're out of the running for the Montreal Major Phase 1 qualification through the LCQs, which is where we are today. LCQ stands for Last Chance Qualifier, by the way. So let's talk about our two squads. Yeah, I know, surprising. Exist, though, surprising that we find them here. Also, well, Kinotrope, we'll talk about them because they're even a bigger surprise. Emi, why is the second-rated team in Japan, or technically third, here in the lower bracket of the Open Quals?
Because they messed up, Milosh. Because they messed up. They're always going to be fighting in this bracket, Scars to the top spot, but them being here more than anywhere else is just a big sort of shame, really, because they had such good momentum coming into this within 2 rounds of beating Scars and getting themselves all the way there within 2 maps, and unfortunately just can't get over the line.
Maybe they like to do lower bracket runs? Question mark.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, last
I
time
love your
they got
optimism.
Last time they got very close through the lower bracket, just again a couple of rounds away from beating Kagasaka. So it's definitely not over yet. We're heading into best of 3 territory now. That's truly where you're going to see the teams be separated. But it could have also been like they didn't really wake up yet and were kind of caught by surprise. At least they're going to be facing teams now that they have prepared for before in their regular league stage. So you would expect Kinotrope to do a little bit better than they did before today.
Well, let's take a look at that and put up their opponents. Exist on the other side as Exist, the 5th place team in Japan League, and now in survival mode. Also, this is kind of the whole prerogative, the whole story of this matchup, and we've been seeing like these names for forever. Let's be honest, Salty. I mean, we talked about Salty over years, and Lily in the same way. Mavi and Acerola have been doing, especially Acerola, quite well on this stage, but is today a day where they can at least be happy and to move on deeper into the bracket?
Yeah, there's got to be some confidence here because this is one of the teams that they were able to pretty handily beat during the best of 1 phase, and things fell apart for them in the best of 3s, fine. And, you know, Crest had a great performance. He just had a bad performance. From that point onwards, there's no second chances. You are now out of the running for the major spot. You're playing for 5th place. Here they had a chance. They're down here fighting once again in this do-or-die situation. So they have to remember that. Hold on to that.
Oh, why don't we take a look at our map for this one if we got it all set up and ready? Do you want to bring it up? Yeah? No?
No, I won't.
Yes, we will. Just to spite you, Hap. Just to spite you, Emmy. Hap, please, can you take us through our map ins?
Well, as we are getting underway, I actually don't know which map Exist played earlier today with the one they lost in a 7-1 scoreline. So
Let me check. It's been updated somewhere. Maybe.
I didn't see it in our good old Liquipedia. It says unknown there. Yeah, so they've played an unknown map.
Oh, we're leaking it.
So as Border gets picked first, okay, a nice frag-heavy map, maybe a good one to get your confidence back on as Kinotrope. Of course, they have been shambled a little bit here by Blue Bees. So that's the first one to go through. And again, like, I think Kinotrope in general are the better players to some extent, so that should suit them well.
Well, statistically, it's their favorite map.
Yeah, that as well. Yeah.
Border statistically their favorite map. They hit it for a long time. It was always banned against them 6 times. Kagasaka risk taker to them and got beat 6 days ago. Labs, if you're on the sort of split of that, it's not a massive map for Exist. Banned against them more than anything. It was sort of in that 5-1 situation, but then, you know, you look between the history of where they played, that was banked an early removal again, something that they don't want to go back to here. So the sort of setup final decider of Chalet, not really a fantastic map for Exist here, but Kinotrope, they're 2-2-0 on it. Generally in recent performances, banned against them a lot. It's been a decider, so I would prefer them across this. High preference map for them coming into this.
Well, our lobby is set, actually. We're starting off without the ability to do our player comparison. You know what? That's fine by me. Action always trumps numbers on their own. Kinotrope versus Exist. And Kinotrope are starting off on the attacking side of this border. If they're able to pull it off well, very nice. Then maybe they'll have an advantage to move on. All right, my friends. Flak. Flap.
That's a new
Fluke,
one.
Hap, please. Take it away, Flap.
Thank you, Miloshosh. Can't combine your name with anyone because you're the only host right now. Although you were called Manic earlier.
Manikosh.
Manilosh. Milik.
Manic Milosh. Yeah. Milosh is Manic.
Band, Monty, Ying, all gone. As we find ourselves here, we're into best of 3 territory. The loser of this, the dream, done. How does that work contextually? Well, neither of these 2 teams are in the running in the top SI 16. If they wanted a chance of succeeding, getting there off of points, they need to get themselves to the major and then perform pretty well with the distance. I think it's around 150 to 110 points piece between these 2 teams. I could be wrong about Exist there. They had a really bad stage 2. I think a lot of that was their stage 1 result.
Kinotrope is on 190 currently and Exist on 170, so...
Okay, a bit more than I thought. It was about 150. No, but either way, the threshold to confirm you right now is 400. You're looking at hopefully getting 300 to 350, I think, get you comfortably. And for both these teams, that is at least get to Phase 2 in the major, if not even further. Phase 2 would guarantee 55-ish. They
also
want to be main stage. They would have to hit main stage.
And probably more than that. Because I also cannot forget that last time it was 20 teams on points. Now it's just 16 for this year. So you're losing a little bit out there in terms of what we had last year. So where 300 might have been the cutoff point, it is probably going to be going up more towards the 350s, as you mentioned. Meaning that a good performance is necessary at the major if you do not have the point share, or if you did not attend the Manchester Major, which is a tall ask for the teams from Japan, Korea, basically anything that's not NAE or Brazil. But it's doable. The hope is still alive. And it starts with this first map, because whoever loses this, well, they are definitely counted out from being able to make it to SI based on points. And as we hold, and the first minute passes, Kinotrope, they have a lot to make up for. They're supposed to be the favorites for this tournament to get away Kagasaka. They find themselves in the lower bracket from the first run onwards.
Now, I talked about it a bit before in terms of the map preference and the stats. Kagasaka brought Kinotrope towards border, hoping they could push them off, and they didn't. Very good Kinotrope map. They won that game out 7-5. And then otherwise, it's just generally been banned against them. So I'm wondering if Exist watched that video, watched that VOD, and thought they could get the difference of the 2 rounds required to get themselves the map. Starts here with Kinotrope trying to get control of break. Early smoke canister usage. Obviously, if you're looking towards where they're trying to get the plant, you're looking towards how they're trying to get themselves in, the fact that they've already dedicated so much utility to just stopping entrance on towards break is a little bit curious. The Deimos, you'll probably see this on and off throughout the game itself. There's so much soft on this map. The Deimos going underneath and just hunting players, forcing them, was used pretty consistently in how Kinotrope liked to play this game before and against Kagasakis. And from that point onwards, just this. They've forced the players back in. The smoke's still in a corner, hiding in CC, hoping the pressure can come through. They're being tracked. They're being hunted. They're probably going to be closed down on... Oh, in fact, it's the castle. In fact, I thought it was the smoke that was still in that position, but the castle is the one that has stayed in CC, and that's who they're trying to force out from this point. They have the Deimos underneath, and there's the track on towards the castle. There's the reveal of the position.
Oh, no.
And there's the side of the play.
Don't know what he expected to happen down there when he was staying up there for that long. Maybe he expected him to be upstairs with, you know, the amount of time that's left, because it's 20 seconds and they still need to go and form and execute here. It's not looking good for the side of Kinotrope in this first round, Emmy, as 15 are ticking down.
It's been so long to get that first fight. Now they can finally try and put themselves in towards it. There's another kill that comes out from the side of the Deimos, but they're just screaming through off. Okamesh is doing all that they can to cover the planter. Alkayu is going for the plant, but Okamesh does all the killing job he needs to. It was thin. The margin was not really there in case things went away from them. But they're able to pull it out just. That is a tech pause. I assume. Yeah, it's a tech pause because there's not the timer showing that it's a play-up.
Yeah. Probably some small thing that's not working. Sometimes it's comms, sometimes it's just, you know, a mouse that disconnected, anything like that. But you're just gonna talk right now, so there's no time to reflect on the round we've just had and see what can be done and what can be done better. So instead, they just wait in silence. Kinotrope has had a, well, numbers-wise, convincing round win, I think we can say. However, if you then look at how much time was left, I think it was a second left on the clock when they started planting. Luckily, they were very all present at the site at that moment in time, and could basically shut them down to just a player in the half-fall that was on 1 HP. But these are the kind of rounds that could also get easily punished, especially when you're playing against more experienced teams.
Whatever this is. We hope it passes soon. Kinotrope obviously had a bit of a problem earlier on in the day. It got sorted out in not too long of a time, but we did lose our mind a little in that timeout. It was at 5 in the morning, and that was against Blue Bees. Here is a different story. This is a series that, I mean, it could go the distance. If it goes to 3 maps, I'm definitely favoring Kinotrope if Kinotrope can perform to their level. And even that first round, I don't think I'm convinced yet. They can definitely find more. But again, the last time these two teams meet, it was a 7-1 into the favor of Exist.
Which means that Kinotrope has already, in round 1, managed to get the amount of rounds they managed to get last time. You know, it's only up from here. And best of ones are also a thing. Some teams are just not a best of one team. Now, it's harsh to say that Kinotrope wasn't a best of one team, considering they got 3rd in the league. But they did exceptionally well in the best of 3s, just falling short by 2 rounds.
Just finding out what is going on. Seems like everyone has an operator. So
Keep swapping.
they keep swapping, and now that everyone has an operator, I know that as soon as I throw it to a break, we'll be there. So we're just gonna do that because we want the game to go on. So we'll go to a quick break. We'll probably see in about 10 seconds. We are back. Thank you for bearing with us. Kenotrope got the first round, and then Siege decided, whoa, slow down. I need to think about this. Now it's had to think about it, and now we're back in. We find what was a very late execute there happening to.
Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise that it managed to stick. It was coming down like the last 10 seconds. That's when they were pulling the trigger out there. So, I mean, it worked out for them that time around. But it's also something you cannot really keep. You know, they need to be quicker. Let's just put it like that. They need to make sure that they're attacking with 30, 40 seconds left, so they at least have an opportunity to reply if things go wrong, because things will go wrong at some point. And you don't want to be left without any time in the round to be over that way. So, as we get to bathroom tellers, verticality, again, important. At least, usually. Also depends slightly on the setup. Castles on the board, which changes the dynamics slightly often see those castle barricades to be used to, well, revisit how the ground floor really works and change slightly on which angles you need to worry about. Sometimes gives a better opportunity for the attackers to move in if they take certain areas after that. You don't always have to clear out the castle barricades. They work both ways.
Out the Deimos this time, who was obviously the start. I think they realized they were being a bit slow with it, and obviously hunting upwards is very different to you trying to smash your way down. So instead, maybe they'll have a little bit more pace without that application. The Buck is trying to cut their way across. They were kind of a big hit or miss player earlier on in the day in the loss that sent them down to the lower bracket. So a little bit more control towards the bottom end of the seating area. There's Acerola doing their best to hold on. Bottom of the stair set is kind of steady, clear, and Kinotrope, they're being very cautious with this approach. You have to be on border. You don't really know where you're being watched by as they go for this control, as I said, on towards break, on towards the eastern stairs, force the catch, get them wider. Minute left. The player is forced down the stairs. Acerola's been up and down, and there's a lot of focus onto them, but otherwise, no immediate pressure. Pre-firing on towards the angles. They're worried about being caught, but what a slap off. Yuki is knocked. They did get the trade, but huge shot.
Great kill to come through there. Minute left now. Kinotrope still looking to get control though. And that is my worrying factor. You now see that the Ossa is going down as well. I'm not quite sure what did that. Was that just shots coming in from above? A second ninja to come through? Exists. Definitely stepping up big this round. And this is kind of the thing. There's no control whatsoever yet for the side of Kinotrope. The diffuser is down. They have 2 people down injured. It's going to take a lot of time to get all of them back up. Especially with still people around on that top floor trying to cause havoc.
I mean, it's just fallen away from them once again. Too slow, not confident enough. Okamesh is having to pick up the pieces, but, you know, watching down from this angle, they're going to have to just try and throw it in for a plant here. And with the smoke canister, you've still got one in pocket and can deny this. They're charging at the engagements. They're charging towards the site itself. 3 versus 2. There's a shotgun locked, going for the swing. There's one. There's the second with the kit. And at that point, the round is over. Too slow, too little done, and too punishable was that approach.
That's what we're afraid of. They gotta be quicker. If they're too slow, it's just gonna be running themselves into a brick wall at some point. Defense doesn't have to make the first move. It's the attack that needs to get the control. 1-1. It's only map 1, so no worries as of yet. Kinotrope probably will be looking to...
Yep.
It gets better the second time, and the third on the slow-mo.
Nice. Nice. Nice.
Again, they need to be quicker. They cannot keep playing like this. If this is the pace they're going to be using on a map like Border, then you're going to be afraid of what's going to be happening on other maps. Like Nighthaven.
I wonder where the caution is sort of coming from with this team, to be honest. We've seen them have these great moments, great games, and so far, throughout this sort of phase of it, throughout the LCQs, they've just seemed more concerned. It's not the Kinotrope that seemed like they could take on anybody. Instead, it's one that is playing cards close to their chest. They're obviously, you know, Okamesh has been able to do some bits so far, but it's slow to act and react here, and the weight, the pressure of this from knowing how close they were. I just wanted them to keep the roll up. They were the team that I was very excited to see performing, and very early, obviously, in a best of 3 series. Control over the top of the eastern stairs is gathered and garnered around office. They're going to try and push Sifty out of the single wall position. Now Mao on the blitz on the far side is eyeing up Armory himself. He's going to cover this for his own hop in. He's off and away he goes. He's too late to the player who drops the hatch, gets out of there, but he at least takes the territory. However, time has been that problem for them, and not getting the kill is maybe the bigger blow, because an Oryx can just pop up elsewhere and go back for the runaround.
Salty, just quickly check in, reinforcing that's been dangerous today. We've seen a lot of that where it almost went wrong. But now, this time it works. Zerola kind of stuck in that position. Oh, potentially with a free swing. Zayaku droning out, trying to get information. It was about the verticality out there, but did he know about the Oryx? It was so close in ventilation window. You doubt it, because otherwise it wouldn't have walked by so slowly. I think he's gone undroned, and they're starting to collapse in around him. Definitely they know now. He needs to get out as soon as possible.
Well, a minute on and every player's still alive. There's the catch. The first is a C4. The Blitz is trying to find a fight on a player stuck in a corner. No getting out of there, surely. I was going to say, if that kill went away from Mao, what a disaster that would be. They have the cover, but this isn't the site, lads. The pressure has to still go underneath. You've got verticality, but the focus is on these players that keep slipping through. And as I said before, Acerola on that Oryx, they can retake ground that you might not have expected before and cause problems later. So, again, this slowdown, this attention to having to clear and re-clear is something that keeps pulling away from them. They're hunting someone in jail on the opposite side at this point, paying attention. There's Okamesh finding Lily, getting the trade out. The Blitz is finally in, but not for very long. There's Sifty shutting it down, and here it is, just trying their best to hold on to a fight. There's one. The vertical's been retaken at this point. As I said, that's the risk they're playing, and again, Keenatrope just being run around by the Exist defense.
It's just not connecting. He's like, is this not their day? Something like that? Because like, we've seen them play so well, and it's just not coming to fruition right now. Just slight disconnects. It takes a while to get anything done. And now they're 2-1 behind. Exist, by the way, doing this perfectly. They're dancing around the sides of Kinatrope, and Kinatrope is just unable to reply to it. And people just popping up where they don't expect them, and then losing the verticality they've just fought so hard for and lost a couple buddies with. It's crucial you keep that if you want to go for a plant. We can harp in on that, but they will probably know themselves as well that, you know, that if you spend so much utility on bodies on getting that top 4 so you can plant safely, you need to make sure you keep control of it as well. Easier said than done, but it's what it comes down to.
Well, Exist, they've got themselves off to a lead. It's a slow-paced border, and that works well for the defenders at this point. For the conversations of who could be strong on this map and who could be strong in their gunfights, and they're just peeling away because they don't seem confident. The Kali run, followed by the Nook, dipping their toes inside. They'll sit and they'll wait, but there seems to be a player that's got a bit of an awareness. Kawa gets the first, and there it is. The C4 will just catch the wall, and that's a big blow there. I don't know what they're going to try and do from this and just go for the swing. There it is. May as well confirm it, but now they've got to waste the C4, the drop outside, and, you know, Keenatrope, what are you waiting for? Here is all I can really think. They got the player tucked in, they won the first engagement somewhere else, and now, because Exist have stepped back in, they've been able to take 2 kills. They've not moved together cohesively behind whatever that play was, and there's a lot of time here for the 3 remaining players to pull this together, but otherwise it's just a bit lost, and there's the take on to break. Regardless of how this round goes, I don't want to see a team talk conversation.
It's sort of like individual kind of plays to come through. The knock isn't so deep, no one's replying on it. Like, you gotta move as a team. It's a team game. You cannot just expect the person to go in and the round is won on the back of it. If you wait, of course the defenders are gonna start swinging back, especially if you're not putting up any pressure and support. That's exactly what happened out there. And we find ourselves in a 3-on-3. Might soon turn in favor of either of these 2 teams because the next fight's about to come through. On watch through 90. That's not going to be the kill. A little bit of damage. Eventually the down as well, but not the confirm. Leans back in whilst reloading. An effective 2-on-2.
I'm trying to get the pick back up. Spray comes out there, and Okamesh still in the shining light of the roster this map so far. Salty all alone here for exist chances. See what they had. The full read and the drop and where the player was. They pull it together for a round. Again, I still feel like we're missing that team that fought so bitterly towards the end. 2 apiece, things are leveled up. And they try and, I guess, build behind it. There's still stuff for the team to work out. The result came much more into their favor than I think I expected, but I'm still seeing these problems that worry me.
Yeah, I mean, they pull out around here, but again, like, we'll see it here. Like, Nook is just sitting there. In the middle of the sides, there's no support, no one's putting up any pressure. You lose a couple players on the back of it, and luckily, you know, Okamesh was in a position where he could find at least some reply and eventually bring it back in, but that should have been around as well for the side of Exist. Need to be getting this together, and you know, the team talk should potentially happen around that topic as well. It might be a bit early to do it, especially since they're still getting rounds.
10 seconds left before insertion.
But you want to make sure that you call it in time, when there is still time, rather.
Remaining.
Is this first map, taking that one home,
Attackers objective.
it's going to be such a big deal for the side of Kinatrap that they really set themselves up for the rest of the series.
And you sort of wonder, you said, how this is going to echo in terms of playstyle across the following 2 maps. Across Labs and Chalet potentially picking up a bit of the pace. Maybe they're just preparing for the marathon and starting cautiously. Seeing teams burn out as things progress early on and yeah. Just playing a very good arm's length game. They've not been handing early bodies over. They've been making sure that there has to be a big utility hunt. There has to be a big drive. The Gridlock try and confirm some of this space. They just don't trust how the chance at the air jab is not quite working out. More smokes, more cover. The swing in. They're inside the site. They're knocked immediately right back. Salty tried to hop in on the back of that. The canister stopped them, and that was an attempted rush plant that has entirely fallen away.
And nothing much more to say about that. It's a fight that takes place in multiple different areas at the same time, and all of them kind of fall away, and gives them a minute 40 right now on Kinatrope to try and make something happen in the 2v5, or gives them a minute 40 to talk about what's not going right and what needs to be improved, because it's still a long series. You just don't want to go out in the first map. The first one goes their way. Mao managed to find that kill. Smavi off the board. Still a lot of ground to cover though. And still a bunch of players up on that top floor. Actually, just one. And a lot of horizontal work to do. No verticality to talk of. A smoke. Completely blinded by the AFNet. It's not going to be able to see much like that. Doable.
Doable. Sure. 50 seconds and a down player. Sifty gets a swing round onto Mao. And there's the end. So, not entirely. Doable is a wide statement we use here.
It became doable as soon as it was 2-on-2 effectively. Just didn't get much further than that, sadly. Exist are definitely winning this first half though. Having 3 rounds already on the board, arguably could have been 4 that they should have had. And an opportunity to actually make it 4. Oh. It's just all being shut down in different places of the map around the same time.
Nice.
It's like a reverse split theory.
Together theory.
The 2-3. Single round left in this first half. Before we swap and see if the defense will suit Kinatrap a little bit better. But overall, Border is considered an attack-sided map. Yes. Crazy, I know.
I'm gonna have a look at the
exact statistics.
if I can get them at this fan. Let me.
Yeah, nice to take scroll.
Roll through memory lane.
Scroll and scroll. As ventilation's up again, and then what I just want to see is them working together to achieve a goal together, because it's kind of been the issue where, you know, either they get an entry or they don't, but it's so separated. Everybody's doing their own thing. Suddenly, someone's finding themselves inside, and no one else is ready to actually get themselves ready to support, and that is kind of the issue you then see. Like, why aren't you guys ready to support? Why is he even in there if there's no action upon it to follow?
I have my data. Every single site is defender sided apart from bathroom toilets.
Oh, okay.
Japan, and customers inspection supply massively, but we've only seen it 3 times. Actually, okay, fair enough. Vent and works pretty much 50-50. But armory lockers 57 for the defenders, and then bathroom tellers 47 for the defenders. Customs inspection 66 for the defenders. There's also a very high plant rate on customs compared to the others, but we've only seen it 3 times. The data is a little bit more wobbly. The Deimos gets the track as the pressure comes on towards a player that's one of the few safe, grounded places on this second story inside fountains. They won't be caught by a Deimos that's underneath, but obviously there's also still all the lateral gameplay. They can just spray through what is 2 soft walls from outside and put pressure on the cover onto that mirror window. They would like to get rid of it. There's the C4 that stops them charging in, but did it get Stelma? I think was attempted to be thrown on towards the mirror window as well, because if they did, they've got no more left. They push in. Okamesh on an exploration inside the site, gets the free take and gets out of there. Doesn't want to risk the chance of revenge a minute. Doesn't need to be inside the site as the pressure comes out. A good important take. Almost gets caught from a rotate outside elsewhere, and sort of this is the point where you're wondering where the next bit of pressure is going to come from. There goes Okamesh. He's doing his best to survive. Called out on, I think, sandwich window.
Yeah. Someone just walked over there, shut him down, and went back through. Now you just have the blitz of Mao that's trying to stop any of the verticality of coming to play, but I'm not sure how many people are right behind him as he gets down from below on the hatch. And Acerola will be able to shut him down. It's a 3-on-3 now, as you do see a little bit of a hurry up towards the top 4. Yuka's trying his best to make something happen. Will go down. Kawa, the last man standing on the side of Kinatro, is going to try and find one for his efforts. Will do so. Not the second, though, as the Vector comes in. And that is yet another round for Exist, as we now go for the side swap.
I mean, the blitz taking so long to put the pressure onto that mirror window. The C4 was ripped out. They had eyes in CC. They had the smoke covered. And Okamesh is inside the site underneath. That is the perfect time for you to utilize that shield for what it can do. Push up to that mirror window and smash it. Instead, they're inside CC. They're outside CC. They're inside CC. They're out. Secure. Okay, now they're on the mirror window. Now Okamesh is dead, but it just takes too long. That's the moment. It needs to be activation. They're caught from underneath and just sort of worn and tired out there. Just 4 on their defense. They keep this going, but well, if they can get some decent attacks together, this could be a quick second half here. We're starting up. We'll see, obviously, how it can boil down for Kinotrope here. At this point, you know, they've played this map before. As I said, they were successful. They were better on their defense. They got the 4-2 half on their defense, but they were worse on their attack. They got 3 last time. And against Kagasaka, different team, but the arguments of who is better or worse in that is anybody's.
See how the side swap will serve both these teams. I've seen a lot of Kali in the last few days that, you know, we've been casting, and I also mean like last week. However, I'm yet to actually see it work. I don't know if it feels the same for you, but it's like I don't think I've seen a single Kali kill to come through yet. The LV explosive lances are nice, but it's not really necessary if you look at what's on the board here. just a mute jammer. You can really easily get around that if you want to be breaching. So it feels a bit unnecessary. No points to be made. Just tracks to go as well. Exist trying to find themselves their first target. It's going to be Warden, who is down inside the CCTV. There he goes.
Now he's down.
Yeah, Kali.
CCTV.
Yeah, Kali just manages to actually get the line of sight, just barely. But that's the nice thing about that rifle. All you need is a single shot. And I just complain about not seeing any Kali kills, and we get one instantly afterwards.
Life is good sometimes. Now they have a bit of that control in sec. I'll see if they can maybe try and build around this. Obviously, you've got the chance at the office push and the take here. There's not entire ground that's been given up, and it seems very armory-centric, which is a classic sort of take here, but the single player of Legion underneath isn't going to be able to do a huge amount. There's the cover of the smoke. They're going to dive in behind this, see if they can make it try and get the plant. The Deimos is going for it. The swing onto Sandwich, and there it is. Suddenly exist. Explode with a couple of kills. There's Sifty confirming. Touch behind the lockers itself. The slow move up. The C4 rip to bait the AC player. In the meantime, the plant's been confirmed, and you've lost your only teammate. So what was it really worth? If that C4 had been able to get itself rotated underneath, if they put the pressure there, they might have been able to stop the plant. That unfortunately, they can only watch the wrong side of a flawless round.
And that is a great start for Exist in our second half. Of course, they are looking to end this as soon as possible. Kinatrop is bleeding, and now deciding to try and stem it by calling a tactical timeout. This doesn't feel like the same team that we have seen in like the previous matchup we've had. And I mean Scars, not the one against Bluebees. It feels like it's they're taking like a hit somewhere, or that it's just not their day. Things are not connecting. Because Exist right now, and yes, they've also beaten them before with a 7-1, but they're about to beat them again. They're 2 rounds away from taking that first map away from them.
It's just been a great start for Exist. Moving on to their preferred map second as well. As I said, at the same time that Kagasaka brought them, is this why they sort of came here? They said, look, a lot of teams banned this against you. Kagasaka tried it. It was a close game, but now they have this data. Now they have this bot. Now they have this idea of, okay, we can learn some lessons. We can see how they approach it. We can shut it down, and we can shut down the strikes on their attack. It's been very clear in that round of their understanding of where Kinatrope were going to be and what they wanted to do on the hold. And they executed upon it perfectly. But the game still grows into it. The team talk, the timeout, the conversation from Kinatrope. They do not want to be staring down the death knell of their chances of getting to SI on the points or getting into the major at Montreal based on somebody else's map.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Kinatrope. Let's see what you got after that timeout. It's an aggression from that castle. Not really sure what he wanted to do out there. It was too early to actually see someone. Might actually make them afraid and worried that someone might be around there. In the meantime, you know, Akayo has already fallen back, just jumped down the east stairs. Playing in his little fortress that he's created with those barricades. However, the RC Rotero inbound to make some short work of it. Actually decided to go for the bulletproof instead. Information over the barricades. I think it was the right call to make. Still plenty of time, of course, to actually destroy the barricades themselves.
The Echo drone just doing some preliminary searching here. Maybe they're going to throw it outside. I do love this, but
The IQ.
The IQ is well aware of that game.
Are they going to bait it? They definitely are. They're going to be baiting with the yokai drone.
They've got to be wise on the swing, and ooh, missed moment. Now I know that the player was in that position as well. It was on drone too. They kept the drone on the way out the door. Caution paid to Kinatrope, and you can see what the conversation was there for the side of Kinatrope is let's stop letting them drive the pace of this game. Let's be creative. Let's be aggressive. Let's go out. Salty above. hefty Carly gun. It's cutting some holes in, but as another call goes out, another bit of trying to catch the players. Arkinotrope going to start playing Exist Zone game of just cat and mouse, running and rotating around the control of customs. Driven on through here. Acerola is trying to still hunt Yukiz, who's out and about, enjoying his time. Another drone caught, and a player missed out as well. They swapped to the hole. They're tucked on a hard wall. They have some support, but as the flashes come through, can they escape? They're on the other side of the hard server wall. And there hasn't been a direct follow here, but more utility, more support. The Ella's now here as well. They've dropped down, and I think the fight is about to explode around Workshop. They're entirely surrounded. The first is Yukiz's. Gets rid of Marvi. Second is traded out, but Okamesh gets the back of it in the same split second. A single bullet was maybe the separation hit with the Echo drone. The Nomad is slowed and stunned, but 40 seconds. Think about where they need to get to right now. Okamesh could try and dip away, let them have some ground. They're above. Otherwise, they're not quite encircling, and the kit is in the Nomad on the opposite end.
Not really sure with the verticality that's in here now. They need to make a lot of space happen. 20 seconds. You see Sifty going over towards the window. This means that a bathroom drop is going to have to happen as well. They're going to have to put up the pressure from multiple different sides as the time is ticking down. Yokai's is still around. The LV explosive lands might get one of them as they're about to be rushing this side and try and see if they can flood it. One kill will go their way. The second will as well. The plant needs to be attempted as it's only up to Kawa now. He gets the very first, but the archer pushes him back and he gets taken down by Lily afterwards, and Exist somehow gets away with that round as well.
Oh no, it's not looking good here on this map, this first map for Kinotrope. The first of a best of 3 series, but paired with the fact that A, this is their map, B, this is who they lost to before on a 7-1. Sure, they've grown, but not by much. And they lost to a tier 2 team called Blue Bees earlier today. For all the expectations, all the hype and all the hope, Kinotrope, after this map, they need to have a hell of a team talk. They need to remember who they are and what they can bring to this fight, because he has just fallen away from them today. And you can have a bad day in this game, you can have a great day. They had one of the best days for a team in quals where they played through 9 maps and almost made it. But here, this is the opposite side of that scale, and this is a nightmare for them they're living in.
They're definitely not having a great time, and it just keeps falling further and further out. And again, that last round, they were in complete control. They had everything going for them. And then they snapped their fingers on the side of Exist, and it just all falls apart in Kinotrope's kingdom. It is, I just don't know what happened there. It was a 4v2.
You're the analyst.
Yeah, but it's like the guns, like, you just have gunfights happening in like 2 or 3 different places. There's no immediate refrag, and suddenly it's a 1v3. And the plant's happening. And there's just a yokai on the board, but they've just been destroyed by explosive lances. You manage to get the first kill, but then the air jab will actually catch you off. It's rough. I don't know. Like, it just seems like they're not there to support each other. It's just like 5 individuals playing. They have like a general plan, but they're not really following up on all the extra steps that need to be done.
Ooh.
As Mao gets his head removed by Salty, that could be a nail in the coffin.
Salty's been pretty consistent with getting himself level, but it's really Lily and Acerola that are tearing them through. There's another for Salty. Great pivot on towards Yukiz, who is not able to get their teeth in properly at all today. It's either, I said at the start, hit and miss, and it's miss after miss, unfortunately, on border. 2 quick kills. They're trying to put the pressure here onto the third that's now stuck in a corner. Holding onto the hard wall, they could maybe opt for it. The C4 is led on towards Acerola. They get the first kill. They don't want to hit the hatch just yet. They're worried they'll get gunned down as soon as they go for it. But there's 2 players in office that are circling, trying to find their way in. They're worried that they're maybe on a Valkyrie cam or maybe on some level of information. You can see the hot pings. There's the motion. Just stepped by. A bit of a risky idea, but it buys them a second Get out. They have knowledge of where the player was. 3 versus 4 with a minute. Okay, it feels a little bit more doable now, but it was doable before and it went wrong.
Our jabs against deplete placed. We've seen those come in clutch in that last round. 45 seconds. Presence on the site. Presence above. Exist, looking to find another entrance. Barricades will slow things down, will also give away the information that's happening. A rotation is happening in the meantime. They're going towards the ventilation window. Whilst this part of the push is coming in from the back. So they're going to try and hit it from 2 different sides at the same time. They found themselves a little bit of an entrance on the side. No one's looking from customs. They can dig themselves in deep on default corner. Where is the top floor being held? Well, the Solace just went off the scanner, although they are aware, and the Super Shorty comes in, gets that kill, and with 3 seconds left on the clock, they get taken down. It's only up to Akayu now. They need to get the plant, but the time runs out.
Only just. And that's it. And that's the current fate of them on this map, was only just. Alkayo pulled off some insane clutches in the other day, including one of the better ones I saw on Border, which was like a 1 versus 3 post-plant clutch. And here, it's technically a clutch, but positionally more than anything, because they were just away from where the fights were happening, away from the chance of being killed and fragged out. There was another mad dash of Exist, was sprinting a finish. But at that point, when it is boiling down to that sort of trade, that sort of situation, when there's been so much time, it was great movement from Okamesh, but it's not margin. This team should be existing on, or rolling around in 6-3. Still got some progression compared to their previous showdown with Exist, but Kenotrope now rotate of 3 to be done.
And that's rough. I'm gonna have to go through every single site now, once more, to get themselves into overtime area. And again, it's gonna be a rough one. A lot of little run-outs happening there, probably, I would say, to put some goo mines outside, or there's no barbed wire, so to put some goo mines outside. Just to make sure that they have a little bit of information. I think that's, you know, around CCTV area as well. As the glass sees a person, but actually gets the head removed. Okamesh, a little bit sharper on the trigger with the DMR. Finds the very first. That's Lily removed. An absolute gunner so far today. 11 kills. And the opening is going to be much needed and much appreciated on the side of Kenotrope.
Now, how do they try and rebuild, I suppose, becomes that question of Exist. We've seen, you know, Kenotrope fight back from a similar position earlier on in the day. They got it to OT and then they lost out in that situation. They might have to make the same magic happen again. Probably isn't top of their list of things that they want to do, but it's something that needs to be done until Yukas gets caught. Salty. Maybe the best Kali player I've seen. There's Shifty getting Okamesh. And have the wheels started to fall off here. 4-3, it was a run-out attempt. On towards potentially a repelling player that's maybe left now. Give them a thin margin.
I like the use of the Deimos there. They know he's playing around Pillar, by the way, and they're using the Kali for like the tight angle. So all they have to do is just show a little bit of the body whilst the Deimos is putting up the pressure from below. So they will be forced to move. And that's how they find that entry kill. So I like the combination there of the Kali and the Deimos. Just so you can confirm that kill. Opening already made as well into the main breach. Meaning that, right now, the Cubby is going to be the big part of contention. You got to make sure that's clear. Once you have that controlled, you can go for a plant. I'm not quite sure what the situation close to the actual doors. Is that wall reinforced or have they left it soft? I would hope it's soft, otherwise a free plant is going to be upon them. And the Sifty's rotating over towards Sandwich Window, is going to be firing the incendiary bolts to stop this rotation from happening and keeping them at bay, meaning they should be able to go through, but he just runs through the fire, Remy.
Well, Well, there it is. The 2 versus 3 runs through the fire. The smoke pops off. The pressure onto the door itself. And Mama's trying to hold down the half wall as best as they can. But with the swing round from the Cubby taking a lot of damage, 27 health and 19 seconds. Saved the day on Sandwich. Hurt the swing. A 2 versus 2. Down onto the breach. They try and charge in. They're executing a Keener trope. Just hold the line long enough.
Perfect call made there. As soon as that incendiary went down, he just ran for it. Took a single ticket damage, but that's fine because that means like the reason why that fire is being put down there is so they can go for an easy execute, and no one's going to be running across to try and put that stop any defuse attempts that will be made. So running in basically just completely destroys the entire plan they had, destroys the entire setup they were ready for, and puts it to a 4-6. Kinetro. Fighting back slightly. A 2v4 situation clutched out there. Well done on them. But still 2 more rounds to go. And a tactical timer now to be called from Exist. It will be slowing down momentum slightly, whatever was built by Kinetro. And gives them an opportunity and a bit of clarity on how to approach these next 2 sites.
It was something that, we saw a timeout, we saw a conversation. There was a tech slowdown in the best of 1 that broke the momentum of the attackers. This is almost the same thing. Obviously, you can stop the momentum here. Technically, that's 2 rounds of progression. Or 3, actually, if you sort of count the build up here. Exist haven't been able to get the man down in the last 2. Unitrope is starting to remember who they are. Starting to believe. Morpheus.
Alright. They just need to keep up that momentum now. They need to keep building on what they have. It must have been a confidence rocker losing against Blue Bees. Now they need to try and get that back. And that is the rough part. Especially when you're still down. It's a lot of work to do. But they also know that if they let this one slip, there is a real opportunity that they will not come in second this time. And that they won't even have a shot at trying to qualify for the major again.
This first engagement, the dictator of this map. Everything here, the conversation was maybe about the loose players. Dockerby and Lion shut that down. They've got a chance at the control of the Valkyrie cams as well. The IQ's been pretty consistent. So has the Valkyrie or the Echo. There's been dances between both of them, just having that intel and operating on it from the side of single routes and rotations. Seems to be working. That is a game that they've never really wanted to play against here. Reinforced hard. And electrified. The hat above bathroom. Isn't the most common way, but Zokamesh gets an early sort of removal of the board. The top player currently for the side of Kenotrope. The man who's been biting them back in time and time again. It makes you a bit worried from this point onwards, because as I said, with that hatch reinforced, they're going to have to be a bit clever with how they deploy those Selmas.
Minute 40, plenty of time. Taking out the cameras, making sure there's no information left under the defense. Okamesh being removed as well is like a big, big hurt on the side of Kinotrope. And with a minute 20, there's still some work to be done. And Nitro cells are still prepared, and the first one actually finds its target. Mavi drops. As the ace gone. Having to find different ways now. Luckily, a Maverick is still there, so it's going to start opening up the hatch, but that's going to be taking some time. Probably, like, let's say around 20-30 seconds before this hatch is fully opened up. Especially because of the awkward positioning it has with, like, the walls very close to it. So that 1 minute 10, Nitro Cell being prepared is going to be tossed out as soon as this hatch opens up. Might actually land another kill or two.
This is the moment that they're waiting for, that break. Sees the player pass on by. The Maverick is getting some work done. The first C4 net's a result. They're just running away instantly on the back of it. They knew the game that was about to be played. Cover does go down. trying to roll around. Finished by the grenade rolled out by Lily, but 20 seconds exist. Try and get this landed. Get that kit planted now. They're pairing themselves either side for the swing, for the drop. The blinds come out. They've gone wider and wider, and there's the hop over towards the safer side. There's nothing that can directly stop this. All the C4s have been spent, and it's a slow rotate. Gets the cover, goes for the man, and finds it in the post plant, and they get it. Kenotrope still fighting.
And we were 5-6. Getting closer and closer towards overtime, but Kenotrope, more importantly, starting to play more and more like themselves. Getting into it. Getting the performance that is expected from them. And so, a single round remains before we head towards overtime or towards Nighthaven Labs. It's up to the two teams. Exist, of course, will be looking to close it out here. And probably will be more careful than ever, considering the fact that this is their last map point.
Still nice. Still going. Still getting themselves closer, and we feel ourselves 6-5. Been able to bite themselves back towards OT before. Here's the chance to, I guess, replicate the same bit of magic and maybe try and find themselves throwing in. Didn't quite go their way last time, but exist from where they were to where they are now. It was what, 5-2, 6-2 to 6-5. Bit of a tough pill for them to swallow here. Again, Kenotrope seemingly finding these reserves of energy, finding these reserves of momentum. One more to send them into OT.
All right. Ventilation. How are they going to be playing this out? Again, lots of information, a couple of traps. It's important that they are well aware of what's going to happen, and Yuki's again to drop first. However, Salty gets himself stuck in a frostmat. Is there someone there to stop him from pulling himself out? Doesn't seem to be the case, but he will be limping for the remainder of this round, and a smoke canister was tossed after him, but doesn't confirm the kill. As you see, utility being taken out around the actual site itself. Okamesh is playing around the half-wall. He's in a crucial position right now. If they want to go for a plant in ventilation, they totally could. There's no one on site. It's just Okamesh up above. Now that Valkyrie camera is going to be left in place probably for now, because as soon as they take that out, I don't actually know if they should it or not, but I was like, maybe they just leave it until the recharge is on and they're ready to go for the actual execute, because otherwise it might force a rotate to come through and have someone to be more eyes on the actual objective.
Holding on towards Fountain, the shield lock towards the single window as well, seeing if they can get the eyes on that first step in. Obviously they've lost Yuki's again. Has not had a decent time on border, often been the first one knocked out of any engagement for the side of Kenotrope, with a minute 10 left, with tentative eyes over the top. There's the next to fall, Alcayo. Man who clutched it out, Acerola, one more and exist. Finally, seemingly rested, full control. First time in a while, when they needed it the most to stop us being sent into OT and to lock it out. Okamesh and Power. All that's left here. Kenotrope's chances, one above, one below. They're making sure that they have eyes on the site and the verticality itself. They've played themselves closer towards their chest. Okamesh is trying to step in, seeing if he can get lucky with an early take, but there's no risks being taken by Exist. They're re-droning, they're rechecking, they're making sure that they're locked in. Great kill. On towards 19 and peels themselves out immediately. That was the risk that they wanted. They needed to just try and find one. And they're going to try and do the same thing around the custom side as well. As the break comes on towards bathroom, the vertical is taken. And that 20 seconds, the very worrying entity that is now ticking on towards the plant. They lost this because of time before. Kawa gets the C4 onto the man with the kit. There's a second! And now it is a 2 versus 2. An air jab will force a bit of the motion of the player. There's no pick back up. They just have to go for the hot drop. It's seen, so the swing will be predicted. 4 seconds. The blind comes out. They're able to recollect the kit, but there's only one player left. And at that point, we're going to overtime.
It was a Frostmat as well that caught the Nomad out there, having to pull themselves back out at the point, but they didn't have the opportunity to go for the defuse. And that's a 4-on-2 that they weren't able to convert. They were pushing in heavy from the bathroom, got themselves shut down there, leaving them in a 2v2. Why didn't they just go for a default plant? Why didn't they just go for ventilation? You had verticality over the entire side in your control. And you know the last 2 players were on a horizontal level. You could have easily covered that off.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
What a rough one.
Nice.
I mean, they have all the hype in the world. Fair enough. But they really shouldn't have been able to get that so easily. You know, they were able to isolate a lot of 1 versus 1s. It was good play and good movement from the pair of them. There's no denying that. Obviously, they built their own opportunities from some of it as well, but still, Exist had overwhelming advantage both in map control and in manpower. They had it for a minute, and they could not get themselves in a planting position until there was 10 seconds left. And they were breaching the bathroom wall 15 seconds left. And you're thinking, if that's where you're going to go plant, why is this happening now? What is the holdup?
But it's exactly what I mean. It's like they had full control of top floor. You could just go and plant inside of ventilation. There was nothing stopping you there. Like that grenade, by the way, sadly just misses the window. Players close around the corner. Also an opening inside the armory wall is going to be causing for some concern. However, Axarella just walks in, gets a free kill onto Yukiz, and backed out. He's now watching Cubby. While Soccermesh finds himself under the half wall. Is that the Buck that's playing? No, there's no Buck. It's the Capitao out there. If they move the Kali up there, they could maybe go for some verticality. Actually, remove him from that half wall.
Well, with Yukiz once again falling, as I said before, they seem to be the first Genotrope name that gets knocked out time and time. Can they still get themselves a win here in OT? The second time here in Okamesh. Knocked ahead of 1. Salty is gone. Kali players removed after trying to get some of the destruction on towards the swing shield on the back, and the players have left. They've opted to not stick around. One on the rappel, and the Deimos coming in close with the player on sandwich window with the kit itself. They're going to hopefully not get dropped out, because if that kit goes cold, it's a bit of a long run round to get it back. The pressure, as it was before, on towards Armory, and Okamesh does exactly what I expected. Kills the player on sandwich window. The kit's now going to have to be recollected. Okamesh swinging every single way, and for the mistakes of some of his team, he is doing his best to cover them, and the fact that he is one of only 2 positive players, and they are here fighting in OT, says a lot about the performance he's been able to put down. Finds another, and he's on, I think, for the ace at this point to really send his team into the lead for the first time in what feels all day. Just Lily left. Refires the swing. Okamesh is looking for the fight, but just misses it. Otherwise, 50 seconds. Bulls will come out and get pieced together. Find the last of his ace. Can Lily try and do pressure of his own? It wouldn't be, because he didn't get the Yukiz, but still be just as impressive, to be honest, in this situation. Okamesh really wants the last one, and he finds it! Okamesh for the ace!
Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Well played by Okamesh. He's just too slippery for the side of Exist to catch. The man was just going from left to right. Like, the first kill happens, he gets himself in half wall. They thought it was clear. He gets a kill from that. Then they start working on clearing half wall. Oh wait, he's suddenly on the breach, fighting from that position. Whilst in the meantime, he takes a quick detour towards the actual sandwich window, takes down the diffuser, basically neutralizes the round from there on forward. You see it here. There you go. Knew what was happening. Beautiful shot on the rappel as well. Follow that up with whoever was walking inside. And the ace eventually on the board. That must be a confidence boost for Kinotrope. And a bit of a tilter for the side of Exist.
7-6. Keenan they've pulled themselves ahead after what has been an entire thread of the game into their half. There was obviously worry when it was 6-2. You thought it was over. You thought we were heading into map 2 and thought wrong. Keenan maybe the only people who believed it when they said it at this point. Not quite there yet, but Exist momentum has been stripped from the game. Halfway through this run, they pulled their timeout. It has not netted any change. Now, Keenan playing on the attack once again. Very bit of energy on the team itself. Exist played and baited time perfectly, but with this new bit of energy, can they try and do it? Still, you still look at the thread of KDs across the two teams, and it tells such a story. Lily and Acerola 13 to 7 and 8, respectively. And then, again, there's Mao on a 1 KD and Okamesh flying, and everyone else is negative.
Oh, there's the first. That's Acerola gone. Mao finding that kill. Kinotrope. That's the start of what is very necessary on this border for you to continue that run. The first off, instantly out of the building again. A reset. As they found themselves with 2 minutes left on the clock, Yukiz is down below, playing around with that Deimos, has extra trackers left. Knows about the castle and the warden's existence, but also aware of the fact that he might be flanked. As he's watching with the Vendetta, probably will hear Lily just stomp around with that Frost. Also someone that is right next to him has to decide which player to hunt down.
Roller off the board. They also nullify. One of the C4s, the Deimos cracked player, is trying to get out of there as best they can. But Kawa picks up the end of Sifty. The Flores takes a bit of damage in the exchange, but otherwise, another netted kill. Keenatrope are now in the driver's seat. There's a bit of a swing fight towards the bottom of the central stairs as Okamesh fells yet another upon their fight through the front. And here, 2 versus 5 to try to get this map in Exist's favor that was once so close, being tracked and pushed further away. You know exactly where Salty is, as Lily's able to peek up a kill in the meantime. Swing on the door, nets the kill there onto 1. Mao is just working on the back of the intel, and that leaves Lily alone fighting in the cubby. They're going for the plant. Only a couple of steps of where Lily was. At this point, too late to stop it. 1 versus 4. Otherwise change the fate of a map that at one point was so firmly theirs. And here, as they dance and dabble on the doorway, they can't even find, well, to be honest, no one could. Okamesh is the reason they are here, but Keenatrope win the map in OT.
Miraculously turn it around from a 2-6 to a 8-6 victory. Keenatrope, they will be preparing themselves for the next map, which is their opponents. At least they take their own, as they look to continue their run for another opportunity to qualify for the major. Order is theirs. What about Nighthaven Labs though? We'll find out after the break, as we'll be back shortly.
Welcome back, everybody. What a game that we have had. It has taken so long to get through our first map. At the end of the day, there's some questions to be asked here, and I think we're going to have to kind of break things down as Kinotrope. Take this first map 8-6, snatch it away from the jaws of defeat. This fluke have, I gotta say, this at a 6-1, you're thinking this is over, but it was not.
It went on a lot longer than it had a right to, I think.
Yeah.
And Kinotrope did start to play better, but the problems from Exist just not being able to execute on border there, and I don't really know what happened, but I'll be honest, I've done one of the best series I've ever cast the other day. It was a full max OT best of 3. All the maps went there, and it was intense. And this was almost, in some ways, the opposite of that. The team just kept on missing the mark. Real basic ideas of executes weren't coming together. They were losing each other, and there shouldn't be a match where there's so many like rotate clutches and things like that, and especially on border. And I just want to see more from both these teams next map.
It's just a lack of information on both these sides. They just don't know exactly what's going on, and they make wrong decisions on the back of it. Again, like one of those rounds as well, they could have easily gone for a ventilation plan because one was in customs, the other one was in the back of the workshop, and they had complete verticality. But for some reason, and I don't know why, and I cannot even fathom what the decision behind it was, they decided to rotate into bathroom and to rotate down through open area and start going in that way rather than just, take the control that you have and get the plan down. I don't understand what the reasoning behind it is. Those kind of rounds are the reason. You see it right here, right? It's like up until round 8, everything is going well for Exist, and then boom, they've lost the game. Just like that.
Yeah, I genuinely, you ask yourself what happened, how did things crash? There's no way to get deep into the minds of players and know exactly why certain decisions were made. And honestly, if anything, this should be a bit of motivation for Exist to refresh and get back into the swing of things for map number 2. Speaking of which, could we pull up those map bans one more time? Just kind of pull everybody's attention to our next one. Border is done and dusted, and now our attention turns to map number 2. Let's put it up. Come on, let them see it. Border's out. How does Exist Defense start? Now we go to Nighthaven Labs, and if anything, at least the map is going to slow things down, but timing will be an issue here, Fluke.
Yeah, I slow things down is bad. I think at this point, you look at this in terms of an attack win percent for the whole region, it is 40%. It's not great for them. It's something where they're struggling to get their sort of teeth into it as well. Yeah, it has a higher preference technically towards Exist, but both of the teams in recent play have just lost it once, and that's sort of where it sits. More teams ban it against Exist, so it's not a sort of right home about it map. And I guess we'll see how things come together here, but I'm still anticipating that whichever team can get their act together is going to be the team that wins it. I know that's a weird thing to say, but it doesn't feel like either of them are really tooth and nailing it, as we've seen what they're capable of. And that's all I'm measuring them against, what I know that they're capable of.
I think that's a very good way to put it, because we've seen these two teams many, many times. We also looked at how the entire league has gone through in the group stage, and you're expecting a better performance. If anything, from Kinotrope, at least you can say it that way. But hey, that is just what we get out of, I guess, the pressure of the playoffs, or I guess going into LCQs. Questions, many of them to be answered here. One of them is, I'm going to have something different for Labs in terms of operator picks and such, or what can you expect if we put on our theory crafting hat on for a moment, Hap?
Labs is a map that lends itself well to architecture. And what I mean with that is just, the use of mirror, the use of castle, the use of Zami usually works quite well in just changing how some of these hallways work, how they interact, and how that works out. That also means that the attack is then in need of clearing that out quicker, and something we have seen is quite problematic for some of the teams in Japan and in the previous map for both of them. It's border, it's paper thin, you're supposed to shoot through one wall and you're on the site. Yeah, executes took till the last 10 to 50 seconds before something finally started happening. They need to speed up one way or another, because otherwise Labs is just going to be a defense heaven.
If it take too long, you give your defenders space to do whatever they want, remodel the site, play around in verticality, bleed time off of you, play in power positions, i.e. fish or aqua, or however people are calling it nowadays, if you want the pro call out or the ranked call out in that case. Honestly, I love watching Nighthaven Labs. It is a breath of fresh air in many ways. Comparing it to Clubhouse has been quite apt, but it does add more layers to it than old school Club can, just because of the way that the map functions and rotations of flanks can go on it. But for attackers, I mean, look, we even saw like a Lion picked up, Dokebe how it is. We've seen Demos picked up quite a bit. Is there something that we expect as a reaction to come out before now our map gets started in the next minute, Fluke?
No, I think they're going to go with the standard bans that they've been going with. You'll see Monty got rid of, you'll see... Like, it's not that they're reacting to it. The Demos will have potentially some play, sure, but the thing about these maps, sort of highlighted before, is that they're not the most extensively tested or extensively run. It's still fresh to a lot of people, and obviously we cast this map. This is the map that Kenotrope were 2 rounds away from getting to the major a few days ago against Scars and stuff like that, where things went away and they just could not land their plants. They were consistently sort of shut out. They were trying to do it. The same problems that we've just seen on Border. It was a map where we've had Exist lose to Father's Back and then 7-2 Vitae on it. Like, it's rough to get data on, and I think it'll just be whoever can get their teams act together on XQ.
I totally agree. It will come down to whoever can clean up the most on what we've seen on Border. To actually have attacks that are coherent and, you know, like cooperative, rather than what we've seen before, where one person gets a kill, they all just exit the building and they restart. Or even worse, where one person gets a kill, it just stays in the site and there's no one there to support them and they eventually get killed in return. Like, we need to see team play to be coming in clutch here. We need to see the team play that is winning these rounds. We need to see the team play that's causing these kills to go one way or another.
Yippee! Our game is ready. We're gonna get into it. Let's get started. It's always good to have some good action. Nighthaven Labs is definitely one that can bring it out, and you can hear it in my voice. The excitement alone is enough to drive you nuts. Fluke, please. This could end right here, or we might go the distance in this series. I'll get over to you and get it on. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milosh, and hopefully I will. That's the sort of thing is, although I sound a little frustrated, it's because I loved watching these teams play. I loved seeing Kenotrope have the fight. It's knocking on the door of success. At the same time, throughout the years, I've loved seeing the crazy things that Lily and Salty has been able to pull off, and this Exist roster has had growth, had pulled back, whatever, and you're just there going, look, this is do or die. This is a chance to pave the way and put the fire in, and maybe it's just my eagerness and expectations that are too high. I don't know. Said Monty, always going to get.
I mean, we might sound harsh every now and then on what we say, but it's not because we dislike teams. It's because we know they can play better, and it's because we know and we want the region to do better on the international stage. And, you know, sometimes like very simple mistakes are being made that just get punished so hard by international teams is that they really need to clean up on those. So, you know, you might sound harsh every now and then, but it's more out of a place of love. We want these teams to do well. We want them to perform to their own potential. As we get Dokkaebi and Tiburao banned as well. Cade, the last one, which means Bandit is still on the board. Might see some Bandit trickery to go through. It's up to the attack to make sure that doesn't happen. Plenty of tools there to make that make sure that doesn't go through. Think of Maverick, for example, to be used, or Sophia to get stunned in from below. Maybe even just a normal Buck to stop any vertical play that way as well.
We go again here once more into the precipice. Now, we will get that pick in just a jiffy, but this is the second map in the series. Border was won by Kenotrope. They have one little tick in the top middle. They get 2, and they keep progressing here in the lower brackets and preparing themselves for another chance at the thing, another chance at the title, another chance to get themselves towards the Montreal Major. Starting here on their defense is going to help them massively. As I said before, you're looking at 40% roughly. Last time they won 1 attack when they were on this map the other day. Sure, it was against Scars, different opponent, but at the same time, they felt like a different Kenotrope.
That's it. Like, and it's hard to say because the quality that we've seen from them was just like so much different to what we've seen in some of the rounds, and it started to come back alive. By the way, in the latter part of the border game we just had, we started to see glimpses again. They started to be able to utilize the weaknesses of their opponents and get rounds on the back of that. It's just something they need to continue now. Skawa looking to go aggressive. He's out there to bend the trick. Just waiting for any Heartbreach gadget to be deployed. Now, there is a Maverick on the board. It's not going to be in the right position to actually trick. Is that going to be tricked? Question mark. I'm not sure. We're not getting to it.
Well, we'll just
yeah, it was. There we go.
get an idea. Yeah, they can play against it. There's some pressure that will come sort of sideways there as Salty has already stepped up, ready to remove it. They're not going to fully dedicate themselves. They still have 3 in pocket at this point. You know, the trick is something that they can move on elsewhere, where they want to try and hold onto the jungle wall, where they want to try and swing around onto IT. They have options, and they can make use of them. There's a bit of a glimpse round into jungle. Pressure onto connector. Nothing's been directly contested as of yet. There's the pocket swing round. There's some pressure on towards the electrical itself. But with 1:30, all players left standing will exist to get this first test. There's the bees bounce around the corner. The player force. There is Fenrir Mine that'll get a catch just on the close swing on the door. They get rid of. There's some pressure going on the back of Garage. Nothing that's forced Kenotrope truly out of position as of yet. And you're kind of curious what's going to happen next. There's the breach onto the site wall. There's still 1:10, and the Buck is getting some of this work done, so they can't trick that wall either. As Acerola rolls onto the first kill. There's the pickup almost on the second. Missed the moment. Big risk from Mao that's only netted them disappointment, and that is 2 Kenotrope players now gone. That C4 was a bit of a Hail Mary that connected with nobody. There's more tracks, more swings, more hopes, and a B that forces the players out. Nobody is inside that B site right now until Kawa tries to step back in. They're playing against the Buck from underneath as well. There's some pressure. The Kiba barricade smashed on the far side, and at some point Yukius, with that pocket reinforcement, you know, he doesn't really want to lock it. He keeps himself on the rotate. He could try and swing around to IT and just get a bit of wiggle room. Great swing from Kawa. All the players stacked inside the site. 20 seconds happened.
The death mark there quickly cancelled by one of the Mew Gemmers, so the Demos not really getting what they needed to do. 15 seconds and they're stuck on 2 of these entries here. Still very doable for the defense as they're leaning back into the fight. There's 1 kill, there is 2, and suddenly we're on even numbers out here. 1 is sneaking themselves through. Salty gets taken down as Acerola's the last one standing with the Demos. Goes for the plant. This is deniable though. It's Akayu that has to run around the corner and gets to confirm not even. It's the KD safe to come through, but the first round goes to Kenotrope.
I'm just going to get a soundboard of myself saying good start. Failure to get the execute together in a decent time. They were putting pressure on the site. They had 2 kills. There was 1:30, 1:20 left. They had the Buck that was underneath. I don't know what Mao was attempting, but it didn't quite work out. The pressure was there. It was great movement on the utility from the attackers. The close then on the bandit batteries, both from vertical and laterally when they took control of jungle connector. And then it just came down to final step. What do we do? And they just didn't know what to do. They had to rotate round onto the side of Fish. They were trying to move their way in onto the breach itself. Now, I'm not entirely sure what the full list of utility they still had, whether there was something to try and offer some cover. I don't know if IT was ever attempted to be open, so that player was still free to move with the Kiba barricades. I don't know. I don't have the full read. But I have enough to know that they were missing something to allow them to try and go for that plant, because they had a lot of control to make it happen, and we've seen players just send it, and they need to get that energy, because if they just send it 30, 40 seconds earlier, then they probably get that pretty comfortably. Play off the trade, play off the cover, play off anyone who swings out, and you still have vertical control. Close. No signal.
Definitely not on this map. That would be Cafe. But okay, Kinotrope, one on the board. And again, like, I think this will really come down to whoever has the most clean attacks. This entire game could be coming down to that. Which means that if Kinotrope is able to just, you know, halt them time and time again and, you know, get 4 or 5 rounds on the board, they find themselves in a really good opportunity where they just need to stick 1 or 2. Still very early to say that, I totally understand. But that might be something that's playing in their heads right now when they're playing Nighthaven Labs. It is a map about fundamentals, and like, we gotta be honest, but they were very brave on just stepping back into the fight and just finding these forward positions after they were being tracked by the demos. They used those mute jammers to make sure that the track never came through so they could lean back into the fight, maybe unexpectedly.
This is obviously going to be a bigger hassle of a clear with all the control that they've got here just above top of Cargo's stairs. The buck is already drifting, maybe cut down alongside this Jackal. There's nobody that is that adventurous inside of the defense. They've otherwise got themselves pretty stacked. This chest. It's Alkaya that's going to be the first port of call here for a buck that only has at least a decent idea. Pre-fires to get rid of the barb. They're not entirely forced out, and themselves a sliver of an angle on the door. Another smoke canister thrown quite early. Okay, early actually. There's only a minute left, and he's still got 2, so fair enough. He can try and make this work. He's in a very dangerous position. The hatch is open, the floor is open. He's almost playing this like blue stairs from bank, where he's just going to see how long he can sit in this territory and force them away from getting in. Good use of the buck, but I'm still kind of in my head thinking, okay, well, where's the kit? Where's the breach? What's going on? There's still a Selma in pocket from the side of the ace. That's the only hard breach that they've got outside of the 4 charges that are only now being used inside their internal on the small cubby, breaking it. Zokomesh gets the first. Here's the attempt to pinch out the player in Cargo. Now, if they want to go for the plant, they have to clear that mirror window and the Cargo position. They need to have something that'll work on that drive, because it's 20 seconds and a C4 is just ripping them apart. There is a bit of a missed moment here where they're all a bit too spread out. The fight down on the hatch is fine. There's 10 seconds, though, and they've got to recollect the kit and try and plant it, and now it's a 1 versus 4, and they're just throwing themselves into a kill box in the vain hope they can find success out of it.
And another round to Kinotrope, and this one a lot more secure than the previous. A little bit of pressure on the side, but nothing too much. They got themselves stuck in a kill box there. Nitrous cells flying through. Mirror Window still watching it. And you said it, right? Like, okay, great. Like, the buck is doing some work. It's opening up some verticality, which makes the site awkward. But what about the horizontal approach? You need to get more done. You need to have these walls open to stop them from freely rotating around the actual site.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
And obviously they wanted to go for a bit of a pillar run there. Get behind it, start planting. Not sure how successful that would have been with, again, like that mirror window out there, which means that there is going to be a player in that side of the map. And you having not opened anything on the main exterior walls, meaning that that side of the map is still being heavily, you know, occupied by defenders. It kind of felt like that plan was kind of not completely doomed, but it wasn't gonna succeed unless one of the players popped off.
Kinotrope, Sua at this point, and tested quite well in the first. I mean, at one point, all 3 of the players were forced into the same site. The second there, though, they were just not really forced to do anything at all. The grand scheme of things, what they gave them was 2 stories, and then what Exist took by the end was 2 stories in a small cubby. And you're sort of there thinking, you know, as I said it at the time, what could have been done to alleviate that, what could have been done to support that, wasn't done here. Start with the vertical control, and you need to get IT wall itself open. And they have 2 hard breach operators, whether they thought that was the slowdown, not whether they just wanted to change up the pocket gadgetry. They be able to get that through clean. Can they try and find the kills on the end of it? Will Kenotrope offer them the engagement?
There's also no denial, right, for the breaching to go through. It was gonna open at any point there. Trying to find different fight this way, bringing in the mirror, bringing in the castle, the smoke as well to slow things down. We've seen how annoying the F-nets can be today. Miskawa looking to lean in, gets a freebie there. Ash didn't expect that one to happen, thought it was clear, someone droned ahead, and then suddenly Kawa just steps in and finds the kill. 6-on-1 currently, by the way.
I mean, fantastic game so far for them. They were obviously able to step up with Okumesh before. I'm sure he'll be happy for someone to help sort of carry the load here. Long, long watch. Out through IT as Okumesh steps up as well, not to be entirely outdone. He wants to try and keep his pace up a bit, but Salty and Sifty, as I said, we know what they're capable of. They're struggling to get themselves through at this point. It's very early on the attacks. I wonder, you know, how much of this is going to go away from them. They see another fall around the top of cargo. At this point, they're still utilizing the pocket gadgetry that they have to open up angles to a fight. They win out. Because I think, more than anything, Alcayo just wanted to contest that. They didn't have to at all. It's 40 seconds. It's a little bit of vertical. You expect it's going to be opened. But here we go with 30 seconds now. Eyes towards dot blue. Eyes towards the hope that somebody's gone. They're probably just going to hop in here. Plant on the close B wall. There's a castle barricade, though, that's going to take them more than enough time because, well, they're out of gadgetry to immediately get that popped open.
And this round is going to end as well very soon. Mavi does a little bit of damage towards Car, but he's just going to stand put now as well. Smoke canisters, still one in pocket, so if they do choose a single point of approach as the diffuser gets dropped, the time runs out and Kawa gets the final kill. It is Kenotrope that is running absolutely rampant over these last couple of rounds. And where it might have been a close affair on border, they are looking to make sure that this will not become the same kind of deal. Because they're getting more dominant and dominant as the rounds progress. And we're heading into the tactical timeout of Exist already.
Makes sense. You know, I sort of talked about it a bit there before of what the expectation is when the timeout's going to come, but it's just been a slow start here. And yeah, Kawa is popping off, but at the same time, that first round again, the changes could have been theirs quite easily. The second, they didn't even really get close, and they're even further away. What is a weaker side? They're just not really able to get their teeth in, and at this point, you'd probably, if you didn't know it from the graphic at the top that this was their map, you wouldn't believe it. Yes, they're on attack. They've just felt lost to the direction that can otherwise be offered here. Still, early, time to talk. There's always checking off the fact that, remember, you know, technically, how many rounds is this in a row now for Kenotrope?
5 plus 3 is 8.
That's it. That's the run that they're up against over the 2 maps so far. That's what they're trying to break from a mental game.
Actually, it's more.
Yeah, it would be
9. Yeah,
9 rounds in a row, and they were 6-2. They were 1 round away, and since that point, they have not been able to win another round. The change here is a blitz, a glass, and a ying. We're going a little bit yeehaw.
you know, sometimes that's all you need in your life, is just a little bit of yeehaw. Just to spice it up. I mean, the other ideas haven't been working out, so why not try something funky? Maybe they'll get away with it. Or maybe, you know, worst case, they'll get smacked down again. It's going to be 0-4. But they need something to break that momentum. That's the spirit indeed. Yeehaw, be smacked down.
Maverick should be able to get IT wall opened pretty convincingly. Now, what we do have on the side of Kenotrope's defense is actually a lot more spread out. Remember, there was 2 early kills, and I think that they've decided that they're not going to put people close and around the site. They'll obviously try and pull them back when they go for it. Maybe that's why they've read that, well, let's do something with the blitz. They've opened up the lines in IT, make them be a bit cautious about the position. Don't give them a back line that they can fall onto. And blitz is ready to run right in through the mine. Keep going. That's not going to stop you. What is the players, but it's a trade over the top. The blitz goes down. They've lost the start of their attack. They need to keep going. The C4 will stop that. 4-3. The Ying and the Blitz gone, the 2 lead throughs. There's the Deimos as well, and the Glads is doing their best, bless them, but Maverick picking up one on the back end. It's gone down to 2 versus 3. There's the second, though. Oh, and I was saying doing their best. They did more than enough. It leaves Acerola in a sticky situation. 2 players to find at this point now, and they have a couple of flashes they can make it work, but they are fully stacked up and not offering them lean to on the fight. The one close to the bomb chassis on the left will get the catch as soon as they try and walk past it, and if they try and swing that person, the player on the right of the pillar is going to get them instead. Play on contact is the MO. They know exactly where they are, but unless they offer them the fight, they're not being gifted it, and you can see it. There's one, there's 2 though! Acerola rolls on through.
Well, I was afraid they yeed but couldn't ha, but there he comes in. Manages to clutch it out in the end there. They played it smart on the side of Kinotrope, though. They were playing on contact. They were trying to make sure that as soon as one was being swung, they both would reply. But instead it gave the opportunity for a quick transition in the spray. And a double to come through. Oh, Glass as well. Salty did more than enough here, finding one almost the second onto Mao. And Acerola to close it out. So out of the 10 rounds that we've just had, it's 9 for Kinotrope and 1 for Exist. Still doesn't look great, but at least they've stopped that momentum. Or at least halted it. Now the trick is to continue doing that. So see if you can maybe get a second round, maybe even a third.
5 seconds to insertion.
And not let Kinotrope get away with his first half as well.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Could have been 4-0. It was obviously down to the wire. A huge clutch. Acerola, I think, pulled 4 kills that round. 3, actually. The Glass got 2, but still, off the back of failed attempt, failure to get in, off the back of a rush that's built on flash and bang and losing. Those 2 operators very early on, leaving you alone. The Maverick, the hard breach against the world. Well, it gets Exist off the board. It gives them a round win, and a round very importantly needed after their timeout. Well, not quite done just yet. They've secured 1. They won't suffer the side of a flawless. If they can get 2, then they're in pretty good innings for how statistically this map seems to work. Salty drifting his way down to Exo. Seeing if he can get a little bit of a lucky strike and smoke someone around this territory, but there's nobody actually offering it. They're still roaming and rotating above. I think they've set themselves to peel back on cargo. Amira is just being checked. Now, they probably don't know exactly where the player is. And they move off. More concerned about that Maverick hole for now.
Well, no one's creeping through there. The Salty definitely in a forward position. Able to strike as soon as they get the idea that it's going to be clear. The 4 Exist players rotating above as well. They're trying to find the right place to go as Mao finds the first. It's Acerola gone. One to find. Playing close. It's a pistol he's up against, but the C4 double kill to come through. 1 teammate and 1 of the enemy. That's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, the teammate ran in whilst it was flashed. They needed to cement the kill. It's fair enough. Those things happen, but so does Okamesh. Drifts around. Salty finally finds a netted reward for his position down here. He's crept right up to the site, and they've actually pulled themselves away. As I said, it's generally been a cargo-sided hold. They've got themselves round there, and the plant is close, but can they actually try and find the way through? Ram gives themselves a route, pre-fires predictable angles that no one has currently sat behind, and then steps in slowly and steadily. They now know that that room is free. They're actually going to try and plant onto it, which is
Retake.
decision. In fact, no, yeah, they're trying to go for the kill. They've cut their way across. There's one lined up. Suddenly exists, sparking to life. Okamesh has gone for the rotate round over the top. Remember, they've got a plant. 10 seconds, and Alkayo finds one, leaving just Salty alone.
no.
And by the time the round is over, he'll probably have finished this reload, but only just. 2 seconds left. Ah,
You are out of time.
yeah. Not the best time to do that animation.
I think it would have been better to swap to the pistol at that point. There wasn't that much time left. You needed to find that one kill, so you had the opportunity to go for the plant. But no! Decided to go for the reload. 4-1 Kinotrope. Managed to find one back right after the little bit of a bruise that they've taken in round 4. 1v2 clutch to come through.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
One more round before we go towards the side swap, though. Quick replays. Yeah. Well, you got both. It's like I got the enemy, so I can't really be that upset. It would have been worse if he just got his friendly and not the enemy.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Do you think he used the angled grip on the MG?
I don't know.
It's quicker reloads. Might have
Yeah,
saved him there.
but I think reloading an LMG with 10 seconds left in a 1 versus 2 clutch situation
Attackers are moving.
It's questionable, yes. I agree.
isn't. I mean, I don't think there's a longer animation. Yeah, it's. I think from that point onwards, you probably regretted pressing the button as well, but you had to take a risk. And Okamesh rotating as well for the verticality, I think, was a good move. They didn't want to risk it coming down to just a gunfight. They didn't want to risk it to just coming down to flat in, side to side as well. And they still obviously had 2 bodies down there and what was a 2 versus 3. And yes, it went to a 2 versus 2. It was almost a 2 versus 1 with the lineup that just got missed out on that door. But things happen. Enotrope 4-1. I'm hoping 5-1 here based on the statistic of their attack not really being very good. They were able to get one last time they were here, but they need to put more down if they want to get that locked in. Salty on the blitz this time, still swapping around and trading hands. They're in and off. They're going to maybe try and plant here. There it is. Sifty just behind the Thatcher. And yeah, fair enough.
No
Stop
idea.
playing into their game. Play into yours. Get it confirmed. Get out of there. All 10 players still standing, and a plant is placed.
I had no idea that that plant was going down. They've taken that verticality that was required. They were there with smoke, but way too late as well. And even if they would have gone for a push, the Blitz would have been in a position to try and cancel it. However, because it's a 5-on-5, you have the opportunity to just start throwing bodies at the problem while someone goes for the defuse. And you see how far back some of these guys are. You see where the Blitz is. The smoke is going to be placed right in front of the window. The defuse is already happening, Emmy. That's about a second left. Kawa gets it. And this is what I mean. It's a 5-on-5. What happens is they start defusing and just throw everybody outside, because what can you do in that case?
It was a 5 versus 5 when the plant was confirmed. I think it was a 4 versus 4 when it was diffused. I mean, come on. I said focus on the objective. I didn't mean like that.
So we got the objective done. We're focused on our part, not knowing that there's a sequel to it.
By attackers.
Well, 5-1, Kinotrope. In a really good position now, especially considering the fact they've won border to take their opponent's map pick and continue a lower bracket story. Where they've been sent down by the blue bees. I quickly had to think of what the name exactly was again. It was something with bees, just forgot the color.
Blue bees.
Yeah, blue bees. And, you know, you saw that first map, they weren't playing like themselves. They were struggling.
5 seconds left.
But at the second half of it, they really started to grow into it. And they haven't really stopped since. Which is just scary for Exist, because now they're 5-1 behind. Spawn peek attempt goes wrong. Kawa takes a little bit of damage, but that's okay, that's manageable. And now they need to fend off 5 attacks at least.
At this point, 5-1. Unitrope. Can they, for the first time today, comfortably handle a map? It's the first time they are comfortably handling a map. The first time they're not on the other side of this balance. And this is 100% a game of two halves. 100% a swap round. You know, we're seeing if they can try and get it through. I'm looking. I think there might have been 9 players alive when the defuse came off. So 10 when it was planted and 9 when
What are you doing? Why are you placing in the middle?
Best maneuver. Maybe they're trying to bait out the utility, but there's no one here to help them get rid of it. And this is, you know, with the ace, they have some option. They could go for a wall either side. They could do the classic where you're not going to risk it and basically do that with 2x of thermic. And then, yeah.
What are you going to say? Like, why did the ace rotate off again? Like, there was no breach at that point. You could have just done it right then and there and make sure you get it, but at least they did it. About 30 seconds later, that's one of the walls opened up. You probably will see them go over towards the jungle wall now to see if they can put up some pressure there. Still having a Selma left afterwards, or an extra thermic, to start putting that one onto the wall towards the actual site. But you need to be wider than that. You cannot just all go in from the jungle and have IT opened up. So what we'll probably see is someone to come in from fish, maybe someone to come in from the mezzanines and put up some little bits of damage. Because right now, all the defenders are probably going to be pretty heavily on the site.
Oh! Take a risky one, a risky maneuver there, and now they've lost those Kiva barricades, which is maybe the most important piece of utility in having any chance at growing back out of the site you've been forced into. Tower tucked on towards IT. They have some control on towards rafters. They've now got eyes on towards top blue, and this is that whip that I've been craving for a long time on this approach. There's even a player that's putting pressure onto connector as well. They are being encircled here. Exist now. 2 go down. 1 is confirmed there. There's a trade out the back of it. I'm not sure who was able to get the cut on towards the line. I think it was from that breach, but there's another Lily. Either side, Acerola gets out Kayo. That leaves 15 seconds of 3 versus 2. For the compliments paid towards how spread out the approach was, it has entirely failed to connect with the side at the same time. And with Mavi getting 1 more, Okamesh is able to at least find the comfort, but it doesn't last long.
I mean, this is the thing, that they had the width, they just lacked the ability to really do anything with it. Because we're coming in from 4 different angles, which in general, I would say that's good. I mean, you have the control. You know that most of them are on site, if not all of them. So why not try and attack from different angles? You don't want to all go from a single point of approach, because that means there's so much freedom for the defenders to move. However, if all the gunfights suddenly start going wrong, then there's a littler or smaller amount of opportunity to actually go for a refrag. This is exactly what went on here. A 1v1 in the end. Eventually, 1 out. Now, 5-2. Still a long way to go before they're finding themselves back on equal footing. But that attack had some merit to it. But they just lacked a bit of oomph for that execute. Right? Like, they had a lot of utility to make sure the walls open up. But beyond that, there wasn't really anything that they had to push onwards. Now they're bringing Blitz. Now they're bringing Finka. Now they're bringing Ying. This gives you the opportunity to really brute force yourself through one of these strong points. Take a hold in the actual site itself and see what you can manipulate from there on forward.
One site they're able to win. Last time they were here, they were attacking with storage control room, and they never got a single plant throughout their fight against Scars. That's always something here to pay attention to from the side of Unitrope. A bit of a break happens above. They have the eyes on the bandit, but those can be removed pretty concisely. They seem to also want to hunt down this, the Vigil. Lurking around on the top floor. Now it's Marvi with a boss G, and you know, you're approaching from some awkward angles. Here's the breakthrough. A bandit's going to try their best to play against this. You hope they go for 2 walls. If they've gone a little bit too in the middle, the bandit has guessed correctly. That is an easy pickup of that utility. That is no more hard breach in the pocket there Even with the Thatcher, could not get that one to land, so it's just going to have to be a bit of shock and awe. If that hard wall has stayed solid, it makes it so hard to tuck in for a plant there.
So what's up next for them? In the 40 to find out. There is some rotations happening. There is some movement on the map. Mavi still upstairs though. It's going to be causing some trouble. They will be aware as soon as they check drones. Of course, you'll see the outlines to happen. There you go. And now that's definitely a clue that they are on the fish stairs, moving back down. No one's really in a position to hunt them down as the Blitz is actually looking right at it. A little bit of a pistol shot to come through. You got to be careful though. You don't want to lose that head to the Boss G. You don't want to lose the shield in this situation out here.
Mavi wants to just get this first gasp against a Blitz who's already taken a breath and ran away. With a minute, all 10 players still stood. They've eyed up cargo, as I said before, with the double wall being still reinforced and will remain reinforced. It is so hard to fight your way in to get any control of that plant. You don't have the threat to swing round. So instead, go for cargo. If you get cargo and you get just control of the back of the cloning machine, tuck that for the hard plant. Lily getting the first, and you're getting the trade back. The blinds come out, the smokes cover. The Blitz wants to try and throw themselves in. They are throwing absolutely everything, and that C4 doesn't net the kills. They start to move in behind it. Smoke canister forces a different route. They could not find anywhere safe, and here exists just a great close down, all revealed on a bulletproof the whole time. Yukis does find one with 10 seconds or so left.
10 seconds
Find
to go.
3 more. Just reload the LMG. Perfect time.
Perfect timing to do that now. No, instead it's gonna swing a shotgun. I decided, is that a team injured to come through suddenly?
Yeah.
No, okay, so the team injured was there. It was a kill gladly taken. See a little bit of smiles going on. I mean, that's the best thing you can do in those kind of mistakes, right? As long as you win the round, it's just smile it off. It sure doesn't happen in the next round as well. Everything was going their way anyway. There wasn't any time for him to try and clutch it, even if he wanted to. And that puts us to 5-3. And suddenly the gap is closing. And suddenly another overtime might be on the horizon. As we're going for the first floor sites now.
Defuse as many bombs as they can. Attackers discovered the location of a bomb.
Now,
5-3, and this is the site, as I said before, where they were able to win their one attack round. If they can do that twice, then they've won the game. They've won the series. They've won themselves a fight. Continues on to the next day. If they lose this and it becomes 5-4, you expect a timeout in the conversation, because is the MO at that point.
10 seconds left before insertion.
just a couple seconds left. And looking at the defense here, see that mirror? It's going to be causing some problems. I haven't really seen them deal with it properly as of yet on either side. And there is some verticality here.
Attackers have dropped.
But is it going to be enough for them to actually deal with the issues they have? Warehouse is going to be opened up quite quickly. There is no bandit actively tricking. All 4 charges still in pocket. Which means at least a little bit of pressure is coming down there. Double will be placed on the wall as well. I think that is going to be opening up, at least in one place. Yep. Cacerola is rotating around. Knows there's no Selma's left currently, so it's just going to be placing the rest of the bandit batteries now. Did its job. To some extent. Managed to find 1 out of 3.
Flashes go out, try and grab the player that's otherwise pulled themselves around towards games. They have the rough ping, and you can see the sledge around the back that wants to put the pressure onto them, opens a route through for a blitz, and here is that plant. They're just going to tuck in and go for it. Can they get it landed? Will it be our second plant with all 10 players? No, but 9 is close enough as 2 instantly fall. Kenotrope has the cover to a 3 versus 3 now. They want to try and retake, but a Warden with a shotgun is keeping things under lock and key. A Deimos and a Blitz. The final 2 uses that moment to get rid of the camera and get the soft down to buy themselves some safety, but a Blitz can smash through that in a second. However, the pinch, the close down on this single player inside that they need to get. They've stepped themselves back towards the top of cargo, back towards the bottom of blue. That almost buys the Blitz a little bit more safety. Okamesh has the cover onto the first and the second. Just great positioning here. The Deimos can get the read on the last one, feed that intel. They know exactly where they are, and that's easy enough to close on down. Kinotrope can still win this site, but do they have to wait to see it again to see if they can do it, or can Exist step it up, take us to OT?
Big question, but multiple opportunities to lock it off. 3 rounds to try and close it out. Kinotrope. One more attack needs to stick. This one was a bit of a fast plant. A little bit of a bait as well, as you saw with like all the Candelas in the smoke to be used. Baited out the C4, made them think initially it was going to happen on the opposite side, but no, the Blitz coming in from an opposite angle, gets that plant down whilst everybody is confused on what exactly is happening. Make sure that the post-plant situation occurred. Top floor again. This was a pretty good attack from Kinotrope to some extent. They opened up the walls, they attacked wide, but they lacked the extra bit of finesse to close it out. They didn't have any extra utility for it. Let's say firebolts to close out an angle, Candelas to blind them, maybe a blitz shield to start putting up some pressure. And it seems like we're not getting that. Instead, we're going to have 3 heart breachers and an RC Rotero to get in air jabs. I am not sure how this is going to be changing things. Maybe they're just relying on the fact that they will be better in the gunfight this time around, that they're quicker. Because that could also be a solution. It's just one that you have less of a hand in.
Kinotrope can keep their dreams alive, Exist. If this goes away from them, then Montreal is out of the question, and SI becomes the SI LCQs, if I remember how that all works properly. They're still in contention for that. Oh, someone that remembers the feed through. There's the 16 confirmed teams from the points, and then the LCQ teams, but remember the exact wording of the announcement. So I won't give you all false hope just yet until I verify this later. Or you know.
I don't.
So that was your job.
I don't know the specific detail. I can research if you want.
Yeah, do that, because at this point, Exist is staring down the barrel of pretty much all those dreams, following the same suit. Here is Kinotrope 6-3 up. There's only 1 attack round separating them, continuing their run towards the Montreal Major. They've tied up the opposite end as their first point here. Last time was a very heavy take originally in towards Garage that then sort of widened itself here. I assume they've done a bit of work on towards IT. They have the Maverick to get it done if they haven't yet. They still have Selmas and Thermites in pocket as the reach and pressure can come round. They are not taking any chances with the hard walls and the reinforcements at this point.
I'm giving some good intel. Gives them the idea that it's indeed safe to use mezzanines. This breach will also help them doing so. The mirror window is the big threat though. Together with that shield, there's a warden behind you. You really do not want to take this fight up close with a shotgun, but the flashbang is being prepared nonetheless. There you go, Glass is active. He's going to be ready for anything coming his way out here. You really don't want to do this. You need to get a grenade behind this, which they don't have.
Yukis gets the first, and there goes the drop. It's traded out by Lily, who's doing their best, but they're close and putting the pressure on a 4 versus 1 Lily. All that's left of Exist's hope, their Exist chance, and their chance at existing is gone. Kinotrope, after a couple of games, finally show us the team that we expected to see. And it sets them still on the course. 7-3 here against Exist. He put in a good fight, but unfortunately, they find themselves a little bit outgunned and outmetered, and as I've double-checked, they haven't unveiled the information about the regional qualifiers, but in terms of SI, let's say for Exist, not getting to Montreal, is that they are not getting to SI yet. There is still hope of that, though, for Kinotrope, as long as they can get themselves to that Montreal Major.
Kinotrope getting closer and closer. Again, I mean, they struggled at the start today. They got knocked out. They had a bit of a rough time at the start of the match. But at least they managed to break back into it. The second half of Border went way better. And this as well, especially that first half, is more of the Kinotrope we know.
just been solid performance from then. And talking about just solid performances, Milosh is hosting. Let's get more of it.
Thank you, Abby. Very unexpected, but yes, solid performance from everybody here today, and especially from Kinotrope to survive in this lower bracket. They'll keep their run alive. Maybe they have that victory wrapped up in that case that you have behind you, Emmy. Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, that one.
Lahaj.
Oh, boy.
Spirit animal of Emmy.
Blaj is a classic.
Is an
Absolutely.
icon.
Absolutely.
Now I've gone blurry because I played with the things behind.
So
sorry,
I'm raging
production.
red and you are blurry and
I'm so
Milosh is just
sorry.
normal.
And no, my hair is all over the place. I'm very sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have problems to figure out, but you know what? Kinotrope have at least one less problem as that streak continues, but we'll have to see. Exist are out of the running and now. And Father's back now will be playing against Kinotrope. That's how that bracket looks like. And I don't know if you want to talk about the end of that game, you know, whatever, 2-0, second map. It got back into it. They got into the swing of things. Exist couldn't respond. It took too long to get anything on the board. There you go. But what's important is how do things shape up for the rest of these LCQs, as it seems like in the upper bracket, Enterforce will be playing CAG. All right, CAG getting it close. Do we have that graphic? Do I have it updated? Sorry, I put you on the spot here, but of course we have the best producer ever. Don't tell Isaac. Nuttery on board with us, and the Nutman has spoken. Enterforce will be playing CAG Osaka for a spot in the grand final. A win away from making it to the Montreal Major into Phase 1, but it's still a major performance regardless. And in that lower bracket, a 2-0 for Kinotrope means they'll play Father's Back, with Crest Gaming and Vite still playing to see who plays the Bluebies. I almost stumbled over myself there.
That almost went wrong there, Milosh.
Actually, it probably would have gone right in a case like that. But, you know, to wrap up our day, how do you feel about it, Hap? How are you doing after these 3 best of 1s and 1 best of 3?
I enjoyed seeing the upset happen from the Blue Bees. I liked seeing them being competitive against Enterforce as well. And Enterforce, of course, who have stepped up compared to their league performance. And yeah, I mean, kind of surprised by CAG Osaka, by the fact that they managed to 7-0 after they kind of fell apart in the best of 3s. So they are looking for revenge themselves as well.
Amy, what about you?
Yeah, I think so far CAG are the only team that's played to expectation. Bluebees have played above it. Kinotrope have generally played below it. Obviously, we haven't seen any of Father's Back, who are still sort of smashing their way through and getting into that situation. Kinotrope, we only got little tastes of what they're capable of after this sort of epic fights that they've been able to put in before. So I guess we'll see. The result of the Crest and Vite series is that's not done yet.
We don't have it yet.
Don't have it yet. That's still going. But you know, we've seen Vite struggle. I assume Crest will win that out, but also they might be underperforming as well. Father's Back might be overperforming. It's hard to tell right now.
Absolutely, which I think sets it up perfectly for tomorrow. And yeah, tomorrow is going to be continuation of all of this action. What games do we have for tomorrow? Actually, Father's Back playing versus Kinotrope, I believe, should be our first one. And then Bluebees versus the unexpected team so far in the lower bracket. Both of those games will be best of 3s, but also a best of 1. I guess that'll be going through. Hopefully getting to see Enterforce versus CAG Osaka tomorrow in that upper bracket. What a day. My friends, will you be here also with me tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yes!
You know what, Milosh? Only because you asked.
Thank you.
Because you got.
Oh, I get to chill with my besties. How fun is that? There you go. Yep.
Yo.
Yep. It's going to be a lot of fun. Well,
Chilling with my besties, looking at some Bluebees.
Isn't that the life, Emmy?
I didn't.
We're living the life, right? Well, tomorrow our action is clearly focused on at least that lower bracket, those two matches, and of course our top bracket, best of one. It's 2 best of 3s and a best of 1 to close things out. But I think it is time for us to say goodbye. All good things must come to an end, but hey, how about we have a second taste, a second helping of Japan? That'll be tomorrow morning, same starting time as we've had. We'll be up bright and early. And I say bright and early, it will not be bright when
At least
we will
early.
be out. Yeah, it will be early.
Yeah.
And halfway through the show,
And
it
I'll-
might
now.
perhaps be bright.
And I'll turn on my lights, so it will be bright.
My eye.
No, you just become more red hap.
I don't know why. I don't know what. Okay, well, I'll figure it out for tomorrow. Why I'm so raging
You
red
are
today.
flushed with Fluke's beauty. Every time you see Fluke, you're like, oh my god,
Just
I can't
blushing.
believe she's real. That's
Not
yeah,
today. I look crazy.
that's
been up.
every day. I mean,
Half 3 in the morning.
well, maybe we should
I-
all take a nap then, right?
I'm going
Oh.
to.
Well, there you
I'm
go.
not.
It is nappy nap time, ladies and gentlemen. MBs, let's close out our show here in JPL LCQs. Thank you again for watching. Thank you, App and Fluke. All three of us will be back tomorrow with our good producer, Nutman, Nuttery.
Great. It's good.
to take.
Bye.
We're a good man. Anyways, bye. Yeah, let's go.
Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les. 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 Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils me disent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Vise que la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu.